Hello, 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 cutie pies. Welcome back. Oh my god, it's been like less than 12 hours. Okay, well, it's been like a little bit more than 12 hours. Like 10 minutes more than 12 hours. Ish. Welcome, welcome, sweethearts. How are you all doing? Whoa, sorry. Oh, wait, okay, I gotta put the hands in the right spot. Oh, catch, 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 yes! Yeah! Oh, fuck, no, I lost it. No. Thank you so much for the pallet tags, cutie pies. I really do appreciate it, darlings. Welcome, welcome. How's everybody doing today? Oh, red! Damn it. I was so sure I was gonna catch all of those. Damn it. Let me say hi to everybody. Hello there, awesome Aussie. Thank you so much for coming in even before stream started. I always appreciate it. Thank you, thank you. A magnificent Monstera, you as well, sweetheart. Thank you so very much for coming in even before stream started. Much, much, much appreciated. I hope you're doing incredibly well, and I hope you got that delicious, delectable Milo. Let's see, sweetest Rat, how are you? Did you get sleep? Did you get sleep? I'm gonna tell you guys up front, and then we'll go back over it in a second. Ooh, thank you for the care package, Spider. We just spider. There we go.
Hello, motherfucker.
Hello, motherfucker. Hello, sweetest spider. How are you? Okay. Today is not our traditional art stream, but we will be doing art today. Fear not. We are going to Tabitha. Welcome in, sweetheart. Thank you so much for the biddies. Ooh, piece of candy. Thank you, thank you. This is going to be a stream where we are first going to, you were so incredibly generous this week. Again, thank you so much, sweethearts. I really, really do appreciate it. You guys are so generous this week that we are actually doing a raffle for 2 chibi style pieces of art today. I'm very, very excited for it. So we are actually gonna do that at the top of the episode once I catch up with chat. We're gonna do raffle, and then, oh my god, I'm losing my fucking voice entirely. I think I'm getting sicker, which sucks. It doesn't help that I got like less than 4 hours of sleep last night. You're supposed to sleep when you're sick. Anyway, so yes, we are going to do the chibi raffle after we catch up with chat. And then we will do an amazingly fun presentation completely made by our beautiful Strat. All I did was give him the info on the games that we played as far as like what I liked and stuff this year, well, 2025. And we're gonna also I want to hear from you guys as well regarding like your favorite games in these categories, even if we didn't play them on stream. So we are gonna do that next after the raffle. And then once we finish with our game awards, we are gonna jump straight into art. But fear not, the entire time we are, as soon as I catch up with chat, so through the raffle, through the awards, and then through art, you guys are gonna be listening to your music that I have been keeping up with, believe it or not, in the Spotify queue. And yeah, so I'll go back over that once I catch up with everyone, because I know we'll get some more people between now and an hour from now when I finish catching up. Okay. Awesome Aussie! Hi, sweetheart Ubbies! Good Aussie. How are you doing, sweetheart? It's so good to see you. Dearest Dustin! Hi, dearest Dustin. How are you doing? It's so good to see you, darling. And Precious Perry! Hello, Perry! Welcome in! Thanks for coming in, sweetheart. What did everybody think of our playthrough of Dispatch yesterday, by the way? Try not to put any spoilers because I think there were some people who were avoiding spoilers, so they didn't come to yesterday. I'm just wondering, did you enjoy it? Did you like that, like, Twitch plays, more like Pouch plays style of doing stuff? Did you feel like you had an impact as a community? Yeah, I'm very curious. Excellent, Eugene! Welcome in, sweetheart. And cutie Yuki! Welcome in, lovely Yuki. It's so good to see you. Welcome, welcome. Radical Red, welcome in! How are you doing? Welcome, welcome. How are things going? Let's see. Red, I have queued up Tiny Giant. Tiny Giant by Ashley Alicia. Dude, my voice is just going. Let's see. Oh, Demi, thank you so much for the 7 stream streak. I really do appreciate it. Thank you very much. Much appreciated. Strat, I've queued up Young Kai Blue. I've actually queued up everything up until, let me see, what's the most recent thing I queued up? It was Rip from Morty Calliope. Anything after that, I'll catch up with once we catch up with chat. Let me see. Jet, hi, Joyce Jet, how are you? Good to see ya. Radical Radish, welcome in, sweetie, welcome. How are things going? It's so good to see you. And beautiful Boblin! Wow, with a 375 stream streak. That is crazy. Thank you so much for the unending dedication and support. I really do appreciate it. 375. Thank you so much, lovely. I really appreciate you. Thank you. That is a massive fucking number. More than a year of Tau streams. I'm so grateful. Thank you, lovely. It means the world. Thank you so much for coming in so often, beautiful Bublin. Hi there, amazing apparition. How are you? It's good to see you. And terrific Tabitha, welcome in. How are you? How am I doing, Strat? I am tired. I am on a caffeinated chocolate, and you can't even tell right now. Excuse me. Oh my God, hold on. Okay. Terrific Tabitha, thank you for gigantifying that emote. Oh, that's so cute. Oh, I love that. The bunny hug is so adorable. Jimmy wants abbies. Abbies for Jimmy. Good Jimmy. Sweetie Skellington, welcome in. How are you doing? Ohayo gozaimasu. Hello, karaoke. How are you? It's so good to see you. I hope you are feeling very, very good. Oh, we got a sing redeem. Okay, we got a sing redeem from Bublin. My voice is definitely going to be breaking a lot. But we will give it a shot. Okay. Everything stays. And I know you like the reverb, so we will do that. Oh, this is actually gonna sound really genuinely very bad. I'm so sorry. I'll make this very quick. We'll do very soft singing, and hopefully you won't be able to hear it. 1 second. I just got to bring our lovely Snivy music down real quick, and okay. Let's go in the garden. You'll find something waiting right there where you left it, lying upside down. When you finally find it, you'll see how it's faded. The underside is lighter when you turn it. Oh my God, far out, sorry. When you turn it around, everything stays right where you've left it. Everything stays, but it still changes ever so slightly, daily and nightly, in little ways, when everything stays. Go down to the ocean, the crystal tide is raising, the water's gotten higher as the shore washes out. Keep your eyes wide open when the sun is blazing. The moon controls the tide, it can cause you to drown. Everything stays right where you've left it. Everything stays, but it still changes ever so slightly, daily and nightly, in little ways, when everything stays. Oh, okay. There you go. I hope that was I hope that didn't turn everybody off. Fuck, I'm gonna stop clearing my throat in the mic. I swear to God I will at some point. Amazing apparition, how are you, sweetheart? It's so good to see you. Welcome, welcome. Let's see. And then, of course, Sweetest Spotter, welcome in. How are you doing? It is so good to see you. Welcome, welcome. Fuck. Oh, okay. I'm catching up on everybody's song requests real quick. So we had, after Morty was Monster Adventure Time. I'll cue that up for you. There we go. That's for you, beautiful Bublin. And Feel Good Ink. Okay. I'll cue that up for you, lovely Yuki. That is queued up. And then Iris out. 1 second. I'm just gonna catch up with all these real quick so that I can engage with the chat. Epic the Musical. Okay, that's queued up. And then we got Takedown. Oh, thank you for the bell tag, Cutie Huxie. Welcome in. How are you doing? It's so good to see you, sweetheart. Welcome, welcome. Oh, okay. I literally copied K-pop Demon Hunters and nothing else, and it's like, yep, there's the playlist now. Okay, take down. Thunderbringer. Let me cue that up. Okay, there we go. All right, I've gotten like 2 hours or so. Strat, you need more sleep. If I'm gonna get 4 hours of sleep, it's gonna be one time in a while, and then I'll get better sleep. You, however, you don't sleep enough. We'll stop. I'll be dropping out super early because I need to leave to get homework. No! Strat, you need to leave to sleep! Sleepa! Joyous Ditto! Hi, sweetheart. Welcome in. How are you doing? It is very good to see you. Welcome. Welcome to Paradise. Welcome to Paradise is also queued up for you, Jet. It's 2 a.m. Let's go. I'm gonna go to sleep. Yes. Good idea, Loner. Thank you so much for coming in, lovely Loner. Thank you for the lurk. I really appreciate it. And I hope that you sleep wonderfully well and have the sweetest dreams. Thank you so much for coming in. I noticed I am not on the gift subboards, probably since I gifted first stream back last week. Am I still in the raffle? Yes, of course, sweetheart. I believe you are, let me see. Because we had like 120 names on there. And yes, you are on here. You take up about like probably 1/10 of the whole board. So don't you worry. Let's see. Monstera! Magnificent Monster! Hello! Pouch Game Awards indeed! Neo Nephi! Welcome in, sweetheart. How are you doing? I love popping in when Tao talks about how little sleep they've gotten. Interesting.
Hello, motherfucker.
Hello, motherfucker. Hi, beautiful band. Good to see you again, sweetheart. Welcome in. Nephi, that is that just because you like to be able to poke it in my face when I haven't gotten enough sleep, and then I'm like, you need to get sleep, and you're like, shut up. Oh, wait, did I get Neo Tokyo on there? Hold on. I saw that Red put Neo Tokyo. I don't remember copying that. I didn't copy that. Aha! I missed that one. Hold on. I will put that on there for you. Lovely Red. There we go. And I'll move that up a tad because you sent that in a while ago. Yay. Okay. It was the first stream I was able to make for a dispatch stream. It was neat seeing it for the first time. Oh, awesome, Red. I'm so glad you enjoyed it. Did you have fun voting on stuff? I'm feeling 50-50 now, feeling amazing because you're live, and feeling mildly annoyed because my headphones decided to snap. Whoa. How did they snap, Ozzy? Like the headband part did, or did something fall off, one of the cups or something? I've queued up Loser for you, Tito. Let's see. I don't know. You guys finished at 7 a.m. my time. You streamed for 12 hours. We did. It was a long one. Doing good here, Tao. Was going to make spaghetti, but realized I had stuff to do. Chili instead. And now the entire apartment smells amazing. I believe that. Oh my God. If only I had some cornbread to serve with the chili. That is true. You do want to get some cornbread. Shy Paper Bag. Hi, sweetest Shy. Welcome in, hun. How are you doing? Welcome, welcome. I enjoyed the game, especially the ending. I actually really liked this ending. It was very feel good, very cute. How you feeling after streaming for? You're the pal tech sweet spotter. After streaming for upwards of 12 hours. That didn't bother me at all, actually. I could not sleep last night. I got into an argument with someone, not Nath, don't worry, just a family member, and at like 2 in the morning, and I was just up and seething for like hours. And then I had bad dreams, and then I woke up early, and I got like less than 4 hours of sleep, so I'm fucking fucked. Sweet scent of a woman. Ooh, that is queued up for you, lovely Yuki. How are you guys feeling after seeing me for a whole fucking week? Don't ask if I fell asleep. I did, but I cried. The Uma Musume music gets me in tears somehow. I don't know why. Aw, Jimmy. I hope they were happy tears. Let's see. I know, 375 is incredible, isn't it? Thank you so much, beautiful Bubbler, and I really appreciate your dedication and support. Thank you, thank you. How are you, Tao? I'm good. I was going to do some sewing, but as I had woken up with a bleeding finger, ouch, from accidentally pricking my finger with the needle last night, I shall be doing some drawing instead for now. That is a good idea, beautiful Bubbler, and make sure you disinfect the little owie on your fingy, okay? You need to take a good break. You are getting sick. I'm about to dive headfirst into the rest of my jobs. Next week, I go back to everything, so I don't think I'm gonna get any breaks. Precious Primal, welcome in. Thank you for the head pat. Thank you, thank you. Could you imagine not redeeming a single thing throughout those 375 streams? How much would you have? Too much. You would have the power to take over the stream, probably. Eugene, thank you so much for the Pop Stars redemption. I will do that up. Okay, there we go. You caught a Buppy! You caught a Zorua! What game did you catch the Zorua in, Eugene? That's just... I love that emote. That's so cute. Let's see. Just letting you know that punk rocker. Uh-oh, hold on. Hold up. Wait a minute. We gotta fix the thing. Hold on. There we go. Okay. Just letting you know that punk rocker isn't going to be a loud song. The name is just meant to throw you off on its wholesome vibes. All good, Jimmy. All good. Sweetest Skellington, how are you, darling? It is so good to see you. Welcome, welcome. Hi, sweetest Solar, welcome in. How are you? And cutie Cyber, the soft singing could be used for a full lullaby album. Aw, I love that. Thank you, Cyber. We maybe. Sorry. Maybe we should make a lullaby album. I think that would be fitting for this channel, wouldn't it? Get some honey tea if your throat feels rough. It's actually kind of funny. My throat doesn't hurt or anything. It's just like sneaking up on me with gunk. Just gunk. Still spectacular singing. Thank you, beautiful Bubbin. I'm glad that it was okay. Thank you. While it was beautiful, Tao, would it be wise to temporarily disable the sing redeem whilst you're sick? No, because you guys did redeem it for a whole week, and I don't want to take that away from you early. I think we have it until Sunday. I think we have it until Sunday. So it'll be through today, and then I think it ends on Sunday. I'm pretty sure that was when it was redeemed, right? My sister likes your singing. Aw, Jimmy, thank you. Please tell your sister I appreciate that she likes it. Tao is ill. Oh no! Yeah, I've been sick since like the middle of December, and then I got better-ish. I was like 85% by like Saturday what was it? Hold on. By like Saturday the 3rd. And then I got much worse. And then I got better, and now I'm slowly getting better. But I think because I didn't get much sleep last night, I'm degrading. But that doesn't make me any less excited to spend time with you, cutie pies. So I have reacquired my Milo after forgetting it in yet another room. Brain is not braining today. That's okay, Magnificent Monster. That's because I stole the brain cell. Recovering now, but my anxiety is also really high. So, no! Wait, why is the anxiety high, sweetheart? Is it like general anxiety or is it triggered by something? Let's see. Heaven by Culture Wars. Don't like work! Me neither. I don't like work either. How are you doing, bud? How are you doing? Welcome in. That is queued up for you, darling. 1 a.m. here, so I'm off to sleep, but wanted to say hi/bye. Hope you have a great stream, and good luck with the arties. Hopefully catch you next stream. I certainly hope so, lovely Huxie. Honey, I hope that you sleep wonderfully well and have the sweetest dreams. Thank you so much for dropping in. I really do appreciate it. Our next stream will be Sunday, Aussie time. We will be playing Persona 5. Yeah, first actual Persona game of the year. Session, I guess. Let's see. I was ready to get out the PayPal and pay the Pouch Pals of Prime. No need, sweetheart. Yes, exactly. That's exactly why. Nasty. Honestly, fair. Fair. With how much shit I give you and Storm and Strat and anyone who's not getting enough sleep, it is only fair that you also get to give me shit when I don't sleep. Was neat getting to have a little say in the decision making. Yay! Okay, cool. I'm glad that you enjoyed that. Tao, I have a little positive thing. Unexpected, but good thing happened while I was getting my drink. What's that, Magnificent Monstera? Please tell us. Let's see. Hi there, sweetest Sedu. Welcome in. One of the ear cups is now dangling off. I have done nothing for it to break the way it did. It's been on a headphone sort of holder whenever I'm not using them. That's very odd. Are they pretty high quality headphones, Ozzy? Can you just like pop it back on? Good. Enjoying the aircon at work. I bet you are. I am currently enjoying this, my little battery-powered fan to my left. I'm just like, I'm on errands, so I'm just gonna do this. Oh, thank you, Sadu. Enjoy your errands. Wow, and you keep telling me to sleep, huh? Hey, Neffy, don't gang up on me with Strat. But yes, you have to sleep because you're getting way less sleep than me. Both of you. I am allowed to get 4 hours or less of sleep like once a month. You guys are allowed to do that too, but instead you make a habit of it. You do it like multiple times a week. Unacceptable! Just saying. Just saying, jeez. Let's see. Friday stream will be a nap stream if you must rest. Aw, thank you, Red. You're very sweet. We gotta fix a thing. Tao immediately Michael Jackson's anti-gravity leads. Exactly right. Let's see. That would be great. I would love to hear you sing, hence the karaoke stream. Oh yeah, I need to put that poll up. Maybe I should do that. I mean, we can just do a rain check for the singing. Well, that's true. We could hypothetically do that, but I feel bad because I might forget. I might forget if we don't do it today, and then, you know, someone reminds me like on Sunday or on Monday or something, and I'm like, wait, we don't have that sing redeem up anymore. And then they're like, yeah, but I redeemed it on Friday. I don't have, my events history doesn't go back that far. Queued up man with a mission for you, Starette. Also, hi Tao, hi dears don't, how are you? Ooh, incredible Iridius, thank you so much for the care package, darling, I appreciate it. Delicious. Thank you. Oh, you have a procedure. I'm terrible with pain. Oh, Solar. Is it like an inpatient or outpatient procedure? Let's see. I cannot. They're a $200 Sony set. Wow, shit. Okay. Damn. I'm gonna have to wait for Monday or Tuesday to hopefully get a replacement if I can find the receipt. Yes. Yes, okay. I just have 2 more days to go through before I am back to my normal schedule. I'm afraid you're gonna get sick before then, Strat. Especially because you're hanging out with me. It's contagious. What happened to Aussie Sam's headphones happened to me frequently until I started to actually pay for quality. And a steel headband, very important. My current ones, mine are biodynamics as well. What kind do I have here? Hold on, I have the... Biodynamic DT990. This was a gift from the Pouch Pals as well, these headphones, and they have served me unbelievably well. I love these things. And not only the work is high end, the sound is leagues better too than my previous Razor. Yeah. No, I really like my buyers. I am totally. Sorry, my mom's messaging. It has to be that time that everyone is sick. Yeah, it's just annoying because I came from where it was supposed to be like winter, or it wasn't really winter anyway, but it's supposed to be winter in southwestern US. And I got sick there. And then I came here where it's summer, and then I'm sick here. Yucky! Strat, I will queue up Goose House for you. There we go. Ta-da! I might have to try Audio Technica, as I've heard really good things about them. Nice! Nath is an audiophile, so if you want me to, like, confer with him, he's got really, really nice headphones. I could go look at what they are, actually, but I think they were, like, $300 or something. They're very pricey. My doggo mentor, who has an Australian Shepherd program, visited me to tell me that they have a pupper in the litter ready to go home with me in February. They're boarding the pup until April so I can fully get back on my feet. She's a red merle. Like my baby. My little coat is a red merle. She's a red merle from photos. She's already so big and fluffy and only a week old. Oh, Monstera, I'm so excited for you, sweetie. That's so cute. Please send pictures. I need them. I need them so badly. I got the headache from not sleeping enough, Tiger. Oh. My precious pals need more sleep, please. Precious pals, get more sleep. Free by Isa Corva. Queued that up. Yes, please, extra input. No pun intended. That's a good pun, though. Good job, Ozzy. Would be ideal. Okay, I will go check on those. I will just remind me before we go on break, because otherwise I'll forget and be like, there's something I'm forgetting. Neffy, today has been the coldest it's gotten where I live, and that was only under 50 degrees. Really? 50 Fahrenheit. I actually am kind of surprised that it's that cold there, Neffy. Oh, in the past few months, yes. Yeah. Nowhere I went when I was in the US did it go under 60, 65. I got sick while on holiday in Japan recently as well. Oh, Shy, no! I'm sorry, hun. Missed out on a couple of days of stuff because an Oji-san coughed all over me while I was packed on a train. Oh, I do hate when people, like, don't get me wrong, okay? I absolutely understand that, like, when you're on a plane or a train, like, and you're sick, you do have to, like, commute, stuff like that. But I was coughed all over on a plane in the US, and this person didn't even bother, like, covering the mouth, putting, like, with hand, with elbow, with clothes, with handkerchief, nothing. They were just, and it was like the worst cough. It sounded like they were dying, you know? It's one of those, like, coughing your lungs out kind of coughs. And they were just all over the place, just rapid fire. And they were, like, right behind me. They're in the seat behind me, dude. I was like, I can't not breathe. So maybe that's what I caught. Whatever they've got. Thanks, guy. Porter Graffiti is queued up for you, Sweetest Strat. Let's see. Once her eyes open and she's waddling around, I will share photos in the cord. Please do! Oh, Monstera, I have so many jelly bean pics of Coda, which is, of course, when he was, like, a few days old, where he just looks like a jelly bean, and he's got, his eyes are totally closed. Oh, he's so cute. Nate thinks he looks like a rat, but I think he was adorable as a jelly bean that was about that big. Little tiny guy. And, of course, Coda was the runt of his whole litter, so even though he's a boy, he is substantially smaller than even his sister. Like, when they were born, I think he was, like, a couple 100 grams or something, and his sister was twice his size. They actually thought that he wasn't gonna make it because he was constantly being, like, pushed underneath the puppy pile for milk and stuff, but he did! He's still small, though. Everyone thinks he's a puppy. They're like, how old is he? And I'm like, oh, 5. And they're like, months? And I'm like, no, years. He's 5 years old. And they're like, really? He's so small and he looks like a puppy. I'm like, he is a puppy. It's gonna be 38 Celsius. Actually, I have a 37-degree warning on my Tassie temp. So yeah, you found the receipt. Nice, Aussie. Nice. Black Clover is queued up for you, sweetest strat. Usually here in Japan, everybody would wear a mask if they're sick to prevent exactly what happened to Shy Paper Bag-san. But I noticed that after COVID, people have become much more lax, especially older guys. Interesting, Yuki. That's very interesting. Hi there, gorgeous goblin. It's so good to see you, sweetheart. Welcome on in. I am having a good day. How are you? I'm here with you guys. How can I not have a good day? I always ask flight attendants to bring someone like that a face mask. When the person looks baffled, I turn to them and strongly whisper, yes, you need it. Put it on before it's too late. I would love to do that, dude. Did I tell you guys? I don't think I did. When I was in the States, this is the first time this has happened in my life. But when I was in the States and I was flying, different flight, by the way, from the guy who like coughed all over me. There were these like 3 girls boarding the plane, literally in front of me, as in there was not a single person separating me from this girl who was threatening to beat up another girl. And I was like, oh, is this how American travel is? Is this what this is now? Because I guess it was like these 3, 2 girls and a guy sat in a row, and then the girl in front of me was fighting with the girl in the aisle seat while the girl in front of me was walking down the aisle, and I'm trying to get to my seat too. And she's like, bitch, he hit me. And then the girl in the aisle was like, he did not hit you. He's my boyfriend. Fuck you. And I was like, oh my God. And then the girl who was in the aisle was like, you wanna take this? You wanna fucking throw down? I'll fucking throw down. And I'm like, I can't back up. So I'm like literally 1 foot away from her. I'm like, this is how people wind up getting those awful, stupid fucking videos, dude. Holy shit. America, thank you for the travel warning there. When my family got my now older dog Daisy, this is nearly 10 years ago. Holy shit, I'm old. My mom fell in love with her because she was laying down in the back of her litter. Oh, chill puppy. Sweetest Star Jeffrey, welcome in. How are you? It's so good to see you. The headset is the Sony WH-ULT 900. Let me go look at this. Hold on. I'm pretty sure, because Nath has a very, very severe obsession with Rode. He loves supporting Aussie stuff, right? So, where's this? Hold on. Oh, those are pretty. Those seem like I do not have permission to access that page for some reason. Is that it? Oh, where? Those look like pretty nice headphones. I think Nate's got Rode headphones if they produce those. Do they produce those or the? Yeah, they do produce those. Yeah, I'll need to go and check. Just remind me before our next break, sweetheart. Let's see. Turns out she was sick with pneumonia, but of course she's okay now. Oh, I'm glad she's okay now, Jet. It happens everywhere, regardless of how well behaved the community is. There are always a few people that just don't care. It's true. Also, let me see. Naruto. That is queued up for you, sweetest strat. I'm good. Can't help but feel a little bad for not tuning into your streams for so long. Oh, gorgeous goblin, you never have to worry about that. You're always welcome back with open arms, sweetheart. I'm just glad that you're here now. Thank you so much for coming on in yesterday and today. A clear dog cone is becoming tempting to wear around those who sneeze and cough like that just for a shield. I know, right? This is awesome. As said, usually you'd not have to do that here, and probably nobody would do it here since that would be seen as rude. But yeah, more people need to do that. They do. That is in fact what the US is in general. God, so like, as we talked about, I am in a strange and unique position as someone who's spent like 2.5 decades in the US, and now I live in Australia. I get severe culture shock both ways. So when I go back to the States, I'm like, whoa, is this how Americans live? And I'm like, wait a second. And then I come back to Australia and I'm like, oh, this is not how Americans live. This is how Australians? Oh, wait. Yeah. But is that really what the US has turned into? How many of you have had an experience where you hypothetically could have pulled out your phone and recorded like some kind of a super stupid confrontation or level of bullshittery and you're American? Because that was like the first time that I've had that happen on a plane, actually. But there was another one. See, it was twice. That one was like the most grievous one, I guess, because it was right in front of me and I was like, move along. But there was one that I saw from my seat in like the back of the plane, and it was like 5 or 6 rows up, and this guy was like going off at a flight attendant. I'm like, why would you do that, dude? She's just doing her job. Because she was like, I need to move your bag, sir. It's just gonna be across here. And he's like, you will not fucking move my bag, you bitch. And I'm like, whoa, Jesus. So yeah, that happened twice in the month that I was over there. Crazy, dude. Anyway, those are the only 2 times that I've seen that on planes. The whole time I lived in the US before that, but of course I haven't lived in the US since before COVID. So I think that COVID just fucked everybody up all over the world. That is my educated guess. Let's see. Well, that's enough for me today. No, Shaq, please continue. We know how much you love Emily. Let's see. Perhaps some saline nose spray would help your throat. I don't think so. My throat actually, that's the weird thing, right? My throat doesn't hurt. It's just that it's like, it is randomly giving me gunkus. Out of nowhere. That's why if you hear me like talking totally normally and then out of nowhere, and then I got a hairball. Let's see, I find it always equally shocking and funny to see those Karen videos, since that simply does not happen here, unless somebody really snaps for some reason, and then we get really crazy. It's kind of funny. I have a theory that for nations that don't really do that much like civilian on civilian violence, like Japan, like Australia, like when you guys do civilian on civilian violence, you go fucking crazy. Like some of the most insane, sadistic, psychotic, like serial killers and stuff, or like horrifying violent acts are in Australia and Japan, but it just never happens. So it's like the once in 10 bazillion, it's like, oh yeah, let's put that in the history books, you know? I don't know. Australia was so much of a culture shock for me. Yeah, well, Neffy, I remember you talking to Nathan and I, and telling us about some of the stuff back in the US, and we were like, what? Even I, as an ex-American, I'm like, what? Lovely Lily Rose, how are you? Way too frequently? So have you seen that too? Like that kind of behavior on planes or public transport? Thanks, Tao. Of course, gorgeous goblin. It's such a pleasure to have you back, honey. Serum! Am I saying your name right? I think so. Serum? Serum seems right. Not me. Maybe life has become too routine. Honestly, that's good. I think if I saw that as many times while living in the US as I saw during the 1 month I was there, I would be quite hesitant to like go anywhere via any public transport whatsoever. I mean, even school growing up has those fights that honestly would be video worthy. Oh yeah, well listen, the school stuff doesn't alarm me as much because I did go to school in the States, and I did go in a pretty rough area. So I may or may not have gotten into a lot of fights and been recorded in some of them and done some recording. But I don't know, for me it's like when you are trapped on a plane, that's a different story. Or like any public transport. It's like if you're going to school, then hate to say it, but like that is kind of like the raging hormones of teenagers being teenagers. But like adults on planes, in trains, in buses, I don't know. I feel like, why not respect the fact that you're gonna be with these people for as little as 15 minutes or as much as 3 hours. Like you can keep it in your proverbial pants for that long, can't you? I guess in hindsight, a few times in London, but I didn't think much of it back then. That's fair, Yuki. It also comes down to whatever you're used to, right? America's swinging to both sides too radically at the moment. It always creates tension within society. That's a good point, Band. That's a very good point. I'm also trans, so I have to deal with bigots. Oh, Lily Rose, that sucks. I am so sorry. I have a number of friends who are trans in the States right now, and obviously we try and stay out of politics here, but I hope that all of my precious queer LGBTQIA+, genderqueer, airways, trans, whatever spectrum you fall on, I really, really, really hope you know that you have a safe place here with us. We will protect you, and I hope, beyond hope, that you guys are staying as safe and secure as possible in the US, because I know things are a bit precarious for you right now. Did he get kicked off? He did not get kicked off. I think that's the other thing. It's kind of like with kids, like if you show them that they can get away with something, they'll be like, oh, so you told me the rule was I'm grounded if I do this thing, but I just did the thing and you just went, no, maybe I'll do it again. And I think adults are like that too. I usually help calm the situation when possible because it causes everyone a problem. I've seen plenty of situations where people try to make a public space a private battleground. That is so obnoxious. It's just like, why? No one else wants to get involved in your personal bullshit. I've never been witness to a fight, but as a teenager, I was with the family at a theater and ended up sitting alone in a side seat separated from the rest of the family due to ticketing arrangements. Drunk guy sat next to me and tried to probe me for info about my married mother and was subtly trying to convince me to wingman for him to pick her up. Oh my God, Red, did he know that was your mom? And, that's so scary, dude. I had a very strange, well, I've had a few strange interactions in theaters, but not like that, Jesus. Fuck. You'd think working at a bakery I'd see some Karens, but nope, I guess we're just that good. Oh yeah, if you guys are satisfying all your clientele, including the Karens, secret Karens, they only come out to play when you displease them. Is this undercooked? No, but Cyber, I'm guessing that you probably make amazing baked goods, and everyone is like, oh, yes, please, we're being nice to Cyber, maybe if we're lucky, they'll give us a free donut. I have this weird curse where I seem to attract weird people that when I sit alone in a public place. Poor Red. Oh, poor thing. Come here. We will hold hands and I will pet your hand gently as we go into public spaces, and I promise no one will bother you. Flight attendants should be able to vote off unruly passengers in a separate little cabin that's boring and soundproof for an adult timeout. I love that. I think there actually needs to be more places like that. I found a pair of Turtle Beach headphones, but my PC, especially Discord, hates Bluetooth headsets. That is tough. Oh, I'm sorry, Ozzy. It was crazy to tell you some stuff and tell y'all that was normal, and then you guys saying, absolutely not. No, it shouldn't, and a lot of it just shouldn't be normal. The fact that, oh, fuck, dude. One day, dude was crashing out, wiping rocks at a glass-covered bus stop. Oh, I can hear it. Is that, oh, you mean like he's putting rocks in the glass and the, I hate that sound. I fucking hate that sound. Oh man. I recently learned of a really scary serial killer guy who was nicknamed the Osaka Ripper. You can guess by the nickname what he did. He seems to have been an inspiration for some of Ito Junji-san's work. Whoa. That's scary. Yeah, that's crazy. I also remember reading about, I'm a true crime fanatic when I'm not being a cozy streamer, so. There was like a cannibal, like a cannibal who, in Japan, who I think he killed a French guy or something. Oh, that was quite horrifying as well. Strat, pretty little baby. All right, I'll cue that up. Let's see. Adults in America are sometimes less disciplined / don't care as much about behavior in public as teenagers with their hormones, which is crazy in my opinion. It wasn't always like this. Not very long ago, just before your time, right before the towers fell, circa 99, adults behaved themselves, punished teens. Teens were the issue. I promise. that was once upon a time a thing. It's just not anymore. I'm gonna say for state at least. That is very good, lovely Lily Rose. I'm happy to hear that. Yeah, hello Lily-san. Welcome to the most tolerant space on Twitch. Woohoo! The drunk guy thought I was her boyfriend. My mother has always looked young for her age. Oh man, this would have brought up a lot of complicated feelings for you all at once, Red. Holy shit. And at first, I thought she was my significant other, but immediately upon me telling him that was my mother was when Mr. Pickup Artist started trying to chat me up about her. And then you were like, actually, bro, she's married. That's her husband / my dad, like right there or something like that. He was throwing them and was shattering all the glass. Oh, fuck. Okay, no, that's way worse than just annoying sounds. Shattering the glass. Jesus Christ. People only get free stuff if we have leftovers on the weekend. I have tried telling my boss to send any leftovers to shelters. Sadly, only one of our drivers agrees with me. What? Do you work at one of those super fancy places that they're like, no, it's not worth it to give these to the people who can't afford to eat? I've once triggered a Karen before. At Kohl's, only bought a few things. Waiting in line, Karen lines up behind me, and no joke, she starts growling at me, thinking I'm gonna be slow. So when the workers started to scan my items, I asked quietly, mind going slower just to piss off Karen behind me? I got an evil grin in response and said, sure. Oh my God, that's very funny, Ozzy. That's like a much safer version of a brake check. Jesus. Ryo, hello, sweetheart, welcome in. I used to work at a theater. It was usually chill, but I did see two grown men fighting over a 50-cent butter. The things you would see. I feel so bad for anyone in customer service. I've always felt bad for people in customer service, but especially since COVID, I feel like people who have been in hospitality and people who have not have an even wider dichotomy than they used to, in my observations. Boa-san? Yeah, yes, it was. I went to a motorbike dealership where a lady was so annoyed with the service that she tried to burn down the motorbikes outside. What? They filed a complaint against her, and well, that seemed to have calmed her down. When she was dragged away to prison? Yeah, I would hope so. I get super passive-aggressive in those situations. Oh, man. Nope, no fanciness here. Boss is just, there's no polite way to say it, so I won't. Thankfully, I don't interact with him a lot. Oh, Cyber, I'm sorry. I don't work in hospitality or in a bakery or anything, but my boss is kind of similar. We've had instances where, you know what's, okay, I'm so sorry. I think I've talked about this briefly before, but several months back, we were trying to hire, because we wanted to expand our operations internationally, mainly targeting China. That is critical, okay? And he brought in people who would be working for that branch of our company. And he was like, he brought in a bunch of Aussies, like 7 or 8 Aussies, interviewed them, and then he brought in this Chinese guy, fluent in English, very understandable, like high-level, non-native English speaker. And he speaks Chinese, because he is native Chinese. Hello, Nix Mix Matos Slice Damn Slice, how are you? And I was like, I think that guy was a really good fit, actually, because you want to expand over to China, right? And he's like, yeah, but he's not Australian. And I'm like, did anyone else speak Chinese? And he was like, no. And I'm like, so you want to expand to China, but you don't want to hire the guy who speaks Chinese and English. You want to expand to China with the people who speak no Chinese and only English. Is that right? He's like, yeah, this is an Australian-owned company. And I'm like, okay. Well, it's a good thing I'm not running the place because I would fire you. As my boss, I would fire you. So fucking dumb. Anyway. Reminds me of my second week working for Best Buy and listened to a guy quote that we fucked him with his broken TV. Whoa, what? What? Reminder, ask Nath about the headphones. Oh, thank you, sweetheart. Nath isn't here, but I'll go look at his headphones. Few stories from there. I would be curious to hear them, Solar. It was a weird experience for sure. Eventually he got it that the dude sitting next to her was her husband and thankfully gave up. But he proceeded to pound back a few cocktails during the movie. Oh, was this one of those movie theaters where you where you order alcohol to be brought to your seat? Or did he like just have a mixed drink in his thermos or something? No idea what happened to him after we left, as he didn't talk to me for the rest of the show, thankfully. That is good. Also, I'd be like, hey, excuse me. Can we watch the movie? Yeah? I feel so lucky to not have any Karen horror stories. I'm so glad that you don't either, gorgeous goblin. Customer service is a very tough job. Very tough. We need to take a break? Yes, I will catch up with everyone and then we'll go on a break. That's insane. It's fucking insane. I think the most public display I have seen here was in the gym a few months back, where a guy was working out bench lifting, as in lying on the bench and lifting. And I guess his ex-girlfriend came in and threw a box with his clothes on top of the weights, just said, "Wakateru, wakateru." You know why? And left. Oh my. Oh my. That is a trip, dude. Holy shit. That would have been I would have stopped what I was doing with the weights and just been like, holy. The raffle is ready to go, Strat. Give me a bit to type them out. A few stories like that, but I'll do that one first. Yeah, please do, sweetest Solar. Yeah, the theater had a bar in the lobby you could order from. Okay, gotcha. I'm surprised they didn't like cut him off when they were like, "Sir, you're slurring your speech." I'm wait a minute. Give me more alcohol. I want you. Movie cinemas are allowed that allow food are nice. I always order colorful breakfast cereal and tea at those. The staff get really confused with my choices. That's so cute, Monstera. I have really positive associations with like watching something, like watching a movie and eating something at the same time. So I'm so glad that they've started. Those have like expanded throughout much of the US. We have Gold Class. It's called Gold Class in Australia. A lot of like Hoyt cinemas and stuff like that. They do Gold Class, but it's so expensive. Like it's like $50 tickets for one person, plus the cost of whatever you're purchasing for food or drink or whatever. So you can walk out of there with a $200 bill easy on a date night, which is crazy because it's not like gourmet fancy food that they're serving to in the theater. Australian theater prices are out of control. I went when I was in the States because my dad is a huge movie buff, right? So he'd be like, "Tao, can we go see a movie? It's 50% off Wednesdays," or whatever date it was. And I'd be like, "Oh, yeah, sure." And we would go, and he's like, and they would say, "Okay, so for you and your daughter, that'll be $13. And I'm like, "Huh? $13? Is that enough for them to live on?" No, the answer is no, it's not. Hi there, amazing Alec. Welcome in, sweetheart. How are you? We all just found stations where we did not have to look at the guy. You know, don't stare. That is impolite. But I could hear him sniff once or twice. Oh, well, I mean, my assumption, which I assume was probably your guys' assumption as well, is that he cheated on her. But could also not be. I always feel bad when people cry, though. Especially, oh my God, when people eat and cry, it makes me so sad. There are these link click. Oh, it's been too long since I've brought that up. In link click, there are a couple of scenes where various characters are like sobbing their eyes out and eating. And it makes me so emotional because normally watching someone cry doesn't make me emotional. Watching someone eat obviously doesn't make me emotional. It doesn't make me hungry. But there's something about like doing something that's supposed to be self-sustaining and pleasurable, like eating, and just crying while you do it. And if anyone has ever tried to eat while you are crying, you know what, that you get like this ball in your throat where you're like, you know, it's so sad. I can feel it when I watch cartoon characters or live action, whatever. I can feel it when they're crying and eating, and I'm like, oh, it's so sad. Gonna put dishes and store chili in the fridge. All good, lovely Red. We'll see you soon. Thank you for the lurk. Quite good. Check Monster Hunter channel and Discord. Let me have a look real quick. That's such a cute. Oh my God. I love the baby secret with its little butthole. That's so funny. That's amazing. Those are that is a beautiful keychain, Nix. I love that. Let's see. 1 gold class ticket is more expensive than 2 regular tickets. It is! It really is, Goblin, 100%. Tricks and matcha were lovely accompaniments to horror movies. I love that. That's so fun. That's definitely not what your dad sounds like. Well, now I wish I could do high tea in a theater. That'd be sick. I would go for high tea in a theater. I am an actual animal though, hence the, you know, the ears, right? And also the claws. So if someone gives me high tea, I'm just like, oh, sandwiches. Shush, no spoilers, no spoilers. Wait, for what? Oh, no, don't worry. I'm allowed to say that, you can say that a character cries and eats. People in the US don't need to earn livable wages? That's crazy. Why would they pay their employees well when the income could go to the company instead? Capitalism. I guess so too, cheating. I mean, the girl seemed really sure, and I think that would probably be my reaction too. Yeah, absolutely, Yuki. I don't know, I actually thought that you were gonna say something like, while he was bench pressing, she was gonna come up and like dump another weight on there, and I would probably do that. I'm just kidding, I'm just kidding. No, I'd probably dump his clothes on him. I actually got 2 for $6. I was so happy when I found them. That's so cute! That is so cute. All right, you guys, I'm all caught up, and we are due for a break, so please make sure that you hydrate, grab yourself something to eat or drink, have a little stretch, maybe go to the bathroom, and darlings, this is also your meds reminder in case you need to take any medications or vitamins. You guys, we are gonna go on this 30-second, like 3-minute, where'd I get 30 seconds? 3-minute break. Hi, Radical Ragna, welcome in. 3-minute break, and when we get back, we will be doing our chibi art raffle twice, okay? So we're gonna do, I'm gonna run back through this. We're gonna do that when we get back. And then once we find out who gets what, while they think about what they would like, we are going to do something special. We are going to go over to a presentation that Strat has handmade for us. Thank you so much, Sita Strat. Containing the games that I played on this channel this year and what my personal game of the year and highest scoring categories are for what we played this year. And I would love to know what your guys's were, whether it was on this channel or in your personal downtime you've played. And then once we finish all of that, we will get into our art as usual, okay? All right, let's head off. I will see you in 3 minutes. Love you so very much, miss you so very terribly, and see you so very soon. Mwah!
I shrink to become sweeter. My name is the cut that makes things grow. A raisin. That makes no sense. That makes no sense. Anybody got a guess for Esme's riddle? I shrink to become sweeter, and my name is the cut that makes things grow. May I ask if you find an Eevee you named Space? I understand if no, but it wouldn't hurt to ask. Space, I would be happy to, when we start gathering up all of the Eeveelutions, I would be happy to name one of them Space. Just the way you say See, if you guys do vote for I have to say it that way. I literally cannot say any other way. My God, Littlefoot. Tau joins the Vtuber army. 4 Vtubers mysteriously stop streaming. Do you know what time you'll be starting, sweetest to save? Save and community. I am a newbie. I am a little baby sprout in the realms of Final Fantasy XIV. Neveos. Yeah, I am a monk, level 59, baby. I have it from a good source, which is all of you guys. That
I would go for your butt, probably.
I would go for your butt, definitely, Storm. That we are almost done with, Can I have one of your horses, please? Please? They're so cool. You. Ooh, I love a little challenge. Okay, next. Tau, cow, you please, you say woo woo woo, woo woo, the woo woo best woo, Tasmanian woo, tiger woo woo. I certainly can woo. This is highway robbery. will we or will we not be having Secret Santa this year? Oh, Patricia, so Strat tried to set that up a little bit ago, like a few weeks ago, and we got very little interest, so since I'm not able to keep up with it. Lizard! Yes! Yes! I am powerful! Thank you, Esme. Thank you for the lizard, Esme. I appreciate it. Oh, and thank you for the already got you. I would like to do my Badoo show before it's time to do the other kind of show at night, which is to say Pokemon battles.
Like, hello. Would you like to take a short amount of time out of your day to hear about our lady, savior, and best streamer of all time, TauTassieTiger? Yes! Oh my god, you can just have me on a recording. Just be like, hello, it's me. Nath was right! Maybe we need to have a Nath was right.
Now, are you an etcetera-maniac or a so on and so forthian? Oh, I think I'm an etcetera-maniac.
Fuck, I can't do it.
I say etcetera.
I was gonna correct myself and be like, old Tau couldn't do it, but now current Tau can. Etc.
Say so on and so forth. I shrink to become sweeter. My name is the cut that makes things grow. A raisin. That makes no sense. That makes no sense. Anybody got a guess for Esme's riddle? I shrink to become sweeter, and my name is the cut that makes things grow. May I ask if you find an Eevee, you name it Space? I understand if no, but it wouldn't hurt to ask. Space, I would be happy to, when we start gathering up all of the evolutions, I would be happy to name one of them Space.
Hello, cutie pies, and welcome back. Hi. For some reason, I can't hear anything. Why can't I hear anything? What's happened here? Oh, I understand. I muted my headphones. I didn't actually know that I could do that with this interface. Hi. Okay. Let's turn on some music real quick. There we go. Okay. Let's see. Awesome Aussie. Hi, sweetheart. Welcome back. By the way, Aussie, this is, I went and checked. Oh. Okay, I didn't copy it. It's, Nath actually is using Sennheiser. I think it's, HD660S. If you want to go look at those. Like I said, he's an audiophile, so he, like, dissects music and audio like a fucking champ. I don't know if you need something quite that, extra. But there you go. Let me say hello to everyone real quick, and then we will jump on over to our delightful wheel of names here. Awesome Aussie, you beautiful being. Some ubbies for you, ubbies. Good Aussie. 1 second. Okay. Hold on. Why? Testing, 1, 2, 3. 1, 2. Okay. So for some reason, my gain got reset when I accidentally. I wonder what happens if I push the gain button. I have to investigate my interface a little bit more. Next, what else? Slice, jam slice. Ubbies. Good Nix. Yoki, welcome back. Sweet Strat, welcome back. Magnificent Monstera, welcome back, darling. Beautiful Boblin, welcome back. Lovely Lily Rose, welcome back. Beautiful Blacksmith, welcome back. And ZA got DLC. Ooh, or rather, you got the ZA DLC. Awesome. I hope you're enjoying it, sweetheart. Hello, wonderful Wicked. Welcome in. How are you? It is such a pleasure to see you again, sweetie pie. How are things? Cutie cat, welcome in and welcome back. Ubbies. Good cat. Let's see. I'm gonna search that up now. Yeah, absolutely. Gorgeous Goblin, welcome back, sweetheart. We got To Be Hero X. By the way, sorry, we're starting with a song I wanted. I put this song on the thing. Okay, Inertia is queued up for you. Strat, thank you very much. Doing okay, thank you. Hope you're all well here as well. We're doing great, Sweetie Pie. Thank you so very much for asking. How are you doing? I hope that you have been busy with things you like. That's my biggest wish for you guys. I want you all to be busy with stuff you like that is not exhausting you. That is my wish for you, my hope for you. Sennheiser were in my view too, but I wanted closed earmuffs, so I don't need extra noise canceling tech. Yes, Yuki, I'm the same way. I need to be able to hear things. So Nath, though, he loves to have things like completely canceled out. Let's see. Why is there a blank spot? I don't know. There just always seems to be. But if you open this, it's not. There's no blank spots. I may have to use Afterpay for something like that. That's fair, Ozzy. And again, I don't know if you need something quite that, you know, highfalutin. That is a big audiophile thing more than a like, it's probably more than what you need is what I'm trying to get at. All right, you guys. So let's start out with this. And I'm glad you guys are happy with the music volume. We are doing two spins. Let's begin. This is for a chibi piece of art from me. One character, no background. And it belongs to Monstera! Congrats, Monstera! You won a chibi! Yay! Please feel free to message me whenever you decide that you know what you would like. Over on Discord, if that's okay. That'd be wonderful. Alice by Peggy. Okay, Nix. It's always funny to me when it's like a song that's the name of someone by the name of someone. That is queued up for you, Nix. Yay, Monstera! Congrats, sweetie pie. Oh, whoa, look at how much that that reduced it by a bit. Use your power wisely. Exactly. All right, and for our second one, that goes to oh, X1! Awesome! Do you mind messaging X Sweetest Strat and letting him know that he has won a chibi from me? Fuck, that was close. It was close. It was so close. Thank you so much. Thank you, Strat. I appreciate it. Sorry, I'm just inhaling water. The only man that's not here. But thank you so much, you guys. I really do appreciate it. I really genuinely enjoy doing these chibis for you guys. And doing just art in general for you guys. It makes me so happy to be able to like give back after you guys have provided such extraordinary support. All right, sweethearts. Wow, XN, that will be a great birthday present. Oh, that's true. It's almost his birthday. Yeah. Would a character I do not own be okay? Of course, Magnificent Monstera. Whatever you like. We can do a picture. We could do a chibi of you. We could do a chibi of a pet. We could do a chibi of a character in a show or an anime or a movie that you like or a manga. We could do one of your friends' OCs. We could do fan art for someone. We could do one of your OCs. It totally doesn't matter. It's totally up to you, sweetheart. Alrighty. Amazing, you guys. Thank you so much. Now, welcome to the jungle. All right. So, one second. I'm just gonna hide that and that. There we go. Now I can see both. Okay, thank you. I will gather a visual to DM. That'd be perfect. Thank you so much, Magnificent Monster. I'm so excited to work with you again. I know I didn't win, but if I ever did, would it be okay if I gifted my win to someone? Of course. You guys can do whatever you want with not with the final drawn prize necessarily, because I don't want people to do like merch or AI or anything like that. But you can, if the wheel lands on you, you can choose to keep it, to gift it to someone, to hold on to it for 6, 12, 18 months. You can, yeah, it's up to you. Anything, as long as it's safe for work, is a go for the TBR. Yes, exactly. All right, you guys, let's start our 2025 Game Awards a week late. Again, you guys, let's give a very warm and gracious thank you to Sweetest Strat for setting this all up for us. We've really appreciate it, Strat. Thank you so much. We've played quite a few games this year, but not as many as some of our previous years, because we've had a lot of like very heavy story-based games in 2025, like Ghost of Tsushima. I think did we start Ghost of Tsushima at the beginning of 2025, I think, and then we started Persona after that for our like major story-based game, I think, right? Centimeter, the Peggies. All right, Strat. Cue that up for you. There we go. Yes, you did. Okay, yeah. Thank you, Nix. Gotta keep me honest, you guys. I don't remember things. Okay. Ready? Let's go. Carry us through, Emily. It's the Game Awards 2025, baby. Well, that's my Game Awards. These do not correlate with the Game Awards that are publicly presented. Just keep that in mind. We'll have a poll where you can guess the winner before I announce the winner of an award category. So I'm curious how many you will guess right. E3 got nothing on this. That's right. Also, I didn't play as many games as E3, but that's okay. This is clearly the best Game Awards. This is true. Oh, before we start, I do want to mention, this is just my personal opinion. This has zero objective bearing on anything. So there will assuredly be things you disagree with. But let's be civil about it, because I also want to know what your guys' personal awards were for the various categories. And because we are all precious pals here and all friends, we are not going to be doing anything like, oh, that's kind of stupid that you think that, Ozzy. Oh, I don't know about that. I don't think you've played enough games, Nix. You know, we're not doing any of that. None of that. If you disagree with someone, you say, oh, I could see that. Or, oh, I don't necessarily agree, but this was my favorite because of this. Okay? But yeah, let's not be dicks about anything, okay? If I adjust the slide strat, the controls show. Let's see.
Raw, darling.
Raw, darling, indeed. Orca. Hello, amazing Orca. Welcome in. How are you? Personally, I'd rather see what people thought was good so I can add it to a list of what to grab. I love that. That's a very good idea, Aridis. I will say we have kind of a limited range in, for what I played this year, because I haven't played like a ton of games, but we have done some demos. So, let's see. I will make a poll with 1, 2, and 3. Thank you, Strat. That is kind of true. Did not play too many games released in 25. Oh yes, no, this is not, very few of the games in this are going to be released in 2025. It's just when we played them was in 2025. You can hide the controls. There's an option for that in the bottom right corner. Oops, hold on. Oh, there we go. Okay, hold on. I see. Yay! Okay, I did it. I did it. All right, perfect. There you go. Good job. Thank you, Stat. Good job to you for setting this all up. So, you guys, our categories are, and you can start thinking about your answers to these shortly as well. Best platformer, best puzzle game, best turn-based combat, best action combat, best music, best world building, best MMO, best character customization, most replayable game, most frustrating game, saddest game, best retro game, best story, funniest game, best community game, game I am never playing again, best demo, best RPG, easiest to play, most scuffed, scariest game, least scuffed game, best exploration, and finally, my personal game of the year. Okay? Hi, Precious Patricia. Welcome in. All right, let's go. Okay, so the best platformer, and this is for the best platformer. Our nominees are Hirogami, Sonic, and Hollow Knight. We could only put 3, so we did play some other platformers, but and I would be curious, number one, what you think. Strat will put this poll up, but in chat, please let me know. Did you guys play any platformers you particularly enjoyed this year? This is awesome, isn't it cool? Strat did a great job. All right, you guys, the poll is open. Let me know which one you think. So Hirogami is 1, Sonic is 2, Hollow Knight is 3. Silksong, definitely. Silksong was your favorite platformer of the year, was it, Neffy? I heard that Silk Song was like unbelievably challenging. Hi, Joyce Jasmine. Welcome in. How are you? Silk Song personally, real original, fair. It obviously can't be Silk Song for me because I didn't play Silk Song, but I did play Hollow Knight. So we played all of these, but I don't play platformers. That's fair. That's totally fair. I wonder how much chat's choice will be similar to Task Choice. I am curious about that too. Okay, so we don't think no one thinks that Hirogami would have gotten it. A few people think Sonic did, but a lot of people think Hollow Knight is gonna get it. Let's see. I don't tend to play platformers, but I would love to try out some of the co-op ones. They would be fun. Co-op platformers can be a bucket of giggles. Well, my answer is Hollow Knight. So you guys are right. I really enjoyed Hollow Knight, despite the fact that I was freaking out like 99.9% of the time. Platformer, Expedition 33, those damn side stuff. True. That's actually so true, Cyber. Man, Hirogami was a while ago, wasn't it? It was, I think, about 5 or 6 months ago. Excellent. Okay, now, the least scuffed game. What do you think out of these three was our most polished game? We have Expedition 33, Persona 5 Royal, and Ghost of Tsushima. Again, this is a subjective opinion from me. So, once Strat puts the poll up, you can start telling me what your guys's was. So what is the least scuffed game, guys? What's most polished out of these three, do you think? Expedition 33, you reckon, Jasmine? Was that your personal opinion as well, or is that just for out of these three? Scuffed as in stream scuff or game scuff? Oh, game scuff. Yeah, game scuff. I feel like P5 had the least scuff here. You reckon? Your opinion? Okay, fair enough, Jasmine. Mine was Expedition 33. You thought there wasn't very much scuff in Expedition 33? Pretty fluid and glitch free. All right, we have the majority who reckon that Expedition 33 is our least scuffed. We have some people who think that Persona 5 was the least scuffed. And then we have 2 people who think that Ghost of Tsushima was the least scuffed, looks like. Let's see what I thought was least scuffed. Expedition 33 is very, very polished. I truly did think it was pretty much devoid of all scuff, to be honest. Let me also, hold on one second. I'm gonna try and move our little, oh, I know this song, yeah. Hold on. One second, guys. I'm just going to, actually, here, we'll go to the next page. Okay, easiest to play game. So my impulse with this was as in, like, the easiest to pick up, the easiest to put down, the easiest to grasp the controls of, and the easiest to succeed in. Which of these do you reckon is the easiest to play? Also, what was your easiest to play? Did you have anything that you were particularly like, oh yeah, that is a super simple game to pick up and put down? Give me just a second. I'm just going to... Where is... There it is. I think we're going to move this over a little bit. Hopefully that's okay. Oh, it's still in the way. Hold on. Okay, that's as far over as I can pull it, so we might just have to deal with it being over that. Okay. Okay, interesting. So you guys reckon that the easiest to play was Until Then, which, by the way, I would very much love to get back into at some point if you guys wanted me to do like a visual novel. Let me catch up with you guys real quick. Okay, so second week of working for Best Buy and the Geek Squad, a person rolls in with a TV and they bought about a week or so ago. They brought it in saying that they dropped it when taking it out of the box and trying to mount it on a wall. Cracked the screen completely. They bought no warranty on it, waited a week to bring it in, and told us that they caused the damage. Hands were tied. Told the guy we could not return his TV or exchange it. True. Very true. Not that a warranty would have covered his TV, because they only covered defects for extended time and power surges. So when we wouldn't bend over and replace his TV, he said we fucked him with his TV and left the store shouting further obscenities. That's insane, dude. Oh my God, Solar, I'm so sorry. That was the first 2 weeks of your job at Best Buy? What? Oh my God. Let's see. Tao's going back to back with awesome stream ideas. Patricia, I can't take credit for this. This was a strat idea, totally a strat idea. And also this beautiful artwork here is all Strat's idea as well. Thank you so much, Strat. I thought Peak was Peak in that regard. Oh, see, I haven't played Peak yet, Yuki. I would love to try that sometime. I only know of Bonk, so I guess I have to vote that. That is totally fair. You can bring it down since we don't have anything down. Oh, at the bottom? Oh, yeah, okay, I guess we could. Hold on. I have to go find it again. 1 moment, please. Okay, maybe we'll put it, like, down there. Okay. Okay. I guess Legend of Zelda Tears of the Kingdom, also a good choice. I feel like Megabonk was the most scuffed. Put it on throne. To understand basics for me probably would be Ratopia, but it's far from easy, so I keep running the Rat City to the ground. But ending Extinction Forever was overall the easiest for me. Interesting. I haven't tried either of those. Wicked, I must say, Tao's production, creativity, and energy are just so good. Oh, Wicked, I can't take credit for like the majority of that. Like 95% of that is my amazing mod strat. He does so much amazing background work. The energy, I can do the energy. I'll bring the energy. Strat brings the creativity. But I really appreciate the compliment, Wicked. You are such a darling. I really appreciate you. Not the worst, but the one that stands out as the most is it was so early in my job life there. Yeah, I bet. I would certainly be down with Peak if you want to try sometime. Oh, that'd be so much fun. I would like to do that. Potential community game, not game being Peak. I know it's a paid game, but maybe in the future. If we did that, it would probably be a Discord one because I wouldn't want to have anybody on stream that could, you know, tank the. I mean, we already know this, but I'm happy to like be straightforward with you guys. I have control issues. I must have control over the stream or I'm gonna flip. So it's why we don't do a lot of like collabs and stuff, because I'm just like, I can't trust anyone. Let's see. Besides, I'm so bad at shutting the fuck up. I fill all of the dead air, and then I feel so bad when someone else is trying to talk, and I'm just like, I don't get people getting pissed at retail workers like in the past. If I haven't been able to exchange a game or controller, just go, well, I suppose it's all I can do. Thanks anyway. Exactly. Other one that stands out was when someone tried to blame me and another guy for breaking his all-in-one computer. What? How could they blame me for that? So stupid. Easiest to pick up was Neon White. I spent the next 2 days playing it nonstop. Neon White, I haven't heard of that. Is that a horror game? We do have a YouTube channel. That's true. You guys, please do check out the YouTube channel if you want to see more of Strat's awesome creativity and amazing editing skills. He's done god tier work. Is Streamlabs not working? It should be. It looks like it is. Tao's control issues? Had no idea. I'm so happy to hear that. It's not clear I have control issues. Good. Nito Nyland, welcome in. How are you, sweetie? It's great to see you. And hi, Sweetest Storm. Welcome into you as well. You might like ending, or endling, Extinction is Forever. I feel like it goes well with your whole Thylacine vibe. All I'll say without spoiling much for the game is you're a mother fox trying to care for your kids in a post-apocalyptic-like world. Oh, that sounds very sad. The bot commands are not working? Really? But Streamlabs just popped up when you did SS, no? You guys do see that, right? I think it's working. I'm gonna get back to lurking and working now. Oh, absolutely, Orca! Thank you so much for the lurking work. I appreciate you. Also, Storm! Storm is on the same exact streak as Boblin. Thank you so much for the 375 stream streak, Dawn. I really appreciate it. That is amazing. Thank you so much for the absolutely insane dedication. Lovely. More than a year. Thank you so much. Neon White may seem like a horror game just from the main menu, but the gameplay is 3D FPS platformer speedrunner simulator, like Ultra Kill, but set in heaven instead of hell. Interesting. Nilo, I'm doing very well. Thank you for asking, especially because you guys are all here. Go have some food. Okay. Let's see. I found the easiest to play, actually Paper Sky. I found it to be really, really simple. Like, literally button and steer, and that's it. There's like no other mechanics to it. And I found it really easy to pick up and really easy to put down. So that's why I said Paper Sky as far as like the easiest to play. It doesn't necessarily mean it's the easiest game difficulty-wise, but it's so easy to just be like, because with Until Then, right, we have an amazing story. And I feel like if you were to pick it back up 2 months later, you would be like, fuck, where was I? You know what I mean? That kind of thing. Over a year stream streak is actually insane. Such commitment. I know. I'm so grateful. You guys are fucking incredible. Thank you so much, just from M. Bublin. I wish I could have food. I just gotta wait a half an hour. Oh, for lunch. Oh, okay, fair enough. Hang in there, sweetheart. Aw, Yuki, that's so sweet. Storm, did you see what Yuki just said? She wanted to say what an awesome job you did for D&D. All right, next. Award for the best exploration in a game. Let me know when Amelie comes up. Don't worry, we got plenty. Plenty, Amelie. You can put more if you want. Nilo! Nilo, sweetie pie. I really do appreciate the 10 stream streak. Thank you so much. Thank you for your dedication and support, lovely. Thank you. Personally, Monster Hunter Wilds takes #1 spot for you. That is totally fair, but I understand that. What do you guys think was the best exploration game? And again, you guys are welcome to tell me. It doesn't have to be one of these. I would love to know for you personally, out of the games you played this year, what's your favorite? What was your favorite exploration in a game? Majority thinks that it was Monster Hunter Wilds. We have 2 people who reckon it's Ghost of Tsushima, and we have 1 person who reckons it is Where Winds Meet. Would BG3 count? We only have enough room for 3, and I don't think did we finish BG3? I think we finished BG3 before 2025 based on our Twitch stats. Pretty sure we finished it, and then we started into Ghost of Tsushima pretty early in. Yeah, we did finish it. Yeah. Oh, it's a tie! Okay, so a lot of you reckon that it's either Monster Hunter Wilds or Ghost of Tsushima. I reckon it was Ghost of Tsushima. I found the exploration, like, don't get me wrong, I absolutely loved the world of Monster Hunter Wilds, but I found that there wasn't, once you discovered pretty much everything, it didn't really feel like there was as much exploring to be done, you know what I mean? Like, the exploring you could do was incredible, but with Ghost of Tsushima, I felt like every single frame was just this masterpiece, you know? I felt like when you were wandering through the fields and when you were finding all of the different like strongholds and all the little side quests and all the little like crawl spaces and stuff in like the homes and things like that. I thought that was so cool. They had like little tidbits, like notes people had written, which I loved. Valiant Vash, darling, thank you so very much for gifting that sub to the beautiful Bublin. I really do appreciate it, honey. Thank you so much for your generosity and support, honey bun. Thank you, Vash. Thank you. Let's see. I mean, would BG3 count as exploration for my personal opinion? Oh, yeah, Patricia, because you've been playing it this year, right? I mean, let's see. That's what I voted. Nice, Ozzy. Nice. Actually, I reckon Ghost of Yote was my favorite exploration game this year. I can't wait for that to come to PC. That'll be a blast. Wolf Quest Anniversary Edition. Oh, nice. Wolf Quest Anniversary Edition. Oh, I loved Wolf Quest as a kid. Actually, I am still exploring things in Skyrim, finding new things, so that would be my pick. Yes, that's a really good one, Yuki. I could definitely see that. I didn't play any exploration games last year. Fair enough, lovely Lily Rose. Fair enough. Let's see. For exploration, Icarus is still my top on that. What is Icarus again, Storm? I think you've mentioned that before. For me, it was Monster Hunter Wilds. Had a lot of fun exploring, looking at all the small details. Yeah, that is totally understandable. I loved, in Wilds, I really, really loved watching, like, just viewing the monsters and their interactions with each other. The turf wars are so cool every single time. I've queued that up for you, Strap. Excuse me. Okay, next. Okay, Best turn-based combat. What do you think it was for this year, you guys? We've got Expedition 33, Persona 5R, and Pokemon ZA just barely slipped in there because we played it in like December. This song is a banger. Vash! Thank you so much for the 150 stream streak. Absolutely incredible. 150. Thank you so much, darling. Vash, I gotta say, I know that you were initially here because of Wilds and stuff, but it makes me so happy that you've decided to stick around and that you enjoy the content and the community and the energy enough to stick around for 150 streams. Thank you so much, honey. You have been such a boon to this community, and we really do appreciate having you here. Thank you so much. All right, best turn-based combat. Most of you reckon Expedition 33, followed by Persona 5R, and then Pokemon ZA. Icarus is a sci-fi mutated planet drop into biomes to complete quests in a first-person shooter survival game where you build your tech from Stone Age to fairly current modern. Right. Is that one of the procedurally generated games? I played most of the zombie games, Pal World and Conan Exiles. Oh, I loved Conan Exiles! And I did like Pal World for, what, 2 months, I think we played? Gotta rep one of my favorite games, P5R all the way. Turn-based must be Baldur's Gate 3. Oh, fair enough, Yuki, fair enough. I wish my internet would get its act together and stop lagging. It's a tie between Expedition 33 and P5R. I do like P5R, but you know what I really loved? The feeling of absolute badassery when I would successfully parry in Expedition 33. I loved that. It was so cool. You guys may recall when we were playing Expedition 33, how I would like semi-regularly be like, yes! You remember that? You remember that, right? I think Pokemon Scarlet is the only thing turn-based I've played so far that's mine by default. Okay, interesting. BG3, I'm still playing it, trying to complete the harder difficulty. What's considered turn-based combat? Turn, and then, I mean, if I'm being honest, ZA doesn't necessarily fit into turn-based because you could just like sit there and it'll keep on going without you, but I don't know if we had any other turn-based games that we played besides those two, really. Sweetest Shadow, welcome in, how are you? The maps for each planet are fairly static, but you can tame wolves and kitties as pets, train the orc horse, that's cool! Emus and buffaloes as mounts, and bring down cryogenically frozen livestock from the contractor's space station. That's very cool. The relief and satisfaction you had of beating certain enemies and bosses, unforgettable. Yeah, it was really cool. It was really cool. Who suggested this song? Who was it? Battletech is also a great one. Haven't played it since last year, though. Battletech is turn-based. Adventure Time Pirates on the Enchiridion is my pick for turn-based. Oh, okay. All right. Let's see. Oh, okay. Scariest game. What do you guys think I thought was the scariest game of this year? Or, alternatively, what did you think was the scariest game of this year? We've got BioShock in place number 1, Quarantine Zone in place number 2, and Mouthwashing in place number 3. Turn-based, not the Mech Warrior games. Oh, gotcha. Okay. Ooh, that fucking Huntsman game takes the cake. Oh, yeah, you did hate that one, didn't you? Gotcha. OG Pokemon Fire Red is favorite turn-based. Yes, I do like a lot of the Pokemon games are very fun turn-based, but I Expedition 33 did something very special with their, like, real-time parry response thing. I thought that was so cool, and they did such a great job of making you feel like a total badass when you succeeded in it. So far, I think chat only missed out on Paper Sky. I think so. Let me see here. I remember when you played Mouthwashing. It was when I was in Germany. That's right. That's true. I know what game you found most scary. You reckon BioShock? Huntsman was funny, but I only played the free version on itch.io. I saw they had a paid one on Steam. Is it much different? Good question. Scariest? I don't think I've had any of those this year. Okay, fair enough. Alien Isolation. If I had played Alien Isolation, I would not be here because I would have had a heart attack. But If I had played it, it would definitely be on this list. Yeah, definitely. Be My Lamb Chop is queued up for you, Storm. Thank you for the pal hat, Valiant Vass. All right, well, I actually thought mouthwashing was quite scary because remember how I've gone through my perception of jump scares versus actual scares? BioShock was littered with jump scares, right? Mouthwashing was one of those games that sticks with you because it actually is talking about genuinely horrific stuff that actually occurs in a sci-fi paint, if that makes sense. So in the same way that Soma was actually my scariest game for last year, I think, like 2024 maybe, because it was just so, it stuck with you. It stuck with me anyway. It's why even though I was only supposed to play it for 6 hours, I came back like weeks later and I was like, sorry guys, we're finishing this shit because I can't stop thinking about this fucking game. Soma is probably the scariest game I've ever played. It is also one of the best games I have ever played. I loved that game. It has it changed my perception of like what consciousness is, which is such an accomplishment to do so in an interactive way like that. But mouthwashing did something similar. It did not give me as many jump scares. It did not do as much like. It didn't do so much. Let's put it this way: no one had to redeem the "let me look at cute animal pics, please" redeem for BioShock, but we had to do it like 6 times during mouthwashing. Very dark game. Very, very dark. Very, very well written. Very fucked up. Very, very good. Very good. Let's see. Oh, your theme song, Storm. Sure, sure, sure. Hold on. I'm going to come back and see what you guys have said. So, that's queued up for you, Storm. Real-time parry thing is actually an old concept. I remember having that system on the NDS for the Super Robot games. Oh, it was the first time I'd ever seen it, to be honest. Like in a turn-based game, I mean. That's all that really gets me is jump scares, come to think of it. But that's what happens when you walk through hell, I guess. Yeah. I agree. Mouthwashing was for me too. Horror for me is when you have time to think about it and get that sick feeling in your stomach. Jump scares are more terror than horror. Yeah, I would say jump scares are more like cheap surprise. Like, it's one of the reasons that I actually really love horror movies. I'm actually a big horror fanatic, believe it or not, despite the fact that I'm like, absolutely no horror games on this channel. I hate horror games, but I really enjoy true crime. I really enjoy horror podcasts. I'm in a horror audio drama. I love horror movies that are not just fucking stupid jump scares, so annoying. But horror is such a unique genre, and when it is used to make people look inward, yummy. I think that is when it's at its best. You know what I mean? Yeah. Soma is the spiritual successor to Alien Isolation. So yeah, it makes sense. Wait, is it really? Is Soma the spiritual successor to Alien Isolation? Soma is freaky and not in a freaky way. No, Soma is freaky in a freaky way. Hi there, lovely Lawbit. Welcome in. These are quite thought-provoking too. They are, exactly. I wonder, have I ever bought 2 bottles of milk at different times that came from the same cow? ADD, good question. Great question. Did your request go through? Oh, actually, Spider, thank you so much for the care package. Your request did. I've got gorillas queued up for you. Thunderstruck, Akadaka, you got it. Cue that up for you, lovely Lawbit. There we go. Let me see here. The Pumpkinhead movies are my absolute favorite horror movies. What is Pumpkinhead? I've never heard that one. I absolutely love horror too, but that is also one reason I do not like fast zombies. They are not horror, they are cheap scares. Yeah, I like horror that, the horror of humanity is a very interesting concept to me. Ready or Not, well, not exactly a horror game, would definitely give Tao a heart attack. That's true. Oh, thank you, Star, for the plug. That's the audio drama that I'm referring to. Yes, if you would like to go listen to me be in a horror story. Go for it. Knew it was mouthwashing. It's the reason why I lurk for the entire stream. Yes. Good call, Nix. Good call. Terrific try. Welcome in, sweetheart. How are you doing? This is your reminder, though, that we are rapidly approaching our 3K follower goal. And once we hit it, you guys get to pick any horror game that is allowed to be streamed on Twitch. And we will play 6 hours of it. Yeah. All right. Now, on a totally different note, what do you think the funniest game of the year was for me? We have Dispatch, Ty the Tasmanian Tiger, and FF14. I had a lot of giggles for all of these, so. With slow zombies, you still get gore and can build in jump scares if you must, but it's more about the inevitability than the immediate danger. That's true. That's true. This fire, I'll cue that up for you, hun. I love that you all were immediately like Dispatch. Until Dawn was my favorite horror game I played this year. Neffy, was it emotionally or personally impactful, or was it more just like, ooh, jump scare, ooh, gore? What did you like about it? 5 to 6 movies of Pumpkinhead? Was that right, Lily Rose? Having a crappy evening? Oh, terrific try. I'm so sorry to hear that, sweetheart. Well, I hope that we can help warm it up a little bit. I hope that we can help make you feel a little bit better. Dispatch had me dying laughing. Yup. Well, me too. Even last night, it's so fucking funny, dude. It was so good. Lovely Lobbit, Sweetie Pie, thank you so much for the 5-stream streak. I really do appreciate it. Thank you. Even if Ty had some laughs, there was only one winner. It's true. I feel like we might be biased towards Dispatch because yesterday. That is also true. Thank you, Strat. Yes, that's another one I did some voice acting in. My game this past year that made me laugh the most was our D&D game earlier this week. I'm so glad, Storm. That was a really good time. My claim to fame for this week, probably this month, maybe this year, was making Storm laugh with my, what did I say? Something about the chalky trees and not eating, but it was like a rhyme and I got inspiration for it. And I was like, my proudest moment. Until Dawn is such a good game. Is it? Let me see. Until Dawn, good game, bad movie. Oh no. Dispatch is also my pick. I love the characters and the humor. It is almost perfect. Yes, it is. I agree. The players were complex and there were some plot twists. Plus, I like the choose your own adventure idea. Like Dispatch, more decisions contingent on the game and how it goes. Yeah, absolutely. Actually, one of my friends is playing through, is it called Detroit Become Human, I think? And I know you guys have wanted me to play that for a while. And I think, Yuki, you actually gave me a key to that, didn't you, sweetheart? So we can actually vote to play Detroit Become Human, courtesy of lovely Yuki, at some point, if you would like to. Oh my God, you guys, I love Detroit! Detroit Become Human! Please play that! Play Detroit Become Human, Tao! You don't understand! Haven't heard from that game in ages. I've never played it. Yeah, I give it to you on Discord. Thank you so much, sweetheart. I really appreciate it, Yuki. Yeah, I was like, I think that you gave this key to me. Thank you so much, Yuki. Can we say thank you to lovely Yuki for providing me with a key for that? We'll need to put a poll out for that one sometime. Never played myself, but seen great things about it. Yeah, that's one of the best games of all time. It's got a lot of decision making that results in like different endings. Is that right? Yay! Thank you, lovely Yuki. We appreciate you very much. Thank you so much for the game. Thank you so much for giving Tao that game. Thank you so much, sweetheart. I appreciate you, lovely Yuki. Aw, you guys are so sweet. Thank you. Thank you for thanking lovely Yuki. But yes, the next time that we are looking for a game to play, make sure you recommend that, and I will put it on the list. Aw, thank you, Yuki. All right, let's see. For the best puzzle game. Okay, these are all demos that we played. We don't own any of these, but, well, actually, the dev gave me a copy of Hitogami, but we played the demo period for Hitogami. So, which of these do you reckon is the best puzzle game? And for those of you who like puzzle games, what was your favorite personal puzzle game that you played this year? Tao, I have a question. What's up, Nix? I'm blushing so much. Aw, you make me blush, cutie Yuki. Just a quick reminder, Gunny Ascend was one of the games that one of the devs asked us to try out. That was the one where I was streaming a bunch. It's kind of like Tetris meets like explosives. And then Drop Dutchy was that really fun game that I enjoyed, where we like also kind of Tetris-y, but you had to coordinate different types of tiles with various like they correlate to successes against a competing team, if that makes sense. And then Hirogami was the one where you are a origami creature. Yeah. Obtuse. Hi there, Outstanding Obtuse. How are you? Thank you so much for the care package, darling. Appreciate it. Breakfast time, of course, Sweet Strat.
Huh?
Cutie
31 months? Yipes, hi.
Holy crap, honey. Thank you so very much for the whole 31 months. What? Oh my god, that is crazy. That's enough for 3 sub babies. And another one's at half term. Thank you so much, Kai. Thank you for the amazing support. I really do appreciate it. Thank you for your generosity and kindness, lovely. Thank you so much, Core. Thank you. Zelazaro, welcome in. How are you? I'm okay. I'm glad because my weekend is here. That is great, Obtuse. I'm happy to hear that. Can't unsee aesthetically cool fursuits, choreo dancing to the Iris Out. Ooh, I would like to see that. That sounds awesome. The We Were Here series was my favorite co-op puzzle game. Oh, We Were Here. Is that the one where you have control over like a bunker kind of thing? Is that right? 4th sub baby needs to cook more. Yes, we gotta let that one cook more. What are we doing today? Zara, we are doing my personal 2025 Game Awards, and then we will be doing art. But you can still request music. We're listening to the playlist as we speak. And we're going over the games that you guys liked from the channel, and also the games that you liked, that you played, that were not on this channel. I'm also very curious about that. I played We Were Here 1 and 2. They are quite spooky. Ooh, nice. Well, my favorite puzzle game for this year was actually Drop Dutchy. I thought that it was really, really relaxing. I think it was probably pretty boring to watch, actually. Like for you guys, I think it was quite boring. But I really enjoyed it, largely because I loved the kind of, none of it was timed. None of it was like high pressure. It was quite relaxing. But it also made my brain work, which for me does not make for entertaining content for you guys, because if my brain is working and I'm relaxed. Yes. That's your content. If I am relaxed and I am focused, that's what you get, which is not very entertaining. So I'm not surprised that a lot of you didn't vote for this one. This year was a great year for sequels for me, because I had Hades 2 and Silk Song. Those are like once in an era games. That is so true. Let there be shred. Done. Joyous Julius, welcome in. How are you? We need Scuff to feed the chaos. Exactly. It's so true. So fair. Okay, for best demo. So, which demo do you reckon I enjoyed? And also, which demo, for those of you who were here near the beginning of the year, we did like a full few months of demo nights. What was your favorite demo that we did? Do you remember? Hold on, let me put best demo. We got 1, 2, and 3. So 1 is Hirogami, 2 is Until Then, 3 is Moonlighter 2. Please do vote. Let me know. I'm curious. What was your favorite? Hey, Philippines! Yeah! So is Until Then something that you guys would like me to actually play all the way through? Because it's been months, and I know a lot of you picked it up and played it through yourselves. I remember Mama Knight from original Hades. What a comfy character. Mama Knight! Mama Knight's cute. I can't remember most of them, but Until Then stuck out to me, and it's definitely on my playlist. Fair enough. Fair enough. See, that's the other thing, is when we play these demos, it's wonderful because it motivates some of you to like go out and get these games. But also it occurs to me that if it's motivating enough that you want to go out and play it, it means you probably don't want to come in and get spoiled for it if you come into my stream. So I'm hesitant to play games that are like really, really tempting because then we might lose you guys. Until Then was pretty good. We could play that. We could. Seti would be so happy and proud of you if you played Until Then. I really enjoyed Until Then. I had a lot of fun voicing it too. I have a history with Moonlighter 1 though, and I really, really, really loved what they did with Moonlighter 2. That also created lots of panic. Lots of panic in me, which meant lots of content for you. Hana ni natte by Ryokushu. Ryokushu Shakai? Okay. That is queued up for you. Let's see. I love that companies actually put out demos again. I have picked up a lot of fun games by watching people play the demo or just myself on a whim. Yeah, it's one of the reasons that I really enjoy our demo nights because I feel like it's our small way of being able to like give back to the indie dev community, or just like the gaming community in general, which I really, really like. That's a good point, actually. Like, I probably would have gotten Dispatch if you hadn't played it twice. Yeah, exactly. So I'm like, I mean, if you guys, again, it's one of those things that if you vote for it and you want me to do a visual novel, I'm happy to do so. Okay. Which of these games do you think that I am never fucking playing again? For whatever reason. Never playing again. Oh, I put Q instead of 1. Yeah, that's about right. There you go. Please do vote, you guys. Let me know which one of these you think I will not be playing again. Hope to see Tao finish Persona 5 this year and play P3 or P4. I would really like to play more Persona games, but probably after P5 we will take a break from Persona games just because there are 2 games coming out this year that I non-negotiably must play. Which are, one is Monster Hunter Stories 3, which is coming out in just a couple of months. And 2, which I'm really excited about and will have to be on a Sunday because it's a long form game, is Blood of Dawnwalker. We're playing the fuck out of that one for sure. Oh, thank you for the lurk, sweet Strat. All right, let's see. So you guys reckon I will not be playing mouthwashing again? You know what? Despite the fact that I did say that that it is like probably a one-off game, that one, I will not play BioShock Remastered because it hurt my cardiovascular health too much. I will probably also not play mouthwashing again, to be clear, but I have an adverse reaction within my soul when I think of replaying BioShock. It's too scary, dude. Is that an open world game, Tao? The Dawnwalker game? Yes, I believe it is, Zarl. I'm really excited for it. It's from some ex-CDPR devs. You can really see the DNA of Witcher 3 on there. And, you know, Witcher 3 is my favorite game of all time, so I have to play it. And of course, when Witcher 4 comes out, we're playing that too. I did love the ragdoll physics in BioShock, at least. It is funny. They are funny. Thank you for the care package, Cedar Storm. Okay. Let's see. What do we think was the best character customization? 1, 2, or 3? From left to right. 1 is Wilds, 2 is Soulframe, 3 is Where One's Meet. Which one do you reckon I thought had the best character customization? And what was your favorite game that had character customization? I'm looking forward to the Dawnwalker game. Me too, Lily Rose. I'm so excited. I wanted to check the trailer, but that will have to wait. I need to lock in. I need to log into Tao Game Awards. Hey, that's all right. It's such a great game. Oh my God, it's such a great game. I think I'm able to maybe show you the trailer shortly on the stream if you guys want to see. Baldur's Gate 3 for me. Yeah, that is fair. Break time. Yeah, once we present our finalist in the character customization section, we will do that. We will go on a quick break. Again, absolutely no memory of Where One's Mate. Yeah, we only played that once, but it really did have some impressive character customization, I must say. Skyrim with mods. VG3 also looks very good in that regard. That is true. Did Tao ever play Where One's Mate? I did, Zarl. I did indeed. Just one time. But I had a really good time with it. You reckon it's Wilds? Wilds is your favorite. I definitely thought that Where One's Meet had some exceptional character customization. Wilds has amazing customization as well, but I reckon you could make truly anything in Where Winds Meet. The face deformers are... They're reminiscent. You know what they are? They're reminiscent of BDO, Black Desert Online, which I spent hundreds of hours in. Not on stream, but before I started streaming, I was a massive BDO head, and I think I spent literally 6 hours customizing a character that when my friends met up with me in game, they were like, "Oh my God, Tao, your character's face kind of looks like you." And I'm like, "Thank you. I tried really hard." That's not what happened in Where Winds Meet, mind you, but Where Winds Meet has that capacity for sure. Oh, Soul Calibur! Soul Calibur has such good character customization. I do love that. Seeing heterochromia in so many games now is lovely. I am so happy about that too. And you voted WWM. Nice, Yuki. Nice. Soulframe being an alpha, so it's not finished yet, is reasonable to not be. Yes, exactly, Storm. Not gonna lie, I lost interest in playing the game the moment I found out the company game is NetEase. This game company tends to ignore all their games when they make a new one. Yeah, but this one's making them a butt ton of money, so I think they're happy. Okay. Actually, let's present our next one, and I'll leave the poll up for 5 minutes while we go on a quick break, okay? So this one is for best story. This is a little bit harder, I think. We got Ghost of Tsushima, Persona 5, and Expedition 33. Keeping in mind, I've only finished 2 of these games, but I have spent 60 hours in P5. Ark Survival Evolved. Never laughed so hard. Okay, so I'm gonna put this up. Oh, hey, thanks. I appreciate it. Yes, so you guys, please do vote. If you're voting 1, you think Expedition 33 had the best story. If you're voting 2, you think that Persona 5 has had the best story. And if you're voting 3, you think Ghost of Tsushima had the best story. While you guys vote in that, I'm going to go on a quick break. 3 minutes. It's nice and quick. Please make sure that you hydrate. Grab yourself something to eat or drink. Have a little stretch. Maybe go to the bathroom. And darlings, this is also a meds reminder in case you need to take any medications or vitamins. Love you lots. Miss you terribly. And see you soon. Mwah.
Next break is 15 minutes. All right, got it, start. And then you go to sleep. Go to sleep or else. Go chihuahua on your ass.
How so kind and sweet, could not deny anything in the face of it. Yeah! Wait.
Recently, which happens to be every gang in Los Angeles. Now, if
I thought that was a redeem, dude. Fuck. Sorry. Just the way you say See, if you guys do vote for I have to say it that way. I literally cannot say any other way. My God, Littlefoot.
How joins the VTuber army? 4 VTubers mysteriously stopped streaming.
What, like a... Welcome into Storm. How are you? It's so good to see you. Welcome. This is highway robbery. Will we or will we not be having Secret Santa this year? Oh, Patricia, so Strat tried to set that up a little bit ago, like a few weeks ago, and we got very little interest, so since I'm not able to keep up with it. Lizard! Yes! Yes! I am powerful! Thank you, Esme. Thank you for the lizard, Esme. I appreciate it. Oh, and thank you for the
I am also setting you up with a boss battle. Please feel free to enjoy, and I'll see you in 3 hours. Knocking my head against the mic again.
Next break is 15 minutes. All right, got it, start. And then you go to sleep. Go to sleep or else. chihuahua on your ass. Can I heal him?
Oh, you're gonna die. You're gonna die, kid.
Hold on.
What? No.
I haven't saved. I forgot to save the last in streaming.
Do you know what time you'll be starting, sweetest save? Save and community. I am a newbie. I am a little baby sprout in the realms of Final Fantasy XIV. Eosia. I am a monk, level 59, baby. I have it from a good source, which is all of you guys. That
I would go for your butt, probably.
I would go for your butt, definitely. That we are almost done with. Hello, 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 cutie pies, and welcome back.
Hello. Time to do the...
Awesome Aussie, welcome back. You beautiful being. Some ubbies for you. Eee. Good Aussie. Outstanding Orca, welcome back. Ubbies. Eee. Good Orca. Precious Possum, welcome, welcome. Beautiful Bubbling, welcome back. Nix Moto / Jam Slice, welcome back. Ubbies. Eee. Good Nix. How are you doing, Precious Possum? Have you brought your whole entire possum pouch with us, for you, to us? Welcome back, gorgeous Yuki. Welcome back, magnificent Monstera. Uppies. Yee, good Monstera. Lovely Lily Rose. Welcome back, sweetheart. How are you doing, Precious Possum? Outstanding Orca. Meep. Okay. What do you guys think? You reckon Expedition 33 had the best story? I agree. I thought that it was a very deep and complex story with a lot of really fascinating twists and turns, and it resulted in a lot of really fascinating discussion amongst our community. I'm doing okay. Yes, you have brought them. Yes. What's the story thing about? Possum, we are doing my personal 2025 awards, game awards that we played on stream this year. Also, well done defeating the boss, you guys. Excellent work. Our next one, and we're putting up polls to see what you guys think were the winners of their respective categories. And then also I'm asking you guys for your personal input regarding like what you played apart from the stream and for each of the categories. All right, let's see. We got for most frustrating game. I can't type. Oh my God. Frustration. Let's get 1, 2, 3. Which one of these do you think I found the most frustrating? And what was your most frustrating game of the year, cuties? I wouldn't know about these ones. Oh, that's okay, lovely Possum. It doesn't necessarily have to be, you're not like wrong if you don't pick the same one as me. You can also, if you don't know, if you weren't here for any of these or some of these, you can still vote based on what you know about the game and if you've played it and if you were frustrated. I'm also curious about that. How am I doing? I'm very well, sweetheart. Thank you so much for asking. I didn't get much sleep, but I'm happy to be here with you. An honorable mention is Tie 3, that one boss. Oh, the one boss. Are we talking about Cass's that going around that like Coliseum thing? That was very irritating. You guys reckon Hollow Knight? Hollow Knight's a very, very good guess. In fact, it is so good it is correct. This was such a frustrating game. It is my winner for platforms, but it's also very, very frustrating. Sweet Space, welcome in. The only one I saw you play or know anything about is Hollow Knight, so I guess that's my vote. You are correct. You are correct. I need to get to work. I will hop back on if I get home in time before stream ends. All good, sweetest Strat. Get to work and get some sleep, please. Rattopia might be my most frustrating one, or WolfQuest Anniversary Edition. Is WolfQuest that frustrating, hun? For me, it was Digimon Time Stranger. Still love it. Oh, nice. That was frustrating. Oh, Red Dead Online, most frustrating for me. Trolls kept camping me, joining and dragging me off my horses in a fire. I loved Red Dead Online, dude. And then, yeah, now it's just fraught with bad actors. It sucks. All right, the most scuffed game. Which one do you guys recall as being the most scuffed game? Which one do you think was the most scuffed game that we played this year amongst these three? And which one was your vote? What did you play this year that was super scuffed? Give me a moment. I must feed the lizard. Absolutely, precious possum. No worries. I just unconsciously scratched at my bite wound. Only noticed when half of my white keyboard was now red. Oh, God, you okay? Do you need to go to the doctor, sweetie? Oh, no. Oh, my gosh. The bosses are quite hard, each with their own unique strategy. That's kind of cool. Bye-bye, sweet stuff. Thank you for the lurk. Appreciate you. Half sword, most scuffed, but that made it more entertaining. It was very entertaining, wasn't it? It was very entertaining. Monster Hunter Wilds was a bit scuffed, but mostly performance-wise. I feel like Half Sword was maybe intentionally scuffed. It's fine. I just have to redress it. Oh, Yuki. I don't honestly know what scuff means in this context. Do you remember Half Sword, sweetheart? It was so
Lizard.
Lizard. Can we count that? Half Sword was so funny. It was actually very funny. I don't really know the definition of scuffed. Let me see if I can find you a clip of this game. Hold on. Here, this is this is the public trailer that they have put out for Half Sword. I hope this helps to explain what we mean by scuffed for this one. And these are people who know how to play this game. Okay, I am not a person who knows how to play this game, so you can just imagine that when this is skillful players, and I'm not, the scuff was real, but it was really funny. Yeah, ragdoll style. Yeah, very ragdoll style. Very yeah. But yes, it was fun. It was fun. I wasn't present for about half of last year, so I might have missed it. That's okay, Magnificent Monstera. No worries. Scuffed means like slightly damaged or misshapen so that it's partially unable to be used for its original function. Doesn't that give you the vibe of that game? Thank you for the care package, Magnificent Mastiff. How are you? Welcome in. Yuki says, looks like Chivalry was using the Bethesda engine. It does, though. It does, though. Okay. Next, for the best, okay, this is supposed to be RPG, but best RPG game. There you go. Please let me know which of those you reckon was my favorite RPG of the year. Stay awesome, terrific Tao. You as well, Magnificent Mastiff. Thanks for coming in. How have you been? Another futile effort. Oh, it's close. It's close. Red, green, purple game? I guess it is kind of a red, green, purple. Wait, Expedition 33 is more yellow, right? P5 was my favorite RPG, but we all know which one won. Well, we'll see. One more for the scaff. Oh, it is close. Okay, so we have 5 people who reckon P5. We have 4 people who reckon Expedition 33, and we have 2 people who reckon Pokemon ZA. I've been sailing the stars and learning Star Citizen stuff. Very cool, Mastiff. I hope you're enjoying. All right, I actually reckon P5R was my favorite RPG of the year. I thought, despite the fact that Expedition 33 was my favorite, like, story of the year, RPG-wise, I feel like you have way more impact when you are playing P5R. So P5R is my personal RPG of the year, despite the fact that we didn't finish it yet. I can just already tell that all of your decisions, the way you spend your time, the person you're romancing,
In reply
etc.
to your question, Tao, about Wolf Quest. Wolf Quest is not so much frustrating all the time, but it's the moments where I would wake up to be immediately attacked, but the attacks on the pups are designed to keep you on your toes or paws, so it's not so much frustration but stressed frustration.
Ah, that makes sense, Bubblen. I could see that. I could see that. You're not allowed to relax in the wild. All right, best action combat. Which one do we reckon I enjoyed the action combat of? Let's see. Action combat. And what was your favorite for the action combat, you guys? 1, 2, 3. And again, remember, you are welcome to tell me your opinions devoid of what we played on stream. I'm also curious, like, even if we didn't play it on stream, what was your favorite for each of these categories? So for now, what is your favorite action combat for the year? Expedition 33 lost to something. Patricia, Expedition 33 lost in a few things in mine. My apologies, I didn't mean to cut you off. That's okay, Bubblen, you're all good, sweetheart. Oh, it's close. We got action combat back-to-back for Ghost of Tsushima and Monster Hunter Wilds. Which one do we think was best? Definitely Monster Hunter Wilds is my favorite. Yeah, the depth of the action combat for sure. Expedition 33 lost best game, didn't among the AI allegations too? Yeah, I don't know how to feel about the AI allegations specifically for that, because apparently they used AI in an initial concept art, but then what wound up in the final game was not actually AI. It's just that they used AI, which, don't get me wrong, that's fucked. I don't like that. That's very disagreeable. But there's no AI in the final game, and the concept art that they wound up checking out using AI was also not used in the final game. So I don't know how I feel about it. Obviously, I'm very against Gen AI, so I do not like that they used it at all. But is it fair to completely negate all of their awards and everything? I'm not sure yet. I haven't really decided. Let's see. Okay, you guys reckon the first one? I actually really liked Wilds' action combat system. I thought it was very close. Ghost of Tsushima was awesome too, but Monster Hunter Wilds was. I just like how because I think here's the thing, right? Ghost of Tsushima, the combat is a symptom of the world, whereas Wilds, I feel any Monster Hunter game, I feel like Monster Hunter, the world is built around the combat, if that makes sense. So so the combat is built first. They're like, this is what we want to do with this. This is how it should be influenced. This is blah, blah, blah. And then they're like, oh, and so when the person with the longsword does this, then the monster will do that or whatever. It feels it's just really, really deep, because with Ghost of Tsushima, you have so much more to keep you invested. Wilds is it is literally just about the combat and the results of the combat, that being forging weaponry, forging gear, stuff like that. You don't do anything else. So it's got to be really, really good combat. And I thought it was excellent combat for as long as it was working. and then we turned it down to be able to run on a toaster, and it still was crashing out on my PC after months of working totally fine, which was very frustrating. I've queued that up for you, precious Patricia. I read that there were some AI placeholders when they first released it, but quickly patched out. I just caught that with the new Divinity announcement, where Larian basically tore their own house down with the AI inspiration declaration. Yeah. It was a piece from the UE5 thing that was pre-made, which they used as a placeholder. It was a newspaper clipping on a pole. It got removed after the first patch and replaced with real artist work. Yeah, that's kind of why I'm a bit iffy about it, because like, you will probably find few people who are more against Gen AI than I am. I don't think it has a place anywhere. But with that said, if it was, like you said, if it was a piece from a UE5 thing that was pre-made, that they used as a placeholder, and it was a newspaper clipping on a pole, I mean, is that worth, negating the hundreds of other artists' work? Like, I don't know. I don't know if that's worth it. Because again, this is the thing, right? We have to like refocus on why Gen AI is so bad, and it's because it hurts artists. If artists are being hurt by a bit of an overzealous reaction to a placeholder image that was then patched out and replaced with an artist's work, and it's not even a major thing, and it's like, yeah, it's terrible that they put it in the first place, but even if it was intentional, which it doesn't actually sound like it is, it sounds like it was probably kind of an accident. They were just like, oh fuck, we need to put something, oh, Yui has this, oh, there's stock, boom, you know? Yeah, I don't know. I do understand both sides, I really do, but I feel really badly for the Sandfall Interactive for that. Did you catch both of my song requests? I have For Whom the Bell Tolls, and I have Third Rail for you, Patricia. Thank you for my pal hat, sweetie. Vax, I appreciate you. Thank you. There's a lot of stock AI stuff out there because it's shipping in stock engine pieces, which is so shitty. I feel so badly for people who are on these game teams and they're going out of their way to specifically keep artists employed. And then it's like, oh, but we just need like, oh, thank you for the ball techniques. But yeah, when it comes to like potentially injuring a multitude of other artists, I've never played it, but didn't Blueprints use AI? Like actually use it? I actually don't know, Cyber. I've never played Blueprints, so I'm not sure. Did you queue up the Metallica version or the Emi Maya version? Well, I copied and pasted what you said, and it looks like it's the one from Blue Eye Samurai, so that one. Also, thank you for the care package, sweetest spider. Ice House, Great Southern Land. I'll cue that up for you, darling. There we go. Asking a creative kid or retired art teacher is good inspiration and a third party with clean organic ideas, then no Gen AI. That is also true. Blueprints is all AI. Is it really? Yikes. No worries, precious Patricia. Okay, you guys, let's put a poll up for the saddest game. Saddest game. We got 1, 2, and 3. Which of these do you reckon I found the saddest? And what was your saddest game of the year? There is no AI in Blueprints. Those claims are all reported as unfounded. Oh, really? Yeah, I can't say I've looked into any of Blueprints' development. Why was Blueprints even nominated for anything if that's the rule? Good question. Solitaire is the Solitaire is the saddest game. What? Because it ends? Signalis was definitely the saddest for me. What is Signalis again? My saddest game is, Life is Strange every year. I only played the first episode of Life is Strange. I should really play more of that. I've heard really good things about it. Okay, you guys reckon Mouthwashing was the saddest game for me? I found Expedition 33 to be particularly haunting because while Mouthwashing, don't get me wrong, Mouthwashing was very sad, but I feel like it was more traumatic to me than it was sad. I felt like Expedition 33, I don't want to spoil anything for you guys, but to keep it vague, there were multiple endings, and depending on your personal outlook and things that you've kind of been through and your personal coping mechanisms, you will see parts of yourself in one of these endings. And I teared up at one of the endings. Not like sobbing, but I did have a little bit of crying in my eye bulbs. Because it, yeah, I can't get too into it without spoiling stuff. But Mouthwashing did not make me cry at all. So since by sheer fact of Expedition 33 making me cry a little bit, just have a little bit of welling up, I thought that Expedition 33 was probably the saddest. Let's see. I love LIS because it actually reflects some of my real life events, and it was at the same time extremely sad. but also cathartic because it helped me deal with a lot of trauma. Video games are so interesting like that, aren't they? It's just another art form. So like, whereas you got your self-help books, you got your movies that change people's lives, you got your comfort characters that help people. Video games do the same thing, you know? They can absolutely do the same thing. Signalis is an isometric survival horror inspired by the classic PS1 survival horror titles like Resident Evil, Clock Tower, and Silent Hill. It can best be described as Lovecraftian East German robot space lesbians. That's right. That's what Signalis is. I knew that you've said it before. Also, it's fantastic soundtrack. I love Expedition 33 soundtrack. It is fantastic. Cyberpunk 2077, saddest game because the characters I honestly got attached to ended up being story collateral in ugly ways. Oh, that fucking sucks. I'm sorry, Monstera. Jesus. What? That's terrible. I hate that. Abnormality Dancing Girl is queued up for you, Patricia. Saddest I've ever played? Oh, sorry, not ever, sorry. Saddest I've played is Zenless Zone Zero. Every chapter has a gut-wrenching moment, even some agent stories like the future wife Trigger. Oh, wow. I didn't have any like emotional responses to Zenless Zone Zero when I was playing it, but I only played it for like a week. Blueprints being so atmospheric had me feeling a lot of things. Oh, interesting, Storm. So you reckon that Blueprints was your saddest, or maybe just most emotional game of the year? Endling Extinction is forever my saddest game. Oh, I could see that. You played ZZ Dead? I did, not on stream, but for the first like for the first 2 or 3 weeks that it was out, I was playing it like religiously every day. And then I fell off. Okay, best music. What do you guys think had the best music out of all of these? Hold on, I gotta write best music. Uno, dos, tres. Boom! Please vote. Do you think Expedition 33 at position 1 had the best music? Do you think Persona 5R had the best music at position number 2? Or do you think Ghost of Tsushima had the best music at position number 3? Oh, we got a lot of people thinking that P5R had the best music. P5R does have really great music, it's true. Persona 5 Royal had Lyn, E33, and GOT did not. Obvious choice. You know, Patricia, with how much you love Ghost of Tsushima, I was a little bit shocked, but you also love P5R, so that makes sense. Hugs for all chat and Tau, because feelings games had big feels. It's true, it's true. Huggos for you, Magnificent Monstera. Okay, you guys reckon P5R, just barely though, just barely. We got 4 people who reckon Expedition 33, and we got 5 people that reckon Persona 5. So, oh, it's actually a tie. And you know what? I have more E33 music than I have Persona music in my playlist, which was kind of how I had to decide. Don't get me wrong, all of Lyn's songs, absolutely brilliant. I would say Lyn's songs are better than any of E33's songs. However, Lyn's songs, there's only a couple of them. There's only a few of them in Persona. There's like an entire album of exceptionally cool music in E33. So that's where my brain went anyway. Zenless doesn't get emotional until after the first main storyline. Then it's just combat, jokes, trauma, repeat. Oh, Cypher. Tsushima has hardly any memorable tracks that you can just listen to on the train, but P5 has an actual soundtrack by an artist who makes other music. That was an obvious choice for me. That's fair. I don't know why, but I turn a lot of background music off in my games, but WolfQuest had good music for me, but also Dispatch had good music. That's true. Both of those are totally fair. Best retro game. We only did a couple of retro games this year. Best retro. Which one do you reckon? We got 1 for Sonic or 2 for Ty. Oh, fuck, this is tough. Okay, most of you are saying Ty. Is it biased if it's Ty and I'm a Tasmanian Tiger? Thank you for the care package, Magnificent Monstera. Sonic was my intro to gaming as a whole, but Ty is my pick. Ooh, all right, Ozzy. Re-soundtrack, E33 and Horizon are my most listened to. Yeah, I need to play some Horizon. Just a smidge. Thank you for your honesty, Yuki. Funny thing about the Signalis fandom is it's an overlap with mouthwashing fandom and its silliness and fan animations. Like if you go to subreddit Signalis, 1/3 of the posts will be people asking for help with the puzzles. The other third will be cool and funny fan animations that are incredibly well made, and the last third is just girls kissing. That's very funny. I really enjoyed Ty. We played 3 games of Ty this year, and it was a lot of fun, especially because I didn't grow up with Ty. So, yeah. Weekend friend, Goth Babe. You got it, Magnificent Monstera. There we go. All right, next, best MMO. Which one of these do you think is the best MMO? Ooh, 1 second. I'll just, 1, 2, 3. There you go. Please vote.
Hello.
Thank you so much, lovely Ro. Hello, sweetheart. Welcome in. Thank you for the raid, sweetie. Raiders, if you need a raid run, that's totally cool. But if you'd like to stick around, we'd absolutely love to have you. Welcome, welcome. How was your stream, sweetheart? It is such a pleasure to see you. You guys, this is the absolutely astoundingly awesome Ro, who was actually streaming art. Do you happen to have any art tags for us? Let me know before you send it so that my automod doesn't get upset. But I'll permit you if you are available to send me something. Magnificent Midnight, welcome in, sweetheart. Suda Saku, welcome in. You guys, this is Ro, the identical twin sisters, Saku and Ro rather, gracing us with their android mermaid presence. They're currently rating in from their art stream. These ENVtubers are serving up some serious digital art skills, with Ro as the artistic one and Saku bringing the vibes. Can you spot the difference between these two talented sisters? It's a whole mood. Neon of Eons, I'm so good to see you, sweetheart. I missed that name. How are you doing? Barry, hi there, beautiful Barry, Little Mac, sorry. And Alistair, hi there, amazing Alistair, welcome in. Fabulous Frostbite, lovely Lynx, welcome in. Sweetheart Shimigami, welcome, welcome. Pearl, hello, precious Pearl, or Geeta, let me know which one I'm referring to as today, sweetheart. And how are you doing, Rowan Saku? Of course she does, amazing, yeah, please get it ready. I'll, let me give you a permission. Neon of Eons, thank you so much for the biddies, darling, I super appreciate it. Ooh, piece of candy, thank you. Best one is Where Wins Me. I can't in good conscience give FF14 anything, and Soulframe never heard of it. How you doing, sweetness? I'm doing very well, lovely Neon. How are you doing? Let me see. Okay, so there we go. Hopefully that works. Hi there, Cutie Chew. Welcome in as well. The twins, who are the masters of crafting butts, are here. Oh, are you guys crafting butts today? Got the link ready. Amazing. Let me have a look at this. Oh my god, this is the coolest fucking thank you for feeding me, sweet spider. Guild Wars 2 is your pick. Oh, nice. Valve Soulframe is this close second. Fair enough, fair enough. This looks amazing, darling. I love like the soft shading with the like the fishnets, and this watery magic is so cool. Absolutely stunning. Beautiful. I love these platform shoes. Oh, sorry, you guys can't see the platforms. Look at those. Look at those. That's amazing. Such a cool outfit. Can you be my stylist? It's a community LC. Got the community together and helped me put her all together. Everyone in our community can use them for art or whatever they need. That is so cool. I love that. And I particularly love. What do you think I love? Could it be? So cute. I love this character, sweetheart. Absolutely awesome. Look at those nail guards. That's so sick. Oh my god. A lot of my followers ask me to design their model outfits. I bet that they do, Ro. This is amazing. So cool. That's amazing. Look at those pants. I love the asymmetry. That is so cool. Excellent work, darling. Thank you so much for sharing your stunning artwork with us. This is so sick. Hey, lovely Ro, could we ask when your next stream is? While you let us know, I'm gonna show you guys a little video a little video that a lot of you have probably seen, but not all of you. So here's a little about us.
Vtuber self-introduction Q&A. 3, 2, 1, let's go. What is your name?
TauTassieTiger.
What's your nickname?
Tau.
What kind of Vtuber are you?
A Thylacine.
Date of birth?
September 22.
How old are you?
Wouldn't you like to know?
Pronouns?
She, they.
How tall are you?
5'5".
Where are you from?
Tasmania.
Great thing about you.
Inclusivity and
Now
creativity.
perform a quick impression. Where can we find you?
Twitch and more.
Catchphrase 1.
Welcome to the pouch.
Catchphrase 2.
You are now a pouch.
Fan emojis.
Corn and crown.
Live tag.
I'm live.
Fanart tag.
TauTassie art.
Fan name.
Precious pals.
Favorite color.
Dark red.
Hobbies.
Art and anything outdoors.
What's your skills?
I have a few.
Confess your love to yourself.
Confess. I tell you all the time.
Favorite food.
Corn.
Favorite drink.
TV static.
Favorite manga.
Norigami.
Favorite anime.
Also Norigami.
Favorite game.
Witcher 3.
Music.
Glass animals.
Biggest fear.
Water.
Who's your idol? What's your dream?
To make the world a little better than when I got here.
And go.
Feel free to join the pouch for an 18+ space of inclusivity and cozy chaos. Thank you so much for watching, and welcome to the pouch.
Yay! I also wanted to show you guys this. So, Ro made this, like what, a couple of months ago, maybe a month. I fucking love this piece. It's so good. It is amazing. I love it so much. Thank you so much again, Ro. Oh my God. Boom. I love this drawing. It is so gorgeous, man. Oh, so good. Let's see. Bottom 2 by Nimune and more. All right, sweetheart. I'll cue that up for you right now. Yeah, but this was such an amazing surprise that you showed up. You just showed up casually and you're like, oh, here's the art packs. And I was like, oh.
Wow, beautiful. Wow.
Oh, wow, beautiful. Wow. I love this one. Ro did great. Yes, Ro did amazing on this. Tail winding around the... I know, isn't that cool? Great artist doing great art, right? Wicked, for real. Yeah, I love this. This is so cute. This is amazing. So anytime that you see this in the fan art slide, like carousel, this is Ro's beautiful artwork. I love this piece. I love this piece. I'm so cute. Hold on. Do you see the resemblance? But yes, you guys, please do check out Lovely Ro. If you haven't yet, you are missing out. Hello! She and Saku are amazing. Amazing twin mermaid team. 1 second. I have to fix... I have a limited time on my fans before I have to replace the battery. So, but yeah, well, welcome, Lovely Ro and sweetest Saku. You are in my selection of go-to characters to draw. Am I really? Ah, I am so flattered. Thank you. Thank you so much. You are welcome to draw me anytime, babe. Anytime. I'm so flattered. Thank you so much, Lovely. All right, you guys. Well, hey, actually, Ro, do you know when your next stream will be, real quick? If I may be so inquisitive. But yeah, thank you so much for bringing your amazing community in. I really do appreciate it. To your lovely community, always welcome to come on in here and hang out. We, today is actually our art day, and we will be doing art. We just have a slight adjustment to the schedule because we are doing our 2025 Game Awards for my personal opinions from what we played on the stream this year. And I'm also asking for your guys' opinions based on what you played off stream as well. So you're free to hang out with us. And once I'm done with this, we are going to jump over to our arting. Okay. Tuesday. Nice. Awesome. Okay. You give me too much power, Tao Love. I wish I could give you more. Definitely Tuesday, 5:30 Central Time to 9:30 Central Time, USA. Okay, perfect. Amazing. You guys, please do check out Lovely Ro. There is clearly a lot of gorgeous artwork to be seen on her channel. Her and Saku are an amazing team of twin mermaid cybernetic goilies. They are so cute. And both of them are very talented in their own ways. So thank you so much for bringing everyone in, sweetheart. And Lovely. Hello, uppies. Good good laugh. Welcome in, sweetheart. All right, so you guys reckon that our best MMO, you thought FF14 Online? I actually did agree with that. I really enjoyed, I've been enjoying FF14, in case it's not clear, because we've been playing it every single Monday without fail for like months. It is very yellow outside. I don't know if that's, does that mean that there's fires, Lav? You got some fires? Best world building. I can't wait to take you through dungeons. Yes, please! I think, Solar, Dustin, do you guys remember? Are we, did we just finish through 2.0 or made? We actually have a lot of precious pals in here who helped me out. Who knows where we are? I don't know what part of the game we're in. Or we just finished. Okay, world building. We got 1, 2, and 3. Which one do you reckon? And what was your favorite world building in a game this year? There's smoke around. Oh, Lav, please keep your lungies clear. Persona 5, says Neon. That's a good choice. Hi there, sweetest Saint Saturnus. Welcome in. I think you finished A Realm Reborn and are starting Heaven's Ward. Oh, really? Oh my god! I didn't even realize that we were that close to finishing A Realm Reborn. Holy shit. Let's fucking go. In my opinion, P5 hands down. Fair enough. Does anybody have anything that they don't see on here that they played unassociated with stream that you thought did a great job of world building? P5 is big on Rose channel. They even have Phantom Thief outfits. That is so cute. I think I've actually gotten to see those before. All right, most of you reckon Persona 5, and you know what? I actually thought Soulframe had a really interesting world built around it. I know that a lot of you haven't like heard of Soulframe. It's in alpha, but I really liked how Soulframe, so Ghost of Tsushima is based in the real world. Persona 5 is largely based around real world principles, right? So, I mean, the world building is amazing for the Phantom Thieves and stuff, but Soulframe is not based at all in our world. And I really liked the, I really like all of the stuff that you can discover that kind of alludes to what happened in Soulframe. And I know it's just getting better and better every patch as well. It's really cool. I really enjoy it. Let's see. Next game you should play is Expedition 33. We finished that one, actually. We loved it. It was such a great game. When did you even play Soulframe? I think we've played it 3 times on stream, and then I've played it a couple of times off stream as well. There are fires around, but they aren't close enough for us to be concerned. Okay, good. The people behind Soulframe are amazing with world building, especially with Warframe, which I prefer. Yeah, exactly. It is from, what are they called? I forgot the name of the devs, but yeah, they did indeed do Warframe as well. Hold on, I'll queue up Save Tonight for you. Awesome, Ozzy. There we go, cue that. Do we need to schedule a Soulframe weekend sometime? I would love to. I have no idea when I'm gonna have time though. We have about 3 hand cam streams that I have to do. We also have a community game night stream and a storytelling stream coming up. I have to figure out times for those. Digital streams, that's it, Shimigami. Yeah, thank you. Gotta BRB. Oh, all good, cutie bro, no worries. Oh, the fiance calls, absolutely. Thank you so much for bringing your amazing community and sweetheart. I really do appreciate it. You guys, check out Lovely Ro. Please do check out Lovely Ro. And Ro, we will see you soon, honey. Thank you so much for coming on in. It's always such a privilege to have you in here. Okay, so yeah, I actually really like the world building in Soulframe. I think it's very clever. Corn by the cast of Shucked, but not the reprise version. All right, Little Mac, let me cue that up. I'm gonna count Minecraft as world building personally because I can literally build it and add horse cross-country courses. That's true. You know what? I like the literal concept of world building. All right, Corn is queued up. Let's see. It's always such a pleasure. Thank you so much, Lovely Ro. I have over 720 hours in Warframe. That's amazing. Oh, Vash, you want me to sing Jet Plane? Leaving on a jet plane. I will try. Quick reminder, I actually don't know how this song actually goes, but I will sing it the way my mom sang it to me as a lullaby. I would honestly say the world of Cyberpunk 2077 has my favorite world building. I haven't played Cyberpunk 2077, so I can't speak to it, but I have heard very good things. So I'm not too surprised that you really like that one. Okay. Let me go get some lyrics up here for us. Let me see. Aizo by King New. Absolutely, Suda Saint Saturnus. There we go. Alrighty, that is queued up for you. It's made by the Witcher devs. I feel you would love the game. Yes, I do love CDPR, although I was not thrilled with some of the stuff that came out about them over the last couple of years, but I do love Witcher 3. This is true. This is true. Okay. Let's see. Pan Am, best girl in my opinion. I found P5R to be the most replayable. Oh, right. Sorry. Let me put a poll up there. Most replayable. Now, when I was thinking about this, and you can take it however you want, by the way, but when I was thinking about most replayable, I was not only thinking about the things that, about the fact that it would be something that you could get different results from, but also that it doesn't feel daunting to replay it. Because I feel like there are a lot of games that, you know, you might want to replay, but when you have to sink 80 or 100 or 200 hours into it, it's kind of like BG3. Like, BG3 has a tremendous amount of options, but is it replayable considering how much of a time sink it is? I don't know. It's up to you. But there you go. Please do vote on that one. Let me pause this and we are gonna sing you a song. I am sick, so I apologize in advance. I'm probably gonna have to sing this quite quietly, or else my voice will definitely break. All right. All my bags are packed and I'm ready to go. I'm standing here outside your door. I hate to wake you up to say goodbye, but the dawn is breaking and it's early morn. The taxi's waiting and he's blowing his horn. Already I'm so lonesome I could die. So kiss me and smile for me. Tell me that you'll wait for me. Hold me like you'll never let me go. 'Cause I'm leaving on a jet plane. Sorry, well. 'Cause I'm leaving on a jet plane. I don't know when I'll be back again. Oh, babe, how I hate to go. There's so many times I've let you down. So many times I've played around. I tell you now that they don't mean a thing. Every place I go, I'll think of you. Every song I sing, I'll sing for you. When I come back, I'll bring your wedding ring. So kiss me and smile for me. Tell me that you'll wait for me. Hold me like you'll never let me go. 'Cause I'm leaving on a jet plane. I don't know when I'll be back again. Oh, babe, how I hate to go. So kiss me, smile for me. Tell me that you'll wait for me. Hold me like you'll never let me go. 'Cause I'm leaving on a jet plane. I don't know when I'll be back again. Oh, babe, how I hate to go. Sorry for my voice, like, fully giving out there for a second. I hope that was okay. Okay. Most replayable. Let's see. Are you surprised it's Dispatch because I played it twice in the last 6 months? That was beautiful. Oh, thank you, Vash. Thank you, Ozzy. You're very sweet. I appreciate it. Nice to hear Taz sing a song that isn't just everything stays for the 50th time in a row. Possum, that was beautiful. Thank you, sweetheart. I'm so glad you enjoyed it. And thank you for the care package, Magnificent Monstera. For me, the most replayable is Sonic Generations X. Shadow just has a lot of fun speedrunning the game. Oh, that makes sense. I could see that. Yeah, I really like Dispatch because you don't realize how many options there are, particularly for the end scene, which I won't spoil anything for. Yeah, I feel like it's also approachable. As you saw, we did it all in 12 hours yesterday, which I don't necessarily recommend playing a game for 12 straight hours, but you can do it, and that's approachable. Balatro is one of the most recently grabbed games in terms of replayables. I actually have not played Balatro. That's a very good point. Sweetest Sadie, welcome back. How are you? All right, let's see what's next. Best community game. Okay, this one I have a favorite, but best community game. Yeah. 1, 2, 3. I went for what you guys have voted for the most. When I ask you guys, you know how during our community game days, I put up a poll and I'm like, what do you guys want to play next? I based my pick on that. Not my preference for community game, but what you guys have voted for most. So for those of you who have been here for long enough, you probably know which one that is. What I find most replayable is Wolf Quest. Great. Okay, Bublin. Sounds like Wolf Quest is probably your game of the year. Binding of Isaac would have to be my most replayable game of all time. Nice. Okay. If you ever need a chill game that lets you chat with us while you play, Balatro might be a good pick for a stream or two. Really? Interesting. Maybe I should try it sometime. Option to hug Malevola was needed. I bet she could give a good grizzly bear hug. I bet she could. I bet she could. I voted Marbles only because the friendly competitiveness in the chat was too good. For me, it is obviously Minecraft. Over 800-ish hours. That is incredible. Okay, you guys, it's so interesting. My favorite community game is absolutely Gartic Phone. However, the one that is voted for by far the most is actually Marbles on stream. When we, when I put up, you know, I'm like, hey guys, do you want to play Gartic? Do you want to play Marbles? Do you want to play King of the Castle? Do you want to play Choice Chamber? Do you want to play, you know, any of these other games? You, like, an overwhelming amount of you choose Marbles. So I was like, I want to make sure that we honor the community aspect of this. But I do think it's really interesting that you guys like Gartic so much. Feel free to vote for Gartic more often. Oops, sorry, I hit my mic. Gartic Phone from now until forever. Community game. I have not much experience with those yet. That's okay, Lovely Yuki. Keep on coming in because we have a community game night coming up probably in the next month or so. And finally, my game of the year goes to... What do you think it will be, you guys? What do you reckon my game of the year is? You'll have to shout it out in chat. What do you think it is? Drum roll, please! Oh, I'm gonna scare my dog. Sorry, buddy. Okay, we have people saying, Garlic Phone, Claire Obscure 33, Garlic, Dispatch, Expedition 33, Dispatch, Claire Obscure, COD Black Ops 7, Dispatch. It's Dispatch. Dispatch is my game of the year for sure. I love this game. I love this game so much. It combines everything I love in a game. It combines a fucking hilarious and super well written main character with additionally, yay, it's correct, Ozzy! With amazing, just amazing dialogue all around, a really interesting story, replayability, and for those of you who know me well, you know how much I fucking froth Telltale games. I love Telltale games. There's a lot of people who are like, oh, it's just watching a movie and then selecting stuff that doesn't matter. I disagree. I disagree heavily. I loved Dispatch. I will be keeping a very close eye on absolutely everything the studio does because I loved it. It was my favorite choice-based game. Like specifically choice-based. So we're leaving out BG3, stuff like that. But like since I played Telltale's The Walking Dead, season 1 specifically, which made me cry. I love that game. I should replay that someday. Like a decade ago. I am so happy that Dispatch is out. I am so thrilled we got to play it yesterday. It's actually kind of convenient that we've got this presentation today because we did 12 hours of Dispatch yesterday. At least it's not Clair Obscur. It is not Clair Obscur. No, I didn't. I liked Dispatch more than Clair Obscur overall. Yeah. Telltale games are so great. The Wolf Among Us, The Walking Dead, obviously. Yes, exactly. I also like the Batman games from them. I have more of a top 3 games of the year. Wolf Quest, RimWorld, and Age of Mythology. Nice, Bublin. Are you going to play the Telltale games in the future? I would be so down to do more of Telltale's games in the future if you guys want me to. I basically let you guys vote in this community for like 99% of the games we play. I truly have like 2 games this year that I insist on playing, and the rest is going to be what you guys vote for, basically. But yeah, I would love to play some more of the Telltale games again. Walking Dead season 1, 2, and 4. 3 is very, very bad. I played 1 and 2. I didn't get around to 3 or 4, but I think that's because when 3 came around, I heard it was really bad, and then I just assumed that all the rest were bad. My game of the year was Monster Hunter Wilds. I love the combat, really fun, and love the new monster designs, especially the Barina. The Lala Barina is very cool. Also, speaking of Malevola, I am currently drawing a pouch felt version of her. Cute, Nix. I can't wait to see it. Back to the Future is also fun, but the Jurassic Park games are basically QTE the game. Oh, yeah. Yeah, that's fair. Has the Nath played Dispatch? He has not, but he said he will, and I want to watch him play it because I'm going to supervise his decisions. And I'm going to be like, you wouldn't do that. I'm just kidding. I won't do it to him. I am very curious. I am very curious who he will go for, though, because either he's going to have to go for Vizzy, who is probably closer to the type of person I am. Definitely closer than the alternative of being Blonde Blazer, which is just him. So we will see if he's like, oh, I like Blonde Blazer. She's just a mirror of me. Or if he's like, oh, Vizzy kind of reminds me of you, so I think I'm gonna go for Vizzy. We're gonna see. I'm gonna have a serious talk with him if he goes for himself. I'm gonna be like, wow, I guess you don't fucking need me. I wanted the Telltale Jurassic Park games so badly as a kid. I never did play those. P-Break, no worries. Actually, we're about to go on a break ourselves, lovely Iki. We need a pouch reacts to Nate's playthrough of Dispatch. Oh man, that'd be so fun. Tao would have loved Minecraft story mode then. Unfortunately, you can't really play it anymore. Oh, that's too bad. You can also not romance Tao. That's a good point. He will probably romance because he really likes to romance characters in these games. Like, I know that he went after Makoto in P5R. Both times he's played. He's like obsessed with her. I'm trying to think of what... I think he went after Karlak for in BG3, I'm pretty sure. Yeah. Waterboy romance when main character story mode was so peak. Based choices. Yeah, he's got some pretty based choices. Nate's just like me for real. I wish I didn't lose my disc of it. I want to play it again. Oh, Boblin, I'm sorry, hun. Maybe, hopefully they'll like republish it or you can find it someplace. But yeah, you guys, thank you so very much for joining us on this today. We're not finishing stream, by the way. We're going over to art in, well, as soon as we get done with a quick break. We're going on a 3-minute break. Also, once Strat comes back, we have to thank him once more for putting this together, despite how insanely busy he has been. He put all this hard work into this, and we love it, and we love him, and we are so grateful. And thank you so much, Strat! Thank you, Strat! Thank you for the Game Awards, Tao. My pleasure! I hope you guys enjoyed it. I hope you had a fun time. Okay, you guys, well. Okay, you can't hear him yet. So Weedy Pies, let's go on a quick break. Please make sure that you hydrate, grab yourself something to eat or drink, have a little stretch, maybe go to the bathroom. And darlings, this is also your meds reminder in case you need to take any medications or vitamins. I will miss you terribly, cutie pies, but I'll see you soon. And we will jump straight into some arting. To start with, I'm actually going to show you a drawing I've been doing of, I got inspired by, for anyone who attended the D&D one-shot, my character's, my satyr's portrait that I drew, she's based off of a very, very, very dark character that I made about 5 years ago. And because I went back and looked at a reference sheet, I was like, oh, I kind of want to redraw her. So I'm going to actually show you, the piece that I've been working on of her. She's very edgy. It was fun to see everyone's picks. I agree. I kind of wish you could go for Akechi. Akechi? Oh, wait. Who is Akechi? Wicked? Yo, D&D, I miss playing. It's so much fun, Wicked. We had such a good time. Were you able to spend a lot of time with us or anything on that one? Edge Lady. Yes, Edge Lady. But not like she's shirtless, but don't worry, there's no boobie showing, so it's fine. I'll show you. I'm excited to show you her. Yeah, her name's Dia, and she for those of you who were there, she actually probably behaves a little bit closer to like Snivy's character, than the character I was playing. Oh, we got a badge over on Throne. Someone suggested Alchemy Factory. Thank you so much, Anon, for suggesting Alchemy Factory. I will have to have a look at that. Okay, he's the one that looks like Light Yagami. Oh, yes, Akechi! Oh, yeah. You know what, Wicked? I can see the appeal. I can certainly see the appeal. All right, cuties. Quick 3-minute break, and then we are going to come on back and start doing some art. Start thinking about what you want me to work on, okay? Love you lots. Miss terribly. See you soon. Mwah.
Next break is 15 minutes. All right, got it, start. And then you go to sleep. Go to sleep or else. Go chihuahua on your ass.
How so kind and sweet, could not deny anything in the face of it.
Yeah! Wait.
Next break is 15 minutes. All right, got it, start. And then you go to sleep. Go to sleep or else. Go chihuahua on your ass.
Hello. Would you like to take a short amount of time out of your day to hear about our lady savior and best streamer of all time, TauTassieTiger? Yes! Oh my god, you can just have me on a recording. Just be like, hello, it's me. Nath was right. Maybe we need to have a Nath was right.
Like, there were pieces of fashion outfits that I'm like, oh yeah, I could probably, integrate that. But, oh god, he's so big! Look at it! It's a Garbodor! Please don't try and kill me. Please don't try and kill me. Okay, he's trying to kill me! Run! I thought he would be, passive. Oh, fuck! To become sweeter. My name is the cut that makes things grow. A raisin. That makes no sense. That makes no sense. Anybody got a guess for Esme's riddle? I shrink to become sweeter, and my name is the cut that makes things grow. May I ask if you find an EV named Space? I understand if no, but it wouldn't hurt to ask. Space, I would be happy to, when we start gathering up all of the evolutions, I would be happy to name one of them Space. Already got you. I would like to do my Badoo show before it's time to do the other kind of show at night, which is to say Pokemon battles. This is highway robbery. Will we or will we not be having Secret Santa this year? Oh, Patricia, so Strat tried to set that up a little bit ago, like a few weeks ago, and we got very little interest, so since I'm not able to keep up with it. Lizard! Yes! Yes! I am powerful! Thank you, Esme. Thank you for the lizard, Esme. I appreciate it. Oh, and thank you for the what, like a... Welcome into Storm. How are you? It's so good to see you. Welcome.
Just the way you say See, if you guys do vote for I have to say it that way. I literally cannot say any other way. My God, Littlefoot.
You.
Ooh, I love a little challenge. Okay, next. Tasmanian Tiger woo. I certainly can woo. Those are cool. Uh-oh. Oh, fuck! What are you doing out of the water? Illegal! 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 Kill it! Kill it! This is illegal! Get back to where you came from! You little shit! Oh! Did I get him? Nice. Good job.
Tau joins the Vtuber army. 4 Vtubers mysteriously stop streaming.
Now, let's calm down, Tau. Hi there, gorgeous Ginger. Welcome in. How are you? Good to see ya. Okay, let me actually switch us over to art real quick. 1 second. Okay. And then we got music. Why are my fingers sticky? Uh-oh. Okay, so this is what I was working on. So this is Dia. Rad, do you like her? She's very depressed. She has goat eyes. Look at those horizontal pupils. I broke my ginger finger and typing is hard now. Oh, Ginger, no! I'm sorry, hun. She is, hold on, let me see if we can find, this is, this is the edgy form. Yeah, she's like she is satyr, but she's kind of got a curse on her. Oh, the edge. I know it's slicing ya. A lot of fuzz. She doesn't normally have that much fuzz. She does have this little tuft of fur on her chest. Yeah, there you go. I can't show you her full body because it's naked. So, crawling in my skin. Exactly. Anyway, but yeah, this is that character. So I was just working on this the other day. I just got inspired because of D&D, and I am a fan of her back. I think her back's looking quite nice. So I was like, oh, I'll show you guys. Oh, and I also wanted to do a kind of a complex pose with her leggies, her little goat leggies. Yeah. Let me see here. We've got Main Theme by Louis F. or Louis F. I feel like it's Louis because your character in your book is Louis. 1 second. Let me go put this here for you. So we have, oh, it's a Balatro thing. Nice. Partners in Crime by Set It Off. I'll cue that up for you. There we go. Cue that up for you, lovely laugh. If someone asked very politely, could she give a piggyback ride. Could steer well with the rounded horns. So that's kind of her thing is she's a normal satyr in every way, but her curse is that you can touch her anywhere, like any of this bear skin. So yes, she could give you a piggyback ride, but you cannot touch the palms out to her fingertips because she rots anything she touches. So she has plastic gloves that she wears, thick plastic gloves, because leather gloves decay, get moldy, and like waste away. She isn't able to touch people, or animals.
I would go for your butt probably.
Or any food. She can't touch food without these heavily gloved hands with this plastic. And because of the type of plastic that she has to use, it flavors everything. Like, if you guys know what I mean, like if you have like latex gloves and you are trying to eat a burger or something with it, that nasty flavor is something that you taste. So she's never really had food that isn't kind of a nasty flavor. I would go for your butt, definitely, by the way, Sweetest Storm. She's like Shigaraki from MHA. You know, I actually don't know who that is. And I did make her 5 years ago, so I promise I didn't steal any ideas. It was very original at the time. Last character I played was a Triton. Loved the art for her. Ooh, that's cool, Wicked. A Triton, huh? That sounds very cool. No touchy the booty. I like what I have and don't want it to decay. Exactly. No touchy the booty. No, but you can touch her booty. She just can't touch your booty with her hands. Would carefully offer to share my snacks with a long spoon. That's so nice of you, Monstera. Don't let her hold the spoon though. If it's made of wood, it will just get moldy, and that's kind of the other thing. Everything because it's a rot, and it's not just decay, it's rot. So you get like everything she touches is stinky. Like it'll wind up like immediately growing like mold, and or if it's like flesh-based leather or skin, you get like boils. It's really gross. It's disgusting. I'm so fucking edgy. I'm an edgy creative. What can I say? So anyway, I actually went back and read the profile that I wrote on her, and it's very gross. It's kind of fucking disgusting. She's like the Angel Devil from Chainsaw Man, in my honest opinion. Angel Devil. Oh, is that the one with that's the halo, right? Except that, like, I feel like the Angel Devil just kind of takes like life off of someone, right? It's not that they have like a disgusting, like, mold-defying yuck. Shigaraki's quirk is literally decay. Interesting. Okay. And it impacts everything that he touches. Well, there you go. I guess, well, again, that's why she has to wear these gloves, because plastic is not an organic substance, so it doesn't do anything as long as she's wearing these gloves. But one of the problems is that she wound up with like a hole in these gloves, and she didn't realize it, and she touched someone, and it was very tragic. Anyway, your theme. Okay, we got bad reputation. That is queued up for you, Nix. My toe slash damn slash. Anything organic. Yeah, anything organic. What is an OC without a serious disability or insane trauma? True! BRB, giving her a barrel of water. Yeah, yeast and sugarcane leftovers to touch. Instant rum. Oh, true! The Angel Devil is the cute twink with the halo, and when he touches something, he removes a scaled amount of time from your lifespan, and he needs to wear gloves all the time and can't touch anyone anywhere with nothing. Interesting. The Midas touch in a new form. I love that. Oh, thanks. I'm glad you like it. Little Mac, I'll cue this up for you. But yeah, she's a very interesting character because she does actually, she's a good person and she craves connection, but she, like, her whole profile talks about how she has this, you know, very herd-oriented satyr desire to, like, be with people and to have friends and to have companionship. So she doesn't actually, she's not like evil. That's kind of a part of it. She's not actually resigned to her fate either, which is why it's so depressing when she fucks stuff up by accident. I can fix her. Patricia, no. But she is fucking depressed, as you can probably glean from her depressed face and her murdering this poor, poor flower. Anyway, that's what I've been working on. I'm glad you like her. She's gonna rot you. Ah! Let me show you what else I'm working on. You guys get to decide on what we're working on. So this was one that we started. You probably recognize this. This was one we started on our the last week of my time in the US. So we could work on this if you want. Bang by AJR. Sure thing, Nix. She will rot you. Boom. Exactly, love. It's queued up, Nix. Okay, so we've got this one. Avoid unprotected high fives. Precisely. Yes. Yes, okay, so we've got this. I am gonna be putting some pals in here that, like, I've started some work on. We've got Red back here, Red with his little tie. We've got the start of Loner over here. This will be Strat, I think fittingly so. And then I'll grab another couple of pals for these two. Obviously I won't be able to fit everybody, but probably some of the oldest pals. I was actually kind of just scrolling from the top of our Palsonas and Paladins channel. So we could work on this. So we will call this NYE. I know those eyes and eyebrows anywhere. Dun 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 dun. Elderly pals. Yeah, OG pals. Hi there, Outstanding Omega. Welcome in. How are you? But yes, okay, so we will call this NYE, New Year's Eve, NYE art, if you would like to work on this. Let me show you what else I've got. I have been working on on mapping a version of, for a horror stream, image. And, it does involve, like, it's gonna look very strange because this is how, I don't know about other people, but this is how I do live 2D rigging and artwork and stuff. Hello there, lovely Artie. Welcome in. How are you? Pleasure to meet you, sweetheart. Welcome, welcome. Thank you for the head pat, Omega. Thank you, thank you. So this is another alternative. This is a horror starting soon screen. So we could use this for any time that we have a horror game. And I've got this so that I'll be able to manipulate it and have the hands kind of do this. Right. So we can work on this if you want. You can actually see over here all of these layers. So these are like thingy layers. Like that's that whole left hand there. Like, and that way I can manipulate it. So we can work on this one some more, which would be useful potentially coming up here. So we'll call that horror. We'll call that horror, okay? Amazing art tap. Thank you so much, Precious Possum. I appreciate it. Thank you, thank you. Oh, Artie, darling, thank you so very much for the care package. Much appreciated. How are you doing today, darling? Raw, darling. Raw, darling. Hello, Orca. Outstanding Orca. Oh, you've been waiting patiently. Good job waiting patiently. Awesome, Aussie. Uppies. Yee. Good, Aussie. Is horror Tau climbing out of the TV? No, I'm gonna have like this. I'm gonna have it like in the, like, it'll be blackness and then like this red, like pulsing light behind me. It'll be backlit. It'll be pretty cool and quite foreboding, I think. But yes, this is an option. So we've got NYE, we've got horror. Let me go find another one. We have our D&D character, well, my D&D character. You will probably never see, unfortunately, you will never be able to see, Akai. He is my, he is my D&D character for the campaign I'm doing in real life. But, this is him. He is a rogue tiefling butler. hell of a butler. And we can work on him. I have to do all of his shading and stuff still. So we could do that as well. Because I've only done the shading up to like his waist, or down to his waist, I should say. So we could work on him as well. We will call that D&D. Yeah, we'll call this guy D&D. And then we have 2 options at the moment for stuff to start working on from scratch. We can work on Vash. Vash has a chibi that they are due from last week's raffle, and I know what they want. It's a very cute werewolfy chibi in Vash the Stampede's jacket. So we can start, and I don't have a sketch of that yet, but we can totally do that. Or I have a commission from lovely Alex, the Yin, and that is a nice, fun, edgy, like monster vibe. Not like scary, but like, he's like, he'll be kind of roaring and looking real, yeah, bigger. So we will say Vash Chibi, and we will say Alex Com. Okay, so that's what those 2 are. So now let me put a poll up. What to work on today? Okay, so we have NYE art, which we went through. We have horror screen, which we went through. We have D&D butler, which is this guy. We have Vash Chi. Oh gosh, I can't type. Oh my god. Sorry. Vash Chibi, which we talked about, which is from scratch. And then we have Alex Com, which is from scratch. I'm going to give you guys 3 minutes. Please do vote on that. Thank you for the pal hat, Valiant Vash. I appreciate you. And always time for Uwu, baby Takuwu. Thank you very much for the baby Takuwu. Werewolf Vash, Yahoo. Let me see exactly what this convo said. Okay. Vash, Woo! I love the pose that you chose, by the way, Woo. Okay, so Vash said, humanoid wolf like a werewolf with black and blonde fur, having Vash's coat and some broken chains. And he's going to have this very fun and whimsical pose, Woo. It's so cute. I love this pose. Ah. So we could do that, Uwu, if you would like to do that as well. Okay, so we got 4 people for the horror screen. Let me go show you guys the horror screen again so that we can refresh your memories. Here you go. This is the horror screen. Ta-da, Woo. Oh, NYE art is now neck and neck though. Ooh, let's go look at the NYE art to refresh your memory as well. Here you go. Ooh, this is the NYE art. Gotta be up to early tomorrow morning, so Sola and I are off to sweep, and I'm working. Oh, absolutely, dearest Dustin. Thank you so much, sweetheart. I appreciate you, Ooh. I hope you sweep wonderfully well and have the sweetest dreams. And that goes for sweetest Sola as well. Thank you so much for coming in. Let's see. Eek, Tao, I'm following the coloring your persona guide, and the link I put in the browser took me to the AI editor. Is there something I need to change? AI editor? That's odd. It should not be doing that. I will have to check on that. Hi, Radical Wham. Welcome in. Thank you so much for the work, dearest Dustin. Appreciate you, Will. How was my day today, Widowmac? It was brilliant. I've had a wonderful time with my precious powers. Oh, it's neck and neck. So this is the NYE art. And then this is the horror art that we can work on too. Ooh. They are both at 5, ooh. And this will enable us to have the fingies moving during the screen. What the hell is this voice? This is a voice with him, lovely wham. Instead, create new button is now a generate AI image button. Yuck. Oh, that is very bad. Hi, Fabulous Feather. Well, Ozzy, you can wait. Waking up to seeing AI? No! Okay, it's neck and neck. Okay, we gotta do one more poll, and we will only have it between those two. Which to work on today, woo? We got Hawa. This is Hawa, and we've got New Year's Eve. Okay, 1 minute, everyone. Please do vote. Break the ties. Break the ties. I finally finished the first part of a chapter for a passion project. I'm so proud of myself. Remember, folks, you can do whatever you put your minds to. 100%, sweetest Saint Saturnus. 100%. Still not good at drawing quotes, so instead I am going to draw them a weather pal holding her sword. Cute! I can't wait to see it, woo. Seen the latest? There'll be a cyclone by the looks of it. You two should gather up and hold each other tightly so that you can both stay safe. Ooh. Oh, it's close again. Hawa. Ooh, Hawa's barely edging out NYE. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Hawa has 9 now, woo. A week of streak. A week of streak. Thank you so much, Mr. Wham. How are you? Thank you so much for the 7 stream streak. I really appreciate it, woo. Thank you, thank you. Woo. Opposite ends of town, though. I'm so he's in a safer spot. Oh, Feather, you gotta go to him then. Not famous. I could that up for you, Nix. My toast slice, damn slice. There we go. Queued it up. I need to get a new drawing pad, but they're not cheap. That is true, Artie. What kind of a drawing pad are you looking into having? Can't. Got a kitty who needs me and my partner. Bring them both. Bring them both. Do you like how I'm just inviting people over to your house, Ozzy? I loved how it's clumsy uwu. the clumsy uwus. 3, 2, 1. Time up. Okay, now I get to talk normally again. Thank you for the redeem, Ash. All right, we're doing horror today. I misheard can't as content. Thought you just called my cat that. No, I would never. I have far too much of an American accent to do that. Okay. I'm watching Britain's Got Talent while in a hotel room. Oh, okay, Ram. Are you off on a business trip? Update on fires. Hundreds of people have been evacuated from the countryside and an entire town was wiped out aside from a single house. Fuck. Where is that, Patricia? I know it's in Victoria, but like it's not, hopefully it's not where the, what was it called? Was it Black Sunday? I went to that town like back in 2015 when I first visited. Man, that's devastating. That is so fucking sad. I hope everyone's okay. Black Saturday, that's it. Black Saturday, not Black Sunday. Yeah, Black Saturday. I went to that town when I first visited, and I was like, wow, it's amazing how this place is rebuilt. I hope this isn't there again. Okay, let's see here. No, my family had to evacuate because of a fire nearby. Oh! Oh, shit, Ram! Oh my gosh. Is everybody in your family okay? I want to get the XP pen magic drawing pad, but it's like $600. Yeah, it is. What was your drawing pad before, Artie? Whoops. Whoops, wrong brush. The Mind Wasp by Devin Townsend. All right. If you have local storm chasers, try checking YouTube if anyone is streaming. That may be an option to look for what's actively happening if the weather takes out TVs. If any water starts gathering, stay far away from anywhere power poles could fall. Good advice, Magnificent Monster. Good advice. It's 42 where I am. Jesus, Ruffy, directly north of Melbourne. Not too bad for Seymour and, ooh, I don't know how to, Pukapunyo? And south of Shepparton. Wow. How is it 40? It doesn't feel like it. Are you in aircon lab? We are all okay, just a bit shaken up and worried about our house. Absolutely, Ram, sweetheart. I am so sorry. That's terrifying. Oh my God. If there's anything that that the pals can do, please don't hesitate to let us know, okay? Okay. The wasp. I've shared my finished Christmas model and art. I'm very happy with how it turned out and can't wait to show you. Just letting you know, it is spread across 2 different messages. Okay, I'll have a look. Let's go see. Got some art to look at. Very nice. We begin. Nice. Is this your first tank? I don't think it is. I feel like I've seen other tanks. You had the Huon Canvas Slate 10, but sadly the screen stopped working. Oh, that sucks, Artie. How long had you had it? Hugs for Ozzy. Hugs for everyone. Okay, very nice, very nice. I like the little men. You have a sketch of fan art? I'll have a look. Beautiful bubbling. Cool, cool. Ooh, I like the tires. Cool. Oh, they work. Oh my God, it works. That's very cool. Wow, look at it function. That's awesome. How goes for lovely Ram, sweetheart? This is not my first tank by a long shot. And also, this isn't actually a tank. It's not? That's awesome, sweetheart. Excellent work. Oh, this is so cute. Bobby! Oh, little baby. Oh, it's so cute. So baby, I love. 2.5 years. Okay, okay. It's not quite as long as you would hope a quality cat would. Do you take commissions, Artie? Are you able to maybe like do traditional art to save up for the one you want? Week by AGR. Sure thing, Nix. Please, you all be safe if you are in immediate area of fire danger. Absolutely. Yuki, are there places in Japan where y'all get like wildfires? Do you get those, or is it like fairly moist and green pretty much everywhere? Any pals who are in country Victoria, tune into your local radio station. Pack a bag if you need to evacuate. Listen to what authorities are saying. Always be prepared to leave if you have to. Very true. Very true. So I'm learning the best part of drawing the dispatch pals is how different they all look. So it's really good experience to draw different things. That's great, hun. I'm happy to hear it. We got to meet up again at some point. I assume you're coming to PAX next year? I'm hoping so, Ram, but I'm not positive yet. I think I probably will be, though. Also, no, you don't do commissions. Okay, Artie, gotcha. I suppose, well, hopefully maybe you can save up over some time, maybe? 40 degrees outside, smoke from the current out-of-control bushfires in Victoria and the wind making it feel like you're facing a full-blast, full-body hairdryer. Oh, that's fucking awful, Storm. Please stay cool. That's yuck. Very, very rarely, even when it's super hot, we get a lot of moisture since the closeness of mountains and seawater. That's such a boon, Yuki. Oh my gosh. Wow. Yeah. I know you guys get a lot of other, like, horrifying natural disasters and stuff, but I'm glad you don't get wildfires, at least. That's good. Yeah, wildfires are probably the worst natural disaster that you can get in Australia. That shit obliterates everything so quickly. This year, my bad. It's still taking me a little bit to get used to the fact it's 2026. Oh, that's okay, Ram. All good. No, yeah, I knew what you meant. I'm still thinking of next year as 2026 too. I think when we talk about cons, my brain goes, oh, they just mean the next con. Like I replace year with con. So I'm like, are you coming to the next con? Are you coming next year? Yes. Well, I don't know. I'm gonna try. We are, though, kind of waiting for a Fuji-san to explode sometime again. Earthquakes and tsunamis are enough. Yeah, absolutely, Yuki. How long has it been since Fuji erupted, Yuki? If I was living in or closer to Vic, my chances of going to PAX would be very high. That's totally fair, Ozzy. Totally fair. Hopefully you'll be able to get to a con sometime this year if you want to. Fuji's last eruption was in 1707. Holy. Oh my god. Wow. I guess I didn't realize that Fuji's still technically an active volcano. That's crazy. Every time there's a big fire in Australia, we get heavy rain in New Zealand. That's too bad, we could use some of that. No, I hope you're enjoying the rain though, sweetheart. Thank you for the lurk, Magnificent Monstera. Much appreciated. We're getting some smoke now and then. Oh. I've also got work tonight and it seems to have gotten more yellow outside. I was in Sydney during the wildfires of early 2019 into 2020. And I had the hardest time breathing that I have ever had that wasn't like a direct asthma attack. That was very scary. Fight Time Good Enough is queued up for you, Cutie Kata. Speaking of, hi Cutie Kata, welcome in. How are you? Today we didn't get any rain, just really hot weather. Yuck. I'm sorry, hun. Hopefully you're staying nice and cool. I'm at work on break at the moment. Got some sushi. Yummy! What kind of sushi? Thankfully, it's not that close to Tokyo. Most movies depict it much closer than it is. Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. I mean, you can kind of see it from all over the place, right? But yeah, I guess it's not that close. Australia hasn't had active volcanoes for very many years, and the last eruption in mainland Australia was Mount Gambier in Victoria only 5,000 years ago, making Australia's extinct volcano chain the youngest of all extinct volcano networks in the world. Did I say Gambier? Gambier? It's been a long time since I've heard that word out loud. I used to rent a waterfront unit in the Hunter area of New South Wales, just off of Newcastle, and I remember watching the towers of smoke over the mountains as I had a clear view of that. Yeah, that was crazy. It was, the sky was, like, truly red. Like, the whole fucking sky was like that color. The sky was like that. And I was like, wow, I can't fucking breathe. I wonder why. Thank you for the care package, Radical Brand. Much appreciated. Thank you. 1707 was a huge explosion, but the last reported one occurred in 1854. Oh, okay, gotcha. That's still a long time for people to kind of forget what that was like. I have spicy tuna, chicken katsu curry, and a vegetable tempura pancake thing. Yummy. Like, okonomiyaki? BLQ saws Type 16 Japanese wheeled tank destroyer maneuver combat vehicle designed for rapid transit through Japanese countryside, islands to combat potential invasions from Russia, China, and North Korea. Vehicles well designed for unit-based combat are also self-sufficient and can operate by themselves as separated from the main body of other Type 16s. Interesting. Good Time by Owl City. We will cue that up for you right now, Nix. There we go. Queued it up. I remember the red sky one year in Silicon Valley. I got N95 masks for that. Yeah, good call. During the 2019-2020 fires, I was living in Morwell, which was about an hour and a half away from Lake's entrance and such. Oh, man. Wow. Jesus. Last volcano eruption here in New Zealand was in 2019, which was the White Island volcano. Was it a big explosion or was it kind of like, luckily not? There we go. It was a deadly eruption. Oh no, that's really sad. Is Tau in lava right now? I'm not in lava. No, no. Every time we feel a 6+ earthquake, everybody here looks towards Fujisan just to see if he also will belch. That's so scary. I cannot imagine being like, okay, here's already a catastrophic natural disaster. Let's see if that one's also gonna take off. No, you sure? Okay, let's go. Let's go help people. During the 2019 to 2020 bushfires, Black Summer, I remember the visibility in my area from all the smoke blowing in from hundreds of Ks away was so bad, and the air quality was so bad that we weren't allowed to leave our classrooms until our parents were able to pick us up or for our buses to arrive. She was crazy. It was really bad. Yeah. I was thrilled to come back to Tassie. I was only in Sydney for like 2 weeks, 2 or 3 weeks, but it was enough. It was enough. Party rock anthem. There we go. Cue that up for you, Radical Ram. Thank you so much. You know what? Hold on. I might actually be able to find a picture. From that time. Oh yeah, this is a photo I took in Sydney. This isn't even like as bad as it gets. Hold on. So this was a lovely, delightful beach day in late 2019. Let me show you. Yeah, that is unedited. That is exactly what the sky looked like. Well, and even still, like I said, I think it was actually a little bit more red than this, but you can like literally see the sun. Yeah, that was mad. I have a similar picture. Yeah, you couldn't even see past that rock on the right side of the image. Holy shit. That doesn't look right. It's not right. Yeah, the I shouldn't have actually been outside, to be honest. The air quality was truly terrible. What was really interesting is because of, you know, nose blindness and spending too much time in like a fire area, when I got back to Tassie after a couple of weeks in Sydney, I was unpacking my suitcase and Nath literally was like, "Are you burning something, Tau?" And I'm like, "No." And then I realized that my clothes and everything, my hair, my clothes, everything reeked of, it was like I had stood in a campfire's like onslaught for like weeks. And it permeated the entire house like that, just that smell. There was so much on my clothes. Yeah, it was bizarre. Ash smell. Yeah, but it's like, it was so overpoweringly strong. It wasn't like that pleasant, like campfire smell, you know what I mean? But yeah, it was quite rough. And my lungs were not happy. You posted it in IRL. Let me see. Oh, the smell of hell. Yeah, kind of like the smell of hell. Yeah. Let me see here. Oh, yeah. Hey, that's, yeah. Was that from 2019 as well? Spirits will collide. I'll cue that up for you. Okay. Done. I wore an N95 mask to work, got into the elevator. There was the maintenance guy in the elevator. Removed my mask and I just gagged immensely. Maintenance guy, I think got the message that the elevator stank. Yeah. Ooh, yikes. That bad. And I thought the wildfires here in the US were bad. Yeah, Californian wildfires and those in like the Southwest in general can be pretty bad. They really can. Like, don't get me wrong. But Aussie wildfires are particularly bad because, and I think it's largely because of the geography. of Australia. I'm tempted to share the chapter for my passion project in the server, but also very nervous. Oh, you're welcome to, Saint Saturnus. Just make sure that you put the appropriate warnings on there, okay? Where's my scared? There it is. I also saw that. Oh, cute! These are so cute, Storm. Very baby. During these fires that you're seeing pics of, hold on. The burning area was larger than the area of the state of Virginia. Yeah, Jesus, that's crazy. During all of this, our local federal member of parliament, who was a member of the then conservative government at the time, came to my school as part of the little community meeting thing that MPs do, and no one was having any of his BS. None of the teachers, none of the students, no one. A primary schooler even asked him to his face, why isn't the government doing anything about climate change? And he just laughed off and dodged the question. He lost his seat the following election. Did he lose that to Andrews? Was that right? When can we send stories for the storytime stream? Well, you've hit it. So actually, you guys can start sending those now if you want to. Hold on. Let me put some instructions here real quick. Writing. Let me see here. Storytelling stream. I might actually make a thread in writing for this specifically. Let me just... Okay, here we go. I want to just copy this. Give me just a moment, please. Perfect. Okay. I'm gonna make a thread real quick. This will be story time stream. I don't know why I haven't done this before. Sorry. Okay. We will do a quick, I'm gonna read this out loud, but it's also gonna be written there. All posts will be, for the storytelling stream in this thread, okay? For the storytelling stream, please note that the rules for submissions are as follows. Absolutely no AI generated content. 0. I do not even want you using it to edit. Please don't use it to edit. If you want to edit it, pass it off to a friend or a parent or a sibling or something. Please just don't use AI in this. If you are submitting something you did not write, please ensure you either have explicit permission from the original author or the piece is in public domain. And finally, last but not least, please abide by our usual TOS. The mods are going to go through your writing before it is read to ensure it is appropriate. Okay, I'm putting this thread there, and I am actually gonna pin that real quick. So please post your, oh, I can't pin that. Okay, well, new thread for Storytime stream. Please, and I am gonna say, please only post there when you are, when let's see, when the final product is done. What I mean by that is, you don't have to, let's say you're writing a novel. You don't have to wait until you finish the novel. I just mean, I don't want people being like, okay, so I've edited a paragraph. Okay, boop. I've edited another paragraph. Okay, boop. I've edited another paragraph. Boop. You know, I don't do that. And I also don't want to see like chapter 1 from a week ago, and then we have a bunch of other postings, and then chapter 2, 3 days ago, and then we have a bunch more postings, and then from today, chapter 3, I don't want to see that. So please make sure that you are keeping your stuff organized, okay? New thread for the storytime stream, please only post there when the, I'm gonna say, not the final product, what's a good way to say this? When the piece you want to present is ready to be read. Do not post multiple parts over multiple days in multiple posts. Yeah, there we go. And I'll also add that to the rules there, okay? All right, yeah, storytime stream. Let me know if you guys are not able to see that, by the way. Sorry, one second. I'm just gonna You can, however, post if you want advice or if you want someone to edit in the pouch, you can post that in the writing section. Just don't put it in the story time stream until you're ready to have it read, okay? Please post here when the piece you want to present is ready to be read. Do not post multiple parts over multiple days and multiple posts. Okay, there you go. There you go. Okay. Let me know if anyone has any questions about that. Like I said, I'm sure there are lots of pals who would be happy to help you edit things. Please just don't use AI in this, okay? We're going to make this easy and just ask you to please not use any AI. Even if it's for editing, please just don't. Okay. Sorry, I'm back to chat now. If I've missed anything and you really need me to read it, just feel free to send. Just sent an infographic and media for the Americans in chat to get a good idea of the scale of the fires. Yep, that's a fair idea. Use AI equals bonk until forgiven. 07 Saint Saturnus 07. You see everything? You see it? Okay, great. Oh well, Seto, you're a mod. I'm not surprised you see it, but I'm glad Patricia's seeing it. As usual, I will be sending SCPs, some funny ones and interesting ones, and one very mildly scary. Okay, sounds good, Nix. Sounds good. Yeah, I can't believe that I haven't posted a thread there. That's a bit silly of me. Sorry. Okay. Yeah, let me know if anyone has any questions about the storytime stream. You guys are welcome now to post on there your stories. And that's going to be open for a while because I need to figure out when I'm going to have time to do a storytime stream. But yeah. The guy who came to my school was a federal member, not a state member. Oh, okay. Still have the LMP member at the state level, but our federal member is currently a Labour Party member, and he replaced the guy I just mentioned. Gotcha. Can I send creepypastas to be read if they are short? Little Mac, as long as they are not triggering, you can. Yes. But if there is anything triggering, please refrain. You shared more fan art, Riz. Ooh, let me have a look at you. Oh my god, this is so funny. I cannot wait for this, dude. This is gonna be great. The poses are so good, Sudasetu, always. Excellent. I love. It's so good. Thank you so much. Incredible. I'm gonna write a short horror story if that's okay. Nothing too violent or gory. Yeah, Yuki, go for it. I'm not opposed to having horror. Nothing triggering, you know what I mean? Like we can have something creepy or foreboding. But yeah, I just don't want anything that's gonna make the cozy vibes more rancid, if that makes sense. Dirty Dad, get on the beers! I remember that song. Office smells of bushfire smoke. Oh, Storm, I'm sorry. Don't forget that I'm there too, Tao. This is as much yours as it is also mine. Wait, hold on. What was that in reference to, sweetheart? Oh, Dan Andrews was the premier of Victoria and thus was at the state level. Yes. Let's see. I can't believe Kata and I lived a 10-minute drive from each other. That is crazy. Just a little campfire tale. I love a good campfire tale. Absolutely. I've actually gone out of my way in the past to read some of the creepypastas I really like. Like, do you guys remember the one about the gambler? You remember that? I thought that was eerie, creepy, very, very good. What level of violence is acceptable? I don't mean things like mega gory, but like some stories may have blood in it, but not excessive. Well, if you aren't positive, you can post it and then one of my mods will read through it. And if it's too much, they will put like an X react on it and then I'll just know not to read it. That's all. I'm trying to find something to share. Oh, that's okay. There's not any rush. Just whenever you guys are comfortable sharing, you can. I'll give you like a week notice before it closes, probably 3 days notice before it closes, 24 hours before it closes, and then I'll say, hey, after this stream, we're closing it, and then, tomorrow is when we're going to do the storytelling stream, which is not what's happening yet. I don't even know when it's going to be yet. So you guys can just relax and post things as you are ready. That is what I shall do. Sounds good. Lovely little Mac. Sounds good. I'm going to post a photo of what my backyard looks like right now. Okay. Towel break. Now we. Yeah, you are right, Rem. It is now time for a break. I just want to see what you have posted here, my dear. You basically finished your Persona. Ozzy, I'm so excited to see. I actually didn't even think about the fact that you might not have a Persona yet.
Because you keep missing it. I'm the Uma in Saru's art.
Oh, nice, Patricia. Very good. I am writing Patricia. That sounds weird. Sorry. That sounds weird. You know what I meant. I wonder if someone will do Navy SEALs. Hold on. Let me see IRL pics. Oh, that puppy. Oh, okay. Hold on. Now I have to show you guys a picture of Coda when he was a baby. Oh, that your pup looks a lot like Coda, actually. Oh, Monster, she's so cute. Okay, hold on. Let me, puppy. I'll show you guys my little jelly bean. He was so small. Oh, there he is. Oh, he's so cute. Here, okay, let me show you. Look at him. Look at him. This was my baby, my little baby Coda. Oh, he was so small. He was so tiny. He's so cute. Check art? Okay, one second. Yeah, baby Coda. He's so precious. He reminds me of your baby, Monstera. Lav, your backyard is... Jesus. Oh my god. That's horrifying. They're like little dumplings. So precious. They are. Nathan's like, ew, he looked like a jelly bean. And I'm like, well, yeah, he's a baby. And he's like, I want him to look more like a dog. And so then... then... we got pictures like... Nate thought he looked more like a dog in... This is my favorite photo of him. He's so cute. Look at this photo. This is my favorite photo of him. He's... oh, hold on. There you go. Yeah, he's conquering the world. He's so cute. Look at him. He's got his beautiful little baby eyes open. His little nose, his little freckly nose. Isn't he cute? Koda's so baby. He is so kawaii. He is so kawaii. Is that baby Coda? It is. Well, baby is there. That's baby Coda. And then this is like baby Coda. I want to hug. Yes, he's so tiny. He's just a baby. Oh, Possum, it occurs to me you might not have seen my dog. Hold on, I'll show you what he looks like now. He's a very handsome boy. So all of those little things, all those tiny little guys evolved into this pretty boy. This is my pride and joy, my fur son, my gorgeous boy. His little ears look like they're soft. They still are. He's got like the softest fur I've ever felt on an Aussie, actually. Yeah. We love Coda in this house. We do. My gorgeous handsome boy. Bye-bye. Oh, you heading out, Saru? Enjoy your errands, sweetheart. We'll see you later. He's so beautiful and handsome, isn't he? He's so cute. He's such a dork. He's such a dork. He looks very regal here, but 95% of the time, he looks like... Sorry, hold on. You got me started on dog pics. 95% of the time, he looks like... Oh, that's a cute photo too. Okay. Hold on, I'll show you two. I'll show you two things. Okay. There is this incredibly cute little face he's making.
I would go for your butt, probably.
I would go for your butt, definitely, Valiant Vegeta. So this is not him being like, because this is a face that dogs can do when they're like afraid. This is not him being afraid. You can see how wet he is. We were in the rain, so he was like closing his eyes, but he's so cute. So yeah, that's one happy face. But yeah, 90% of the time he looks like this. This is what I picture when I think of my dog. Yeah. love this fucking face. He's so done with my shit. The fucking the side eye, dude. He's like, fuck you. Not even respectfully, fuck you. What did he do here? My little baby went into the water and sliced his feet up on mussel shells. And he kept on trying to lick at his wounds. And so I had to put his little hat on. We call it a hat. And he really fucking hates it, but it's way less damaging than like the big cones, you know? Yeah, it's okay. He's better now. This was like last year, but the side eye is so real. But he's very cute, isn't he? He's kind of smart. He's quite smart. Yeah, he knows a lot of really cool tricks that I've taught him. But yeah, he's very cute. In case you didn't get to see him when he was a puppy, that's his puppy, and then this is his bean phase. I can imagine that'd be no good. Yeah, mussel shells are brutal. They are. It was so strange because we had been taking him to that beach since he was like, you know, like that big almost. I mean, you know, we waited the proper amount of time and he had all of his vaccines and stuff. But since he was a puppy is what I'm getting at. And then he came home, or like he came back up to me, and I saw in the paw print in the wet sand that it was just filled with blood. And I was like, is that like dirty water? What is that? But I was like, that's red. What is that? And because he was ignoring it, he had zero concept that he just sliced his paw pad practically off on these mussel shells. And so I'm like, oh, fuck. And so I took him to the vet, and they were like, yeah, we need to perform emergency surgery. This is not going to stop bleeding. So, you know, like $1,000 later, this is the thanks I get. I got a wound from one and had to get a lot of medicine to treat it. Yeah, they're really sharp and very dirty. My younger Doge is really stupid. I told you guys this before, but he has a ton of dislikes, the biggest being children. One time I was walking him and this couple was walking towards us with a crying baby. Ooh, yikes. Sent dog photos. Ah! Coda, treat time? Oh, we're working on, he's a bit chunky right now. We're trying not to give him too many treats at the moment. Oh my God. Speaking of cute dogs, so cute. Oh, I love this orange puppy dude. Look at his little face. I love this flare of fur. It's so cute. It's also how I draw neck fur. Coda diet time. Okay, yeah, kind of. Just a little bit. Oh, cute baby. Yeah, send your dog as a pup. Absolutely, Possum. Oh, baby. Look at those pretty eyes. Cute. And then here's a little chonky. Oh, look at this chonky Kit Kat. The guy barked at the baby, not minding the couple. What? I don't know if my song request went through. Oh, I think it did. Sorry, sweetie. I was looking at a bunch of puppy pictures. Oh, no, I guess it didn't. Sorry. But I did get Rum Rage by Sticky Fingers, so I need to cue that up. Rum Rage is queued up for you, Artie. Thank you very much. $1,000, double ouch, but worth any amount, I am sure. At the Shinto shrine, we take care of many strays, although more cats than dogs, and they often take better care of them in the wild. Oh, that's very sweet of you guys. I know that Shintoism values animals quite a lot. That may be one too many lasagna. One too many lasagna is very funny. Oh, look at Evie, so cute. That's gotta be a react for you, Ozzy. Shinto is a very interesting religion. It is. Our family would have a dog if it wasn't for our property not being properly fenced off. Yeah, that's fair, Ram. You have like a decent property then. Alan! Hi there, amazing Alan. Welcome in. How are you? Sorry, we're looking at dog pictures. Sorry, everybody. That's my dog. That's my dog. That's my dog. Welcome in, amazing Alan LaFell. How are you? It's so good to see you. We're working on horror today. You guys, this is the absolutely astoundingly awesome Alan Lefel, a most talented VTuber and artist who hath raided in from their art streams. This fun-loving sheep doth traverse the realms of gaming and comic making. Their recent exploits include mod testing in Minecraft and learning 3D drawing. Ooh, that's cool. How's that going, Alan? Truly a multifaceted individual. Respectfully, your queen commands you to check them out. I do. You guys, if you don't know Alan, Alan is a dear friend of mine. How are you doing, lovely Alan? And hi, fabulous Fenrir. Welcome in. Happy, hungry, helpful. Absolutely. We shapies come in pieces to bring peace to your chat. Please reassemble thines-selves. Welcome in, Chuya. Hi there, cutie Chuya. Woof. It's good to meet you, sweetheart. Cute doggo. He is kind of cute, isn't he? He baby. There is also no war on Ba Sing Se. Should I believe you? It went well. I spent 2 hours to make a face. Would you like to share some art text with us, hon? Please let me know. And also let us know when your next stream is, if you don't mind me asking. While you let us know, here's a little bit about us.
Vtuber self-introduction Q&A. 3, 2, 1, let's go. What is your name?
TauTassieTiger.
What's your nickname?
Tau.
What kind of VTuber are you?
A Thylacine.
Date of birth?
September 22.
How old are you?
Wouldn't you like to know?
Pronouns?
She, they.
How tall are you?
5'5".
Where are you from?
Tasmania.
Great thing about you.
Inclusivity and
Now
creativity.
perform a quick impression. Where can we find you?
Twitch and more.
Catchphrase 1.
Welcome to the pouch.
Catchphrase 2.
You are now a pouch.
Fan emojis.
Corn and crown.
Live tag.
I'm live.
Fan art tag.
TauTassie art.
Fan name.
Precious pals.
Favorite color.
Dark red.
Hobbies.
Art and anything outdoors.
What's your skills?
I have a few.
Confess your love to yourself.
Confess. I tell you all the time.
Favorite food.
Corn.
Favorite drink.
TV static.
Favorite manga.
Norigami.
Favorite anime.
Also Norigami.
Favorite game.
Witcher 3.
Favorite music.
Glass animals.
Biggest fear.
Water.
Who's your idol? What's your dream?
To make the world a little better than when I got here.
Holy and go!
Feel free to join the pouch for an 18+ space of inclusivity and cozy chaos. Thank you so much for watching, and welcome to the pouch.
Yay! You guys, look at this! This is fucking amazing! Alan, how did you do this? This is awesome! Check it out! How fucking sick! Don't get me wrong, I'm not proselytizing. It's just attractive to me since most shrines care about nature very much, and that fits my personality. I think if I were to choose a religion, like an actual religion to follow, I'd probably go with Shinto. Yeah. Ooh, I know, right, Bublin? This is so cool! Alan, this is awesome. That was in Blockbench. I never used the program before, so I was so lost. This looks amazing, hon. You did such a great job. I'm like, obviously your background in illustration has helped with this, yes? Palsona posted. Amazing. Ozzy, I'll have a look. Oh, look at this baby. Oh, also Kobold. Oh, this baby. Oh, look at all these. Oh, look at that baby too. More babies. we're doing art, I swear. Oh, that's a cute face for a cute baby. Oh, cute. So cute. All right, let me go look at the Palsonas. Don't worry, it's a front house situation. There's nothing in the back. So it's just flat. You rotate this around and then it goes from like boop. There's some bananas creation lore in Shinto though, but that is probably true of pretty much every religion. Yeah, for sure. This has been a very fun stream. I'm so happy to hear it. Oh my, those pictures make me all fuzzy inside. Aren't they cute? The pupper is now 14. Oh, still baby. Alan, that is really, really cool. What are you hoping to like do with 3D? Do you have like goals, lofty goals perhaps of creating 3-dimensional art? What have you been up to? What you drawing? We are currently working on a horror starting soon screen that I'm going to animate in live 2D probably. Because we are coming up on 3,000 followers, and every 1,000 followers, I let you guys pick a horror game for me to try. This will therefore serve us well for many thousands to come. I was trying to make it for Hightail. Wait, what is Hightail? I'm gonna be practicing Blender later to make my own 3D model. That's so cool, Alan. Are you still using the 3D model? It's a I'll do it myself situation. Yeah, I love that. I love that. I feel like that's the impulse for most artists. You're just like, you know what? I'll do it myself. I'll just figure it out. I'll just figure it out. It's fine. Duke! Oh, Duke is cute. Oh, Ozzy, I love him. He's so cute. Dearest Duke, look at him be baby. Very cute. Homage to one of my beloved pets from the past. Chose cyan as the eyes, as that's my color. That's so cool. I love that. That's great, sweetheart. Excellent work. You did a great job coloring as well. Duke is perfect in every way, darling. Every way. My 3D Papa hasn't responded to me, so I need to make a new... Oh. Ooh. Oh, I'm sorry that you're dealing with that, lovely Alan. That's unfair. Jesus. Canberra is in total fireband mode tomorrow for the first time in 6 years. Wow. Jesus. Well, Alan, we appreciate you bringing your lovely community in. Thank you so much for being here. Make sure you're taking care of yourself, though. If you need to go off and get some water or food or shower or bedtime or something like that. And also, yeah, let us know when your next stream will be if you happen to know. Luckily, I have experience in 3D modeling from university, so it won't be too bad. That's actually very, very cool, Alan. Lucky you. I don't know if I'm ever going to be able to like figure out the 3D stuff. I think I'm going to have to keep on hiring people for 3D things. Let me see. Oh, I'm totally not getting emotional thinking about him. Totally. Aw, Ozzy. Now you gotta be your own papa and go grab milk. Unlucky though, because I was better than both my professors. Oh! Ooh, to the point where I was teaching the other students. Let's go, Alan. 'Tis the way of an exceptional artist such as yourself. Actually, that reminds me, we need to go on a quick break. I just looked at the time. You guys, for lovely Alan and wonderful community, we go on a 3-minute break every hour. So it's not very long, just 3 minutes. And that is just so that if you cannot afford to or do not wish to subscribe, you don't have to, because for those 3 minutes, I walk away from the computer. That is also when I run the ads, which means you won't miss out on any content. And I suggest you also move around a little. That means I didn't learn much from him. Oh, that's a good point. I'm awful at Blender. Alan knows about it. Fenrir lies. They're amazing. Aha! I might have to take Alan's word on this one, bud. You're your own worst critic, Fenrir. All right, let's go on this quick break. Please make sure that you hydrate, grab yourself something to eat or drink, have a little stretch, maybe go to the bathroom, and darling, this is also a meds reminder in case you need to take any medications or vitamins. Yes, go grab some delicious tea. Yummy, yummy, yummy. All right, love you lots. Miss you terribly. See you in 3. Mwah.
Those are cool. Uh-oh. Oh, fuck! What are you doing out of the water? Illegal! 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 Kill it! Kill it! This is illegal! Get back to where you came from! You little shit! Oh! Did I get him? Nice. Good job.
How so kind and sweet could not deny anything in the face of it.
Yeah!
Wait.
Tau joins the Vtuber army. 4 Vtubers mysteriously stop streaming.
Just the way you say See, if you guys do vote for I have to say it that way. I literally cannot say any other way. My God, Littlefoot.
Of recently, which happens to be every gang in Los Angeles. Now, if
I thought that was a redeem, dude. Fuck. Sorry. What, like a... Welcome in, sweetest Storm. How are you? It's so good to see you. Welcome. Very much. I am also setting you up with a boss battle. Please feel free to enjoy, and I'll see you in 3 hours. I'm knocking my head against the mic again.
next break is 15 minutes. All right, got it, start. And then you go to sleep. Go to sleep or else. Go chihuahua on your ass.
Hello. Would you like to take a short amount of time out of your day to hear about our lady, savior, and best streamer of all time, TauTassieTiger? Yes! Oh my god, you can just have me on a recording. Just be like, hello, it's me. Nath was right. Maybe we need to have a Nath was right.
Already got you. I would like to do my Badoo show before it's time to do the other kind of show at night, which is to say Pokemon battles. I shrink to become sweeter. My name is the cut that makes things grow. I'll raise it. That makes no sense. That makes no sense. Anybody got a guess for Esme's riddle? I shrink to become sweeter, and my name is the cut that makes things grow. May I ask if you find an Eevee, you name it Space? I understand if no, but it wouldn't hurt to ask. Space, I would be happy to, when we start gathering up all of the evolutions, I would be happy to name one of them Space.
Can I have one of your horses, please? Please? You're so cool. Hello, 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 cutie pies, and welcome back. Well done with defeating the boss. Excellent work. Welcome back, awesome Aussie, you beautiful being. Abbies. Yee, good Aussie, lovely. Abbies. Yee, good laugh. Guys, I just went out there and it is raining here, which is good. We like rain at the moment. I don't like it as much in winter, but it's good now. Beautiful Bubbling, welcome back. Amazing Apparition, welcome back. Sweet is so jazzy, welcome in, welcome back. Precious Patricia, welcome back. All right, let's see here. Sorry, I was just yawning. And Precious Possum, welcome back, darling. It's so good to see you, cutie pie. While I'm here, I got a message for Coda. What have you got? Precious Patricia, uppies? Good Patricia. My last dog was named Coda. Oh, really, Possum? Oh my gosh. Well, happy Coda-ing with me. Welcome back, gorgeous Yuki. Oh, she looks just like a bear. That's so cute. Oh, that's adorable. Was she like a Newfie? Tell him I said. He'll know exactly what that means. He's ignoring you, I think. He's just laying on the floor. Storm, thank you so much for the care package, darling. Appreciate it. Thank you. A mix, cute. Oh my god, if you have any pictures of her, I would love to see. Thank you so much for the care package, Sweetest Storm. 42 Celsius is insane. Last summer, we had new record highs, but nothing like that. Yeah. Aircon and fans and drinking water and not going outside. Yep, that's kind of all you can do. Okay. Sorry, I've been very distracted by our little chatties and puppies and Allens. Looking art? Ah, your other Christmas model. Nice. Oh, very cool. I like the teeth. I like these teeth. Very nice, hon. Well done. Great assemblage. It means puppies as far as Dalmatians are concerned, and I'm honestly just saying that to mess with them. Yeah, I kind of figured. That's okay. It is currently 38 Celsius for me. I don't think it's going to rain anytime soon, but I'm inside at work. Ah, well, may you get some of the Tasmanian rain over your way. Ro and I are off to bed. Absolutely, sweetest Saku. Thank you so much for bringing your amazing community in, sweetheart. It always means the world to us. I hope that you both sleep wonderfully well and have the sweetest dreams. Thank you for hanging out. You have a wonderful rest of your stream, sweetness. Thank you so much, darling. You guys have a great evening and a great next stream. Ciao for now, gorgeous Saku. my alert scared me. Fuck. Hi, gorgeous. Welcome in, exceptional Effie. You guys, this is the gorgeous Drive Ya Batty, aka Effie. How are you doing, sweetheart? Ooh, what were your tabletop RPGs, if I may be so bold as to ask? Y'all, this is Effie, who hath graced us with their presence fresh from a valiant raid. This bat-like hostess welcomes all to her castle of horror and retro games. Rumors of blood are but whispers in the wind. From Pathfinder to Jurassic Park, her streams be lit. Join her realm of RPG, VR, and clownish shenanigans. Hey there, sweetest Silver. Welcome in. How are you? Thank you for the save. Much appreciated. How are you doing, gorgeous Effie? Let's see. It's so good to see you. Oh, we have 5 minutes of mum voice. All right. I think this is the first time someone has redeemed mum voice since we got the new mic. We did Pathfinder 2E. I have a birthday party to go to, but we usually do games after it. Oh, that's very exciting, Effie. So you had a good time? Raiders, if you need to raid and run, that's totally cool. But if you'd like to stick around, we'd absolutely love to have you. Effie, go take care of yourself. If you need to go eat, drink, go to the bathroom, shower, go to bed, please don't hesitate to do so. As for everybody, a quick intro about us in case you don't know us. Hi there, I'm Tau. I'm a Tasmanian Tigers Vtuber and variety streamer based in Tasmania, Australia, and what a pleasure it is to make your acquaintance. Thank you for coming in. Over here, I am actually an artist. As you can see, we are doing a horror live 2D illustration for myself for our future horror stream. Intermission.
Oh, girl, dirty onto my lunch. Jesus,
Thank you for my song, Amazing Apparition. Much appreciated. Some of the other stuff that we do on this channel, we are playing through our very first Persona game. Persona 5, please don't spoil anything. That is on Sundays, Aussie time, which will be day after tomorrow for you guys in the US. On Mondays, we are doing Final Fantasy 14. Also my first time playing through that. I am but a small sprout in A Realm Reborn still. I think we're heading towards Heavensward pretty soon, though. You guys are welcome to join me for those trips around the moon as well. And on Tuesdays, we are playing Pokemon ZA. I think that's pretty much everything at the moment, but some of the other cool stuff we've got lined up, we are actually going to be having a community stream.
Teach a man to cook and he can't fish, but teach a man to fish and he feed himself and cooks. When you teach a man to cook and cook, not good, he die. Starve. Teach man fish, not starve. Cook and fish, starve not. Hunger not when fish men cook, but starve when not catch fish. Teach fish, man fish, when they fish, she.
What? What? Okay, teach man fish. No. Wait, hold on. Teach a man to cook and cook not good, he die. Starve? Teach man fish, not starve. Cook and fish starve not. Hunger not when fish men cook, but starve when not catch fish. Teach man fish feed lifetime. Teach man cook backward. Fish laugh love everyone. I cast psychic damage TTS. That was a crit. That was a crit. I was not expecting that. Thank you very much, Silver, for that contribution to the stream. But yes, we have... we do indeed have that community.
What?
Oh,
the fuck was that?
Thank you, Storm, for Master Oogway's internal thoughts. Blue Boy, beautiful blue. Thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the pouch. You are now a pouch pal. What a pleasure it is to have you. Welcome on in. Thanks for being here. Gorgeous Effie, do you happen to know when your next stream is, by the way? Have you already told us? I'm so sorry if I literally said it already. Aussie, darling, thank you so very much for that gifted sub to the awesome Alan. I really do appreciate it. Thank you, cutie pie. Thank you for your generosity and support. It means the world. And thank you guys so much for the hype train. tomorrow at 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Perfect. Thank you so much, darling. You guys, please do check out the gorgeous Effie, who will be streaming tomorrow at 9 p.m. EST. Do you know what you'll be doing, Effie? Any knowledge on what might be expected for your lovely viewing audience?
Did you know that a ferret can distinguish one drop of seawater in an entire ocean of Coca-Cola? Good, because it isn't true. They use their ferret mind powers instead. The average ferret knows how to use a butterfly knife and a Thompson machine gun and would never rely on anything as pedestrian as simple taste.
What? Obviously, Silver. Obviously, I absolutely knew that. Holy shit. Would subs now count towards next week's raffle? Yes, they do, Yuki, but only if we hit the 50. If we don't hit the 50, then we skip and reset for the following week. Thank you for the song request, letting me have the song request, Nix. I appreciate it. Oh, and it's time for me to talk normally. Ha! Welcome. Effie, have you gotten to... Sorry, I'm doing a voice acting plug. Have you gotten to listen to my voice acting, my audio drama that I'm a part of? I figured you'd be able to handle it, since a lot of people are like, oh, you're my comfort character. I do not want to hear you in pain and anguish, which is very, very sweet, and I really appreciate. But you like horror, so maybe you'll be like, oh, the horror one? Yeah, there's two episodes. There's the first one, and then there's the fucking second one, okay? Sweetheart, thank you so very much. Thank you for the 10 gifted, okay? Thank you so much for achieving the level 1. Oh my gosh. Hearts for you. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Thank you so much, darling. Level 4, you just jumped straight to level 4. That's crazy. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, gorgeous. You okay? I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you so much for your support, generosity. Thank you, lovely.
Suddenly, I feel like I have just finished watching the movie from 2023 called Emu War. It is about as chaotically addled as some of what people are saying.
I haven't seen Emu War, to be honest. I did like the first one. I gotta listen to the second now. Yeah, please do. I'm only in the last story in the medley. But yes, everyone did a great job, so feel free to listen through the whole thing. I just went outside for the first time today, and I have 2 pieces of information. 1, it is fucking boiling, and 2, I can smell smoke. Oh, Patricia, please stay inside. Blue Boy, I need some help. I'm designing a basketball for the NBL. I need some ideas. Could you help me? I unfortunately cannot. I am not a sports goyle. I can hardly visualize a basketball. Sorry, hon. Thank you for the care package, Asamasi, and thank you so much once more, Yuki. Thank you so much for such a generous gift. Thank you so much for gifting those subs. Oh, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Is that right? Did I count that right? Sorry, I forgot my Japanese numbers. Thank you for the care package, Ozzy. I need to get back to work. Oh, absolutely, cutie Kata. We will miss you terribly, sweetheart, but have a great day at work. Stay hydrated, cool, and no smoke in your lungs. That movie has entertained and traumatized people in equal measure. Really? Really? Emu War is hilarious. I also learned Australia lost a war to frogs. Oh, I didn't know that. Oh, wait. Are we talking about the cane toads? Are we talking about toads here? I gotta get ready for a party, but love y'all. Thank you for being so kind. Please toss cheese at towel. I'm gone. Oh, thank you so much, sweetheart. I appreciate it. Thank you. Have a great time at your party. Thank you so much for trusting me with your gorgeous community. You guys, please check out Effie. Like I said, dear friend of mine, dear friend of the channel. She is absolutely incredible. And she is actually going to be streaming at 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time tomorrow. So please check her out. And Effie, have a great time at the party. Don't get too cranked. And we will miss you and see you soon. 4, 5, 6. Oh, 7. Where did I get 7? 7, 8, 9, 90. any day. Thank you so much, Effie. I believe Yuki is referring to cane toads, which we haven't waged a war on. Yes, unfortunately, cane toads are a yeah, it's an invasive species. That's correct, Yuki. Yeah, they're very nasty things. They're super poisonous. Nana is an alternative reading for 7. Oh, is that where I got it? Oh, wait, is Nana because a number of like people or objects is different from counting? Is that right, Yuki? Tao is absolutely my comfort character, which is why I believe I shall steer clear of the horror/drama audios for now. That is totally fair, sweetheart. Totally fair. Isn't she an alternative for 4? Is she? Wait, oh, I'm getting mixed up with, because in Chinese, in Mandarin, is she dead or death or something? Or is that in Japanese? Ooh, I really should not have started studying one without finishing the other. Wicked, you're so cute. I love that emo. I'm so glad that you're vibing, darling. Sorry, I'm really bad at actually doing art on our art days. Believe it or not, I am terrible at it. I talk too much. No, you. Can I ask how far away Partners in Crime is? I don't know if I missed it or not. I don't think you did. Let me see. 3 away. So we finish this, and then we have 1, 2, and then third will be Partners in Crime. In counting numbers, you usually say shichi, yes, but in counting things, you often use nana. Oh, cool. Okay, I remembered that bit. Thank you. No worries, lovely love. No worries. Okay. Corn! Oh, surprising click. Let's go. Good choice, Patricia. She is also, oh no, it's she. She in Japanese, she in Mandarin? Fuck, I really need to. Mandarin is, san, shi, no, su, wu, liu. Chi, chu, I think. Which is why Japanese hotels often will not have a 4th floor. Yes, it does mean death in Japanese. Okay, cool. I'm relearning. In Malaysia, they have a similar thing with 4 equals death. So the 4th floor button in elevators will often be labeled 3A. Interesting. Yes, that's right. Okay, cool. My pleasure. I knew you would like it. Yeah, I love it. Thank you. I'm so excited. The thing is that in Japanese, we often have the Chinese reading for 1 grammatical use and then 1 or more for Japanese. And of course, when you have composite kanji, that changes often. Yes. Okay, yeah, that makes sense. That's very, I mean, it makes sense because Japanese took quite a few characters from Chinese, right? Like kanji wise, I mean. Incredibly Tommy, how are you? Welcome in, sweetheart. How are you doing? You're home. Welcome home. It is so good to have you home. I haven't heard it's the same going in, coming out. You caused chaos. How did you do that, Tommy? Dare I ask? This song is, it reminds me of something from Fairly Odd Parents. It's got the juice! It does! As long as you don't overcook it. Let's see. It does, doesn't it? It does. That is while the kanji are great for writing and expressing meaning, Japanese grammar is completely different from Chinese grammar and actually ill-suited for kanji. But yes, Buddhist monks brought Chinese writing to us in the 6th century. That is so interesting. That is fascinating. I genuinely think that if I were Japanese, I would probably end up like majoring in Japanese studies. Like, I'd be like, I'm right here. I might as well. This is such a fascinating and ancient culture. All of kanji comes from Chinese characters. Hiragana are a simplification for grammatical forms and syllables, and katakana is a separate simplification of kanji made by monks to denote foreign concepts in translated manuscripts, and now it's used for all non-Japanese words being spoken in Japanese. Yes. I worked and I did some sketching. I'm in a gremlin-y mindset. Is that right? Okay. Well, as long as you're a kind gremlin, which you are, I know you are. There is a movement to do away with kanji and kana and use romaji for all. Interesting. Huh. How do you feel about that, Yuki? Wish I had the aptitude to learn a language. Oh, wicked. You and me both, babe. I am trying, but I just don't. Part of the problem, I think, is I truly just don't have the time. Like, I have 4 jobs. And it makes things really, really hard to like, it makes it hard to find time to socialize, much less like learn a language. But I'm trying. I love how much you know about that. Patricia knows a lot of cool stuff. Patricia's our little historian. I love history, and Japanese history is one of my favorites. Nice. Isn't there a cursive form of kanji? Is there? You posted in Fanart? I'll have a look. Beautiful Bublin. Bold assumption, Tao. Accurate, but bold nonetheless. I am nothing if not bold. Oops. Oh, fuck. Hold on. Okay. Four jobs. Sheesh, between streaming and a full-time, I am potato. Yeah, see, okay, so I guess that's like the one positive for me is that none of those jobs are technically full-time, even though one of them is full-time, more than full-time for 3 months a year. But but you guys know when that is, because I get on here and I'm just like, hi guys. How you doing? No, I have 4 jobs, but they're all part-time. That's really cool that you're able to stream and do full-time though, Wicked. That's incredible. How long do you get to stream? I need to head to sleep. It's 5 a.m. I've made some progress on the model, and if I say I go by another name on Discord and check DMs after stream, I think you'll know what I'm talking about. That's okay, Fabulous Fenrir. You are all good, darling. I hope you sleep wonderfully well and have the sweetest dreams. Please get to bed. 5 a.m. is insane, like totally insane. We'll see you soon. Amazing Ace Roy, welcome in. How are you doing? Thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the pouch. You are now a pouch pal, and what a pleasure it is to have you. Welcome in. How you doing? It certainly would make it easier to learn other languages, which also rely on Roman letters and vice versa, I think. But I like to preserve the tradition in a way, so it does not become a dead language like Latin, maybe. I really like that perspective, Yuki, and I know that you have experience as a... Is it correct to say like as a shrine maiden, or were you doing like, because I know you said something about tea ceremonies, but I don't remember if you, because that would make sense. Like you're clearly like heavily engaged in your culture, right? I work 5 8-hour days, stream the 2 days off for 8 hours each. Holy shit, Wicked. That's a lot. That's a lot, sweetheart. I mean, are you happy? Does it make you happy? How much longer will we be going for today? Patricia will go for about another hour and a half, probably. Technically, all kanji are the cursive form. The printed version was twice ratified by the government, once in the Meiji era and once after World War II, which is the way we use it now in printed media. But some handwritten kanji still look sometimes different from the printed ones. Interesting. You are Miko, which is Shrine Maiden. That's so cool. That's so cool, Yuki. Doing great. My aircon for my room got installed yesterday, just in time for the 40 degrees of today. Ace, you would be basking in that shit. I am so jealous of you and so happy for you simultaneously. My stream studio is, there is zero ventilation in here. And so I am surviving solely off of my Ryobi tiny little fans that are battery operated, and I'm switching them out every like 3 hours after they're done, after they die from being on high for too long. Yeah. I only wish I could stream more. 4 jobs in any hour combination sounds more impressive to me. Wow, I appreciate that, Wicked, but I for me, I don't think I can do full-time work anymore. I did years and years of full-time work when I lived in the States, and now I get bored too easily, I think. And I'm very, very, very bad about being employed by people. Like, what I mean by that is I do not handle, like, I'm great with clients, which is why one of my many jobs is as a freelance illustrator and graphic designer. Great with clients. But if I have an employer, there will 100% of the time, usually it takes a year or two, but there will always be conflict. I do not handle people bossing me around very well. Which is what's happening in one of my other jobs. The only job where I have an employer is as a webmaster and graphic designer for a travel agency. And they, boo! I hate that job. It's the worst job. Ace Sarai, my room is a fridge, but no regrets. Nope, and nor should you have any at all. Congrats on the brand new, congrats on living in a fridge. Congrats on living in a fridge. That's great. In case you didn't know, Tao, the Meiji era was the first imperial era of Japan in almost 1,000 years and took place from 1868 to 1912. So think of it as the entire period of the time from the end of the shogunate to the start of the First World War. Interesting. You seem like a very cool lady. Wicked, you're cool. You're cool. I've really enjoyed having you in here these last few days. Thank you so much for coming in and hanging out with us. I very much appreciate your vibes. Oh, Bublin! Look at this little baby. Oh, it's so cute. That's adorable. Look at those eyes. Oh, and the little tufts on the ears. That's so cute. Tao is a very cool lady. Thank you, Patricia. I appreciate you, darling. I have very cool pals. That's so precious. Oh my God, Bublin, this is so cute. I absolutely love that. You did such a great job, sweetheart. Thank you so much. Pass the vibe check. Oh, 100% you did. Oh, yeah. Let's see. Okay. Am I missing something? For some reason, I thought that I was supposed to look at something. Let me know if I missed something. Oh, I see. Oh, sweetheart. Thank you so much for gifting that sub to our new and lovely friend, Wonderful Wicked. Thank you so, so much, hon. Hearts for you. Hearts for you. Thank you so very much, darling. I really appreciate the support. Thank you so much for gifting Wicked the plush pouch icon. Thank you. All right. Let me see here. We got to do... Okay. Okay, let's see. I got a spike on there. I gotta fix that. See the spike? Oh. I should have done this before. It's fine. All good. I can't believe that our week of streaming is already basically over, you guys. It passed so fast. I had such an amazing time. Thank you so much for sticking around for so many streams this week, you guys. I'm so happy to be back and able to like actually express myself again. It was very hard on me when I was back in the States that I just had my little PNG and like I love her. Don't get me wrong. I love her. She's cute, but the fact that I that she, you know her. She goes regardless of whether I'm crying or yelling or whispering, she's just and now I have hands again. I fucking love hands. Ow. I absolutely adore watching you, Tao. It is always entertaining. I am here for the long haul. Thank you so much, Nix. I really appreciate that, sweetheart. That's so sweet of you to say. Thank you, cutie. I have so enjoyed having you here. Thank you for enjoying. I hope you never get sick of me. This stream has been very fun. I'm so glad you enjoyed it, Precious Patricia. I finally found a picture. Oh, photo coda. Let me see. I only remembered that song existed not last night, but the night before. Oh, nice. Well, I'm glad we got to listen to it. Lovely laugh. Despite this stream half being an art stream, I've only seen you draw a couple strokes. Yep. It's classic. It's classic. My priority is always gonna be interacting with you guys, I think. So, alas. Considering I've been here for almost 2 years, I don't think I'll be bored anytime soon. Yay! I'm so happy to hear that, Nix. I already sold my soul once, but my heart belongs to Tao-chan. Oh, Yoki, you're so sweet, sweetheart. Thank you. Wait, do I need to help you get your soul back? Would you like to have your soul back? I promise to take very good care of your heart, darling. Hi, Zaki, welcome in. You finished The Walking Dead Season 1? Did it make you cry? That shit made me cry, dude. I love that game. Coming up on the 2-year mark too, and I will be a year for all the years that you will be streaming. Aw, thank you, Patricia. I'm so grateful. Yes, it did. Yeah, I would like to replay that and see if it still makes me cry. It probably will. Fabulous Farmind, welcome in. How are you? It's so good to see you. A year and a half. Very, very good. You're more than half of the time I've been streaming. You have been here. Because we're not quite at 3 years yet. We'll be at 3 years this year, but we're not there yet. Is home now after driving around for 8+ hours. Oh my God. You okay? Look at that. 1 year and 5 months. Look at that. Oh, fuck. Sorry. I was wondering why that wasn't working. Okay. Oh, I love this song. It's so beautiful. Nice and eerie. I think I'm only just behind Patricia in the follow age order. Oh, let's go, Ozzy. Yeah, you really are. That's awesome. Thank you so much. Hope you like her. I'm sure I will, Possum. Let me go have a look. Oh, she's so cute. Oh, I love her, Possum. Oh, that's your Coda, huh? She's so fuzzy. What a baby. She's beautiful. How old did she live to, if I may ask? She's so cute, sweetheart. Thank you so much for sharing. More cute doggies. Oh, look at that face. Oh, comfy puppies. I love that there's a bearded dragon right next to the puppadoo. Oh, I love the little spot. That's so cute. Cute. Oh. Ooh, that's a very cool turtle or tortoise. People get offended when I say the wrong thing about that. I think it's seafaring. So a turtle. Right? Is that right? Did I get that right? Was it correct? I'll be better once I sleep. Yes. Please get some rest, sweetheart. That is a part of my backstory, but you are helping. If you do not mind, I would like to use a voiceover from you, maybe in my debut video. Yuki, I would be honored if you would let me. If you want to script something, I will happily do that for you. That'd be sick. Ozzy turned up only a few weeks after me, and I only turned up a few weeks after Seru. Yeah, I think you're right. I think you're right. She was an awesome dog. I think she lived to about 12 years at least. That's pretty good for a big breed, isn't it? Oh, I only have one photo of Duke. It isn't the best quality as it was taken on an ancient camera phone. I'm so happy to see it, sweetheart. Protective and sweet and loved everyone. Oh, awesome. That's so cute. That's very sweet. Oh my god, of course. Hold on. Procreate's been crashing. I probably need to start saving up for a new iPad. When I didn't think it was working a few months ago, I was already starting to, and then I was like, oh good, it's working. But now it's not working again. Oh, you're almost done with Palevela is such a good name, Nix. I love that. I absolutely love that. So Tau, have you played any of the Silent Hills before? I have, not on stream, but I have played 2. And I've watched playthroughs of most of the other ones, including the new one. Yeah. Post in. Let me have a look, Ozzy. Oh, this was Duke, alongside another doggo I missed dearly, Benny. Duke chose my fam as a pet not long after I was actually born. He was around for 16 years. Oh, he's so cute. Oh, he's very cute. I love him. He's beautiful. What a sweetheart. Very cute. Very cute. All right, let me see here. Oh, damn. Okay. Oops. Leaving work, status and IRL pics. Uh-oh. Okay, hold on. Let me go see. Found a couple of pics of my old cat too. Oh, let me have a look. Oh, look at this little face. Oh, so cute. Oh, very cute little Kit Kat. Precious possum. 42? Oh, sorry, you guys can't see that. There. That's fucking crazy. Holy. Okay, just real quick, I gotta say, this is like the sharpest dashboard I've ever seen. This is like the sharpest digital dashboard I've ever seen. It is so, like, not fuzzy at all. That's amazing. I'm scared to get in my car. Yeah, I believe that. I would also be. That's crazy. 42. Whew. Yuck. Yucky. Time to hold down shift. There we go. Favorite Silent Hill pro tag? Probably in the most recent one. I think she's the most complex and interesting one. And I like all the hidden endings to the newest one. But I did forget her name. Oh, what is her name? Let me see. F pro tag. What is her name? Shimizu Hinako. Shimizu Hinako. I really like her. She's got a very interesting and complex background. Neon by 1OK Rock. All right. Queued that up for you, Nix. Matos Celestium says, I'm starting to see some orange in the clouds. And as it is daylight savings, I know it isn't the sun going down. Oh. I like Taz's voice. Oh, wicked. Thank you so much, sweetheart. I'm so glad. I am probably going to be trying to fund some demos pretty soon for narration, character, games, dubbing, animation, and stuff like that. And then hopefully I can send you guys lots of things with my voice in it in all varieties. And then you can listen to my voice. What? That'll be cool. I would love that. I'm so glad that you like it, wonderful Wicked. Thank you, sweetheart. I must say, to those who have a heat wave currently, I seriously hope your car does not have a leather interior. Or at least that it's not dark. The girl in F. Yeah, Hinako-chan. Yeah, Hinako-chan. Oh, fuck. Wait, what have I done? Hold up. Wait a minute. Invert. Okay, that's it. Oops. Macheka sent me a song from AJR, I think. I'll need to show it to you. Being able to do voice work would be so cool. I know, it would be so cool. That is my goal. I want to get into professional voice acting this year. That's probably my main goal for this year besides. But this is, I've wanted to get to partner on Twitch for like 3 years now. So that's just like a general goal. But I really, really, really am hoping that I can get into paid voice acting this year. Does Aussieland get snow? It sure can. Recently, in fact, right here in Tassie. Of course, I was across the world, but it did happen. My car is reading some stupid high temperature like it was on Wednesday. I'll share it in the Discord. Sure, let's have a look. Leather interior in cars in hot weather makes your car a mobile sauna on steroids. Yucky, yucky, yucky. Black leather. I mean, it looks great, but yeah, in heat, not a good idea. Yeah, I agree. Mine is black leather. Poor Storm. Yikes. I'm sorry for your suffering. I'm sorry for your suffering. It has great aircon. Well, you would hope so. It got to cool off the steaming black leather. It's reading 52. What? 52. That's fucking insane. On Wednesday. Still, that's crazy. 52. Party Like It's 1920 by the Swing Hoppers. Okay. Also, I'm gonna add a song that's queued up for you. Where is it? What did you send me? Matches. Karma? I think it's Karma. Yeah, okay. We'll listen to Karma. And guess what, you guys? Now you get to keep on requesting music because we will be back a week from today for our arting, and I won't have to disrupt anything in the realm of Spotify for you. So we will just continue from wherever we leave off today for songs next week. This weekend, I am planning on selling off some of the games I no longer play, want, or need. I'm expecting a $75 plus payout. Nice, very good. Makes me glad I do not have a car. But then again, it's not fun in cramped train cars either. Currently 10 Celsius. Can you pass that over to me, please, Yoki? Pretty please. I would potentially kill, maybe. No confirmation on that, but I may kill for 10 degrees. Yeah, my thermostat is reading 37, so I'm not entirely happy. Oops, wait a second. Legally, Tau cannot confirm if she will kill. That is correct in Minecraft. I'm curious about what your Spotify playback looks like since it's all just music from here. It's pretty much Amelie, even though I have never elected to listen to Amelie on my own because of how often y'all request Amelie. I'm in like her top 5% listeners or something. I would love to share the heat. Called. I am at a cozy 20 in my apartment. 20 is a little warm for me, but I run hot. I do actually run hot. Okay, this song's a little screamy. Only game in town is queued up for you, Precious Patricia. A friend of mine just messaged me asking why are people complaining that it's hot? They live not far from me. Clearly a Queenslander originally. It's 25 Celsius according to my computer, but because I'm sitting directly under the vent for the aircon, I'm wearing a jumper. Oh, dang, that is an effective aircon unit you got there, Bublin. Haven't heard this song in ages. Me neither. I do like the song though. Trippin' by Robbie Williams. You got it, Ozzy. There we go. Cue that up for you, gorgeous Kata.
Raw, darling.
Raw, darling. Ah! I'm so scary looking! Why did it do this to me? Don't mind me. Everything's okay. You saw nothing. You saw nothing. Everything's fine. That is a questionable pose. So it is. So it is. Oh, fuck. I'm so sorry for being frozen for ages. Nope, she is Tasmanian by my own expression and her admitting to it. She could freeze in a volcano. Wow. That's crazy, dude. She's meant for Queensland. Oh God, Tao, don't freeze like that, please. I'm so sorry. I did not mean to frighten you. For Stratsan, who is the local Amalisa enjoyer, she recently had Mori Calliope-san on her show. It was super interesting to hear how she arrived in Japan and adapted to life. That is very, yeah, I've heard like in passing about Mori Calliope, but I know that she's like huge in Japan. Tao had a slushie from my slushie machine and it is now frozen. Sorry about that. Rio, I thought you were a fan of Amelie and that's why you play her music. No, all of the music here is like your guys' music. We saw everything. Good night, lovely little Mac. Thanks for coming in. Hope you sleep wonderfully well and have the sweetest dreams. Ciao. Thank you for the care package, Precious Possum. Much appreciated. And thank you for the save. Boop, boop, saved. I love AGR. They are my favorite band. Hopefully I will be able to see them on tour. That'd be awesome, hun. That'd be so cool. Mori-san had that song, Shitsure Shimas? / rip when you said it was a banger. Oh, yes. Yeah. And I also really like her other song. What is it called? I think it's a theme for Go-Getters. Go-Getters. Great song. Banger. Aspen is telling me everything she's heard about the fires. I didn't realize how terrible it had gotten. Oh, no. Is Aspen still wandering around Europe? I don't know why I was trying to say it that. Europe. She's still around Europe? For those of you who came in and you were like, why the fuck do you have all these black strange lines, Tao? Do you see what's happening now? Does this look a little bit more? We're getting there. We're getting there. Okay. Okay. Look at those claws. Oh, life is like a boat. I want to sing that one. I haven't sung that one for a very long time. I queued that up for you, sweetheart. There you go. AGR is Hayes' favorite band. He's been to a concert of that. That is very cool. That is very cool. Her flight is at 8 p.m. Oh, nice. Oh, that's so exciting. So she comes home today. I hope she has a nice, safe flight back. Yippee. Ozzy. And you mentioned that, which is why I thought it would fit. Thank you, Yuki. I appreciate it. It's also in the TauTassieTiger redeem as well. That's one of the original ones that that I was originally most comfortable with singing. My phone's overheating. It's quite upset. Oh, thanks, Bublin. Okay. All right. I will sing that one for you. Yeah, we haven't got to sing that one for a while. Okay, let's see if our beloved Japanese Yuki is like, oh yeah, you did that well, or if she's like, God, you pronounce things so poorly. Since you said you wanted to sing it. I did say that, and I haven't gotten to sing it for a while, so yeah, let's give it a shot. Okay. Reverb. Okay, I do love this song. I'm really excited. Oh, it's my first time singing this song on the new mic. Ah! Okay. Nobody knows who I really am. I never felt this empty before. And if I ever need someone to come along, who's gonna comfort me and keep me strong? We are all rowing the boat of fate. The waves keep on coming and we can't escape. But if we ever get lost on our way, the waves will guide you through another day. 遠くで息をしてる透明になったみたい暗闇には燃えてけどSorry 目隠しされてただけ祈りを捧げて新しい日を待つ鮮やかに光る海その果てまでNobody knows who I really am. Maybe they just don't give a damn. But if I ever need someone to come along, I know you would follow me and keep me strong. 人の心は移りゆく抜け出したくなる月はまた新たな知識で船を連れてく And every time I see your face, the oceans heave up to my heart. You make me wanna strain at the oars, and soon I can see the shore. I want you to know who I really am. I never thought I'd feel this way towards you. And if you ever need someone to come along, I will follow you and keep you strong. 旅はまた続いてく。穏やかな日も 月はまた新しい周期で船を照らし出す祈りを捧げて新しい日を待つ鮮やかに光る海その果てまで And every time I see your face the oceans heave up to my heart You make me wanna strain at the oars And soon I can't see the shore おねまいに船をこぎ波は月から月へと私たちを襲うけどそれも素敵な旅ねどれも素敵な旅ねOkay, it's been a while since I've sung that one, and I'm sick. And I'm afraid that the mic is picking up how stuffy my fucking nose is. Thank you for the goat screams, Zaki. I appreciate it. My mom sound, you sound beautiful. You showed your mom. Loves mom. Thank you, mom. Mommy. Thank you, mom. Thank you, loves mom. Thank you for the care packages, Julius. I appreciate it. Water. Thank you very much. Wonderful singing. Break check me again where you're like the fucking hood ornament, Tao. I got real time text to speech to text there for you. Let me reenact that one. Wonderful singing. Break check me again, and I swear I'll wear on the fucking hood ornament. Tao. That was beautiful. Thank you, Ozzy. Thank you, Vash. Thank you, Nix. I love that you know that some words in singing are pronounced differently than common speech. Yes, I do listen. I've loved that song for such an incredibly long time. So I learned that one. Okay. Did I just hear a wheeze? No. Maybe. Yes, that is exactly how it happened, Towel. I'm glad to be the towel in your life, Storm. The sky and clouds are starting to turn orange, and as it is daylight savings, I think we all know that the orangeness is not because of the sun going down. That is true. Your pronunciation is absolutely spot on. I wish I had a singing voice like yours. Oh, thank you. Thank you, Yuki. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. That's like my go-to Japanese song. I actually sang that on a ferry ride from... I need to make sure that I'm stating the right places. It was from Sendai to... There was like a Taiheiyo ferry? Was that it? Let me see. Sendai in Tohoku. I think it must have been that one. Yeah, that's the one I was on. Sendai to Nagoya. Yeah, I was on that one, and they did a karaoke night, and there were no white people who were singing on that thing. And I was like, oh, do you guys have, and of course I was using like Google Translate. I was, do you guys have this song? And they're like, okay. And I got to sing it, and all of the Japanese patrons were like, wow, okay. And then they were trying to talk to me in Japanese, and I was like, oh, sorry, I don't know what you're saying. I'm so sorry. I only know how to sing this one song. I know nothing else. I heard a straight up goosonk, a goosonk. Thank you for the care package. Oh, it's 3 minutes ago. That's okay. I'm thirsty. That is so cool. I was like shaking, I remember, but it was my claim to fame, yo. I was like, oh my God. They think I can speak Japanese because I sang this Japanese song. Okay. But I don't speak Japanese, unfortunately. Tragically. Okay, so that's our hands. There's both of our hands. Yuki-san, everything about Tao is so cool. Aww. Thank you, cutie Patricia. Yeah, that is a danger. Nobody expects foreigners to know any Japanese, but then if you say 3 words, we think you're fluent. I actually do find that very endearing. Yeah, I was on that ferry with a bunch of like just a bunch of Japanese people that I had met, and one of them was a tour guide for the military, like the American military, and so he and he was like my lifeline while I was there. I heard this song way too much during my final high school years. Yeah, this is very much a high school song, isn't it? In Europe, even if you say a full sentence in the local language, they'll still speak to you in English. Oh, I saw this hilarious, hold on, I wonder if I can find it. There's this really, really funny short. Make one mistake in Japanese. Let me see. Here we go. Oh, this is so fucking funny. Okay, hold on. I'm just gonna, I actually am gonna just play this for you guys. It's so funny. Okay, hold on. We're gonna mute, no, pause that. Okay, here, here. You make one mistake in Japanese.
グランデのホワイトモカをアーモンドミルクで一つお願いします。はい。お持ち帰りですか？店内です。かしこまりました。お支払い方法はどうされますか？もう一度。Would you like to pay cash or credit? Your Japanese is ass. お次のか。
It's my favorite video. I fucking love that fucking video, dude. Your Japanese is ass. So funny, man. So funny. Yeah, that is a thing that happens when you travel, though. You realize that even when you're trying really hard to like engage with the local language, if you're like, ¿cómo se dice? Burger? Oh, would you want a hamburger? Fuck. So funny. Actually, even when I said I know German or French, Yuki, how many languages do you speak? I clipped you freaking out about what my mom said she left before you finished singing. Just makes it easier to show her. Oh God, Lav. Oh my God, she's gonna be like, ugh, Lav, why are you watching this creepy 3D person? That happened to me in France. Lady spoke English perfectly, British accent and all. Wow. Oh, that's impressive. That is funny, but yes, I think we do that because we do not want you to be embarrassed, and it is easier for us to speak English than, yeah. No, I totally get it. It's very, very sweet. Like, it's definitely, and I don't think anyone is, like, making fun of the Japanese for being polite, obviously. I think it's just, like, and it's not, again, it's not just Japanese people who do this, but you go to a country and you're trying to, like, you're like, okay, I've been studying this for the last 6 months. It's time to put this to use. All right, here we go. And then you're like, okay. Watashi wa Tao-chan. And then it's like, oh, you're talking too slowly, or you got the grammar wrong, or you're not really, I can tell that you're struggling. So let me just talk to you in English, because I can speak English better than you can speak Japanese or French or Spanish or name it. French people don't like it when non-French people speak French if they don't have to. I can see her laughing hysterically at it. Oh, German, English, French, well, Belgian French, some Italian since I learned Latin. Wow, Yuki, that's Awesome. Holy crap. We love that, though. If you make an effort to learn a language, since we know that it's quite difficult for most people. Yeah, especially like Westerners, the characters are so different from like Western characters. This is another kind of screamy one. I think I'm gonna have to draw the line on listening to Devin Townsend stuff, because it seems like pretty much everything that I'm skipping winds up being Devin Townsend. The only time I've heard of a French person speaking French by default for a non-native speaker was when my grandma, who doesn't speak French, visited a non-touristy town on the way to Italy, and people thought she was actually French because she dresses exactly like elderly French people do. She's got a good fashion sense. All right, let's see. Now let's move our attention over to the face. And I want thinner lines for this one. Yeah, that'll be good. Tinge! Hi there, terrific Tinge. Welcome in, sweetheart. How are you doing? Something that threw me off, Japanese music sometimes changes out syllables. Huh. Like, Japanese music is in... Oh, yeah, okay. So, like, Japanese, like, the language music, not just, like, Japanese people singing changes out syllables. I read the lyrics and I was like, what? They don't match. Oh, I noticed that big time with, I'm trying to learn bandage. Hold on. Fuck, hold on. Bandage, what's his name? Fuck. I only have to ever type in bandage. Oh my God, I'm just gonna have to look up the song. Hold on. The second I type in bandage, it's gonna come up. Ayumu Imazu. That's it. Ayumu Imazu. Okay. Ayumu Imazu. I fucking love this song, and it is so it is so hard, even when I'm listening to it. You know what? Actually, hold on. I'm just gonna add this so that we can look through this together. For music, there's quite a bit of leeway too to make it lyrical. His name is Fuck. His name's not Fuck. Zenny, hi Zealous Zenny, how are you? You got a gift sub. Amazing, excellent. Well, welcome back to the plush pouch. I love how elderly people of different ethnicities have a particular look about the way they dress. Like 99% of older Chinese men I've seen will be wearing sneakers, jeans, a button-up shirt, sunglasses, a baseball cap, and either a North Face puffer jacket or a vest. I'm literally picturing some old Chinese men that I've been seeing around here, and you are right. In English, they sometimes change out vowels. Do not expect changing out entire syllables. Yeah, true. Check Palsonas. Let me have a look. Palsonies. Oh, I'm a level up! Pal level up! Look at Pal level up! That's so cute, honey. I love the sword. That's adorable. I love the... Oh, that's so cute. That's so cute with the little horns. That's adorable. You did a great job, sweetheart. Excellent work, Nyx. Excellent work. Very cute. Awesome work, darling. She even has her earrings. She does. That's awesome. Very good attention to detail, darling. Very good attention to detail. Okay. Bandage is coming up, and we're gonna follow along and see if we hear the lyrics here. Because I hear it for certain bits, but then there are times where I'm like, oh, they just skipped a whole syllable. Or even a whole word. I don't hear the ga at all in there. 3, 4, 5, 6 things. Matomanai. Okay. I think it's particularly at this like rap part. That's further down. That is very confusing. That there's nowhere else in the entire song where he does that. And I'm like, wait! Wait, hold on. Wait! It's, I think in here is another one where I totally lose the syllables. I love this song, dude. This is such a banger. I think I see what you mean. Often the I or U sounds after a consonant can be silent. Also, the wa parts are moved around a bit, which is okay in a roundabout way. Oh, like grammatically speaking, it is? Agareashite. Interesting. Yeah, no, I've noticed that in a lot of like enunciation, in like spoken Japanese, like that, yeah, like the E and the U get, but I guess it's particularly confusing for a foreigner who doesn't speak it to be like, I want to learn this song. And it's like, wait, where'd the syllable go there? It went away, but down here it comes back. Sorry, I was just quiet for a little bit while we were listening to that and following along. Because we're talking about Japanese singing, here's a J-pop song for you. Merry Christmas. Chiari Ito? Chiari Ito? Bomb song! I love this song. Oh, it's so good. Cute up. Thank you so much. Tao, do you mind if I share a media segment of an Australian stand-up comedian doing a bit about English to French languages? It's not racist or anything. As long as it's appropriate, yeah, sure, go for it. Have you been enjoying the cooler weather? I've still got 36 degrees here. Grammatically, you can do it, but usually it's not done, so it sounds off. Interesting. Okay. Cooler, Alex? Yeah, yeah. Are you aware how hot it is down here right now? You have cooler weather? 20 degrees? You got 20 degrees in your part of Tassie. That is also dialect, or how do you say slang dependent? Did you hear a lot of slang in that song, Yuki? Can you tell where the singer's from? 36 to 40 degrees where you guys are? I've been down to around 20 for me. Oh my god, no. I've been varying between about 30 and 37. Speaking of Australian skits, there's one I saw where this dude speaks English with German grammar, and it is so good. I shared it in media. Awesome. Thank you. This is the song I love. I was saying this is an absolute banger. I love this song so much. Thank you so much for this request. It fulfills me. Oh, wait. There's a thumb part that's that's ahead of the claws. This is throwing me off. Okay, that has to go back here. You want to feel the rip. Okay, is this gonna get washed behind? It is. Okay, we gotta move that. You know what? Whatever. I gotta name these layers, dude. I'm really doing myself a disservice by not naming my layers. Short dressed man, ZZ top, ZZ top. Sorry, I'm so used to saying Z now. ZZ top. I know how to say things. Thank you so much for the care package, incredible Iridius. Much appreciated. Give me just a second. I'll just cue this up and then we'll drink. Well, there we go. Yum. Thank you. I think I've gotten my brain a little wiped on building a 3D base now, but I've kept it below 6,000 faces below the neck so far. That's impressive, hon. Good job. He pronounced cockgo with both the U silent, cockgo, and also swallowing the go. Cockgo. So he may be Western. Interesting. That is very interesting, but hard to base it off of just that. As I said in music, that is often a stylistic element. Right. That's really interesting. Let's see. Where is he from? Ayamu Imazu. Ayamu Imazu. Where's he from? Can I get, like, sorry, this is gigantic. This is so fucking big. Okay. Oh, it's because I searched lyrics. That would be why I didn't get any info on him. He's so cute. He's really interesting because he is based in Japan and the US. I think he's fluent in both, well, obviously in Japanese, but I think he's spent a lot of time in the US too. He's originally from, he was born in Osaka. He was born in Osaka. Yeah. No, he's great. I like the vast majority of his music. I'm a fan. The night begins to shine. I'll cue that up for you, precious Patricia. Osaka. There we go. Queued up. Grim memories. Okay. There we go. That's queued up. So I was right. You were right, Yuki. You are very smart. You have a very smart brain in that head of yours, my dear. Patricia, Lav. What the fuck did I just watch? Uh-oh. Is it not appropriate for the pouch? It is definitely appropriate. It's just confusing. Oh, okay. German grammar. Please watch the video. All right, I will. I will after stream. Hey, Yuki, can I ask, obviously don't answer if it's gonna like dox you or if you're uncomfortable or something, but why did you wind up moving around so much when you were younger? Be back in a bit. Oh, sorry, I'm literally asking questions and you're about to leave, sorry. That's okay, sweetheart, we'll see you soon. We haven't needed to turn on our fans or aircon or anything? Really? How is it, my area cooler, but you guys aren't? I have no idea, Alex, but I'm coming over right now. I cannot tolerate the heat. We do have a spare bedroom. Good point. Don't mind at night by Brad Knobber. Knobber. All right, queued that up for you. Lovely, Nix. I'll answer when I come back. Yeah, all good, Yuki. The sky is very orange now. Ugh. This song gives me Lone Caravan vibes. Lone Caravan? Am I thinking of the right thing? Hold on. You have to go in 5 minutes. You heading off to work, lovely love. Caravan Palace. I'm thinking of Lone Digger and Caravan Palace together, which is a song I like. But Caravan Palace. This reminds me of Caravan Palace, is what I'm trying to say. A red sun rises. Blood has been spilled this night. Lord of the Rings. It was made to sound like it was made in the 1920s. Yeah, that sounds about right. I've sent pics of the sky in IRL pics. Okay, let me have a look. Whoa. Dark skies. Hit the road, Jack. Don't mind if we do. That is queued up for you, Precious Patricia. My response to that, hey, cut the riddle, my dude. Just say the people died here. But it's not as poetic. But it's still getting harder. I've been so good. Where the hell's the karma? I've been so good. I've been so good. That's you. I know what I could do here. I could do like 3 different uneven.
Bye-bye.
Oh, bye-bye, lovely lab. Car's only reading 42 right now. Fuck, sweetheart, please turn on that aircon. Oh, man. Have a good time at work, sweetheart. Thank you for dropping in. We'll see you on Sunday. If that works out. Have a good one, lovely. I've been so good. Oh, that right. I need to bleep, 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 bleep. So you were starting to ask Tautug. Oh, I was just wondering if you wanted to share. You don't need to, but I was wondering, why are you so well traveled? What made you like move around the world basically for so much of your life? I might have to turn mine on in the US winter just to suck out some of this humidity. Oh, do you get a lot of humidity in the winter over there, Julius? I think this guy's been so good this year. But it's still getting harder. Hi, lovely Neffy. Welcome back. How are you doing, gorgeous? It's so good to see you. Welcome. Precious Possum, thank you so very much for the care package. Behold the best worst song of all time. Okay, I'll cue that up. Excuse me. All right, that's queued up for you, Precious Patricia. Oh, my parents were diplomats, and when I was 7 or 8, we moved to Europe. Usually every 2 years, we moved to another NATO partner. Wow. What an amazing life. That's so, did you enjoy it or did you find it stressful? And you picked up the languages like that over and over, I assume, since you were young. Thank you, Precious Possum. You're so sweet. More sore than yesterday. Ah, the DOMs are hitting you, huh? But I left for a little bit to play It Takes Two with a friend and chill for a bit. Lovely. Sounds like a blast. I hope you had super fun. How has the stream been going and how are you feeling? I am feeling good, sweetheart. We are actually about to finish up, though. Probably about 10 minutes. In fact, I need to snooze our ads. Yeah, we'll probably finish up in about 10 minutes. And then I will say goodbye until Sunday. Which will be strange to have streamed for six days straight. And then I'm like, oh, tomorrow I'm not streaming? What the fuck? What? Gangsta's Paradise by Coolio. All right, you know what? I think that's more of a classic than anything, so we have to do it. There you go. Thank you so much for such a wonderful stream today. My pleasure, Precious Patricia. Thank you guys all so much for coming in and making it wonderful. It wouldn't be anything without you. Well, the first time I was really annoyed because I lost all my friends. And of course, I was way too young to really understand how important my parents' work was. I kind of liked it in my teens, though. Yeah, that's really cool, Yuki. And now you've picked up a bunch of languages and so many rich cultural experiences. I mean, shit, if you hadn't been stationed in London, I guess, or in the UK, you probably wouldn't be here, right? Because I'm assuming that's probably where you spent most of your time, where you learned English, right? Go to Here's Nate. Amish Paradise by Weird Al. Yep, queued that up for you, hun. Beat me to it. I'm glad stream has been good. Are you going to get good sleep tonight? Maybe. We'll see. We'll see. I think my love for linguistics and culture started there. Yes, I lived in Brussels, Berlin, and London. That's so cool, Yuki. Oh my gosh, that's amazing. That's really, really cool. Well, we're so happy that you have had this rich life because it is enriching our lives now. So thank you. Coda, baby. Loud dog. Hold on, I'm gonna mute. Okay, he stopped barking. By the way, Tao, I forgot if I asked, were you here in Tassie in January 2015? I was not. The first time I visited Tassie was in October 2019. when I visited Australia in 2015 I was around like all over Victoria. I was over in all over the coast in WA, and I was in New Zealand, but I didn't actually know Tasmania existed in 2015. But Tao, that's not good. You need plenty of sleep, and you need sleep to function. You can't keep sleeping for 4 hours every night. All said in mocking tone. Well, I was gonna say, Neffy, doesn't that sound like something I've told you before? I am also happy to have had that opportunity. Didn't end well, but that is trauma for another place or stream. Oh no, Yuki, I'm so sorry. That's tragic. Jeez. But I am glad that I'm glad for the experiences that brought you to us. I think that young is a bit too early to rip a kid away from all the social contacts, but I wasn't angry later when I understood. Yeah, my parents moved me around a lot, but it was around the US. But it doesn't change the fact that when you're like, when you're a kid and you're like in elementary school and stuff, you're just like trying to, you're trying to figure out social norms and stuff, and then you get moved every time that you're about to enter into a new grade. So I left behind a bunch of my friends. So there is a chance, however slim, that Tao and small Patricia were within 100 meters of each other for a small period of time in the past. That is true. It is possible, Patricia. It is possible. So I got a funny story to share from around that time. After getting constant hot days throughout the summer, we suddenly had a day where temps dropped to 15, and it stayed like that for 3 days straight. Lots of people in my area were literally celebrating over how cold it was. Oh, that's great. How good. Thank you for the head pat, cutie Julius. Thank you. Don't worry, all experiences shape us, and if we learn from them, it means we can move forward. That is true. I need to reread that 100 times because I say these things and then I don't listen to them. I probably bumped into you in Sydney once. Oh, it's possible. It's possible. But yes, we have indeed reached the final segment of stream, which is to wait for Robbie Williams to finish his beautiful song.
Darling.
Rah, darling. And for me to go shopping for a raid. Hold on a second. Let me go see. I saw some people online earlier, so let me see. Let me see here. I'm kind of, excuse me, I'm kind of tempted to go see if Save is available. He's playing Hearthstone, which is obviously not art, but I do love Save, and we haven't gone to see him for a while. So how do you guys feel about going to say hello to lovely Save? He is a Flesh-tuber, and we love him. He's great to just like have on in the background. He's got a very soothing voice, and he's a wonderful, wonderful nerd. He's also establishing a VTuber army, so you might want to join in on that one. Thank you so much for the 5-stream streak, Cutie Caution. I super appreciate it. Thank you. All right. Hold on. You know what? We'll start with this one next week. And let's go over here. We might have bumped into each other over the last few years and never realized. Although...
Tao, I had a truly wonderful time hanging out with you today. Your streams are always a treat that brighten up my day, otherwise bland or dreary days. So I thank you so much for this. See you on Sunday for Persona Tao.
Based on my intellectual
Thank you,
capacity and my vast knowledge, tactically and tentatively right from the beginning of times, especially in the light of Ecclesiastes' evolution, I have come to a concrete, definite and profound conclusion that I actually have nothing to say. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Silver. That was thought-provoking. And thank you very much for the kind words, Precious Patricia. I'm heading out now anyways because I need sleep. To work out again tomorrow. Make sure that you're also giving yourself rest days, sweetheart. You don't want to injure yourself. And I appreciate the wishes for good rest, darling. I hope you have it too. In fact, to Neffy and to anyone who is going to bed, I hope that you sleep wonderfully well and have the sweetest dreams. If you're off to do something else, I truly do hope it is the best ever. Why does your TTS sound like an English aristocrat? Because, darling, that is Queen Tao. I should probably re-record her voice with the new mic. It was fun. I'm so happy. Uppies! Uppies for all the pals who want uppies. Yeah. Good uppies. All right, cutie pies. Well, thank you so much for joining me once again. It means the absolute world. We're gonna go see Save. Save is actually doing he's opening Pokemon cards, guys. We're so excited. We're so excited about it. So we're gonna go see Cutie Save. And you, darlings, will see me in just a couple of days for some Persona 5. And this time we will actually play Persona 5, I promise. All right, cuties. Well, Salary-doos! Cuties, please make sure that you take the best care of yourselves because you know I would take the best care of you. I love you all so much. I miss you all so much. And I will see you all so soon. Raw, darling. Raw, darling.